Makati Productions presents an original Star Wars novel, Legacy's Edge, Book 4, Perfect Night. A century after the Yuuzhan Vong invasion, the Jedi and the invaders' descendants have joined together to rebuild planets despoiled by their bioweapons. When the project ends in disaster, 100 worlds cry for revenge against the Yuuzhan Vong and the Jedi. As leader of the Jedi Council, Skywalker scrambles to find the project's saboteurs. In the resurgent Empire, factions see disaster as an opportunity to rebuild Imperial prestige, and Emperor Ron fell, and his Imperial Knights may not be strong enough to stop the clamor for war. Both fell, and Skywalker suspects someone is orchestrating events from the shadows, but even they do not realize that a hidden Sith, led by the ancient Darth Krayt, stand poised to plunge the galaxy into a new era of darkness. Prologue. It is no small feat to bring down the Jedi Order, the Dark Lord said, but it has been done before. They sat at attention in Darth Krayt's most secure audience chamber beneath the temple ruins on Korriban. There was Darth Maladi, his spy master, a red-faced Devaronian woman who watched him cold eyes. There was his hand, Darth Orkin. His most trusted enforcer was a blood carver, tall and thin with long three-jointed limbs and small predator's eyes on an oblong face. Black tattoos traced patterns against the natural gold of his skin. Finally, there was Darth Wirelock, the third of that name. Like his mother and grandfather before him, the red and black Chagrian was Krayt's most trusted servant. He had many more servants than these three, but they were the essentials. With them, he would remake the galaxy. Encased within savage spikes of Yorick coral, seated upon an old stone throne, Darth Krayt said, 4,000 years ago, the Jedi were nearly wiped out. Trauma forged Darth Nihilus into a living wound in the Force. His raw power destroyed the man he'd been but allowed him to devour Force users, body and soul. With his allies, he hunted down the remaining Jedi and exterminated the fugitives, ridding the galaxy of their influence. Yet the Jedi rebounded. The surviving scraps defeated Darth Nihilus and multiplied while the Sith were reduced to a few embers that would take centuries to restart the flame. The Sith rose and fell again, never achieving total supremacy over the Jedi. In their desperation for victory and lust for personal power, they warred against each other until finally Darth Bane decreed that the dark side's power was being wasted, and that it must be conserved in two vessels. With one master and one apprentice, the Sith progressed their grand design, undermining the Old Republic from within, weakening its foundations while at the same time encouraging the corruption of the Jedi Order. Krayt's eyes passed across his assembled Sith. One eye blazed the brilliant red gold that marked a user of the Darth side of the Force. The other eye was icy blue, marking it as a foreign object implanted in him by his Yuuzhan Vong captors a century ago. Darth Sidious brought the grand design into fruition, and he built upon generations of labor. His genius, however, was that he made the Jedi accomplices to their own destruction. In engineering the Clone Wars, he created the perfect trap. By fighting, the Jedi bound themselves to a corrupt republic and became demons in the eyes of half the galaxy. If the Jedi had not fought, had they let the war rage unchecked or allowed the Republic to fall, they would have still been accomplices to chaos and slaughter. The Jedi, complacent after centuries in power, allowed themselves to be drawn into this trap, unaware it was a trap until its jaws snapped shut around them. Even the light of the Jedi fed the darkness, and when all the galaxy was swallowed in perfect night, there was nothing they could do. Krayt lowered his head and closed his eyes, giving himself to remembrance. Much of his 2 centuries of life had been spent sealed in stasis and walking through dreams, traveling on currents of the Force to see past and future. In his mind, it was still vivid after all these many years. Mortars screamed through the skies of Salukami. Shelling of the Republic redoubt has not stopped for 10 standard hours. It is midday, but smoke and ash fill the sky and swallow daylight. The explosions never stop. It is impossible to sleep. He tries anyway. He crouches beneath a rocky overhang, back against stone, legs splayed out before him. Weariness is a black hole trying to suck him into sleep, but the explosions never stop. His hands rest on his thighs, and each one grips a silver cylinder. The enemy is still far off, and he has no use for his lightsabers right now, but he's reluctant to let them go. One belonged to his father, a great Jedi Knight. The other he constructed himself. They're twin talismans, giving him comfort when he needs it badly. A figure emerges from the surrounding haze. He doesn't move from his spot beneath the rock. The other Jedi joins him instead. Master Kakruk sets his heavy body down and says, Master Vos believes a division of droids may be approaching from the south. They're jamming all our sensors. He wants to send a scouting mission out soon. He doesn't want to do anything but stay beneath this rock and drift into sleep. I am not in the best condition. We are all fatigued. We are all grieving. But we must keep up the fight. Kakruk didn't sound as if he believed his own words. Master Rancisis fell to Anzadi assassins 2 days ago, depriving the Jedi on Seleucami of their wisest and the most powerful member. It is not their first loss, and it will not be the last. All the Jedi know this, which makes the pall it cast all the darker. How do you believe this war will end? He asks. He is not given to voicing doubts and fears, but with Kakruk he feels he can talk. The giant, gentle Wifit left the Jedi at the start of the war because he believed it was wrong for peacekeepers to become warriors. For a brief time he joined a group of fellow objectors led by Sora Bulk, the Dark Jedi who now commands the Separatist stronghold at Seleucami and sent assassins to murder Master Rancisis. The Separatists have been chased to forgotten corners of the Outer Rim and put under siege. They have no hope of victory. Kakruk's voice is deep and thoughtful. It may take months or even years, but they will be defeated by the Republic. I meant, how will it end for the Jedi? I know, Kakruk grunts. I cannot say. I feel as though darkness is everywhere, as though we are being drowned in it. Jedi have not fought a war like this in 1,000 years, he says. Unlike Kakruk, he had not balked to fight. His father was a Jedi and died leading a righteous war. Deep down, he wonders if he fears death less than surviving with all this conflict's scars. War breeds fear, anger, despair, and hatred. It creates the dark side, Kakruk says. There's no greater tragedy for Jedi than to become warriors. Then why are you here now? Kakruk looks at the smoke-black sky and watches a few fiery mortar shells arc past. I stand with my brother and sisters in the Force. He looks at his 2 lightsabers. Since this war began, he's wondered if there wasn't something more he could do. The galaxy has been rent asunder, billions of lives lost and more afflicted by suffering. The Jedi say they've done their best to end this war, but what have they accomplished besides cowering beneath rocks and dying one by one? If the Force is as all-powerful as Master Yoda says, then it should have the power to stop this war. It should bring order and peace to everyone. His father led the Tuskens of Tatooine in a war against their oppressors, even though he was not a native Tusken himself. When he asked his father why, his father has said that though he was a Tusken, he was still a Jedi. Because of the special gifts he'd been given, he had not just the right but the duty to lead his people and accomplish things they could not, limited as they were without the Force. If peace could only come from the blaze of a lightsaber, so be it. Kakruk asks him, do you believe the rumor that there is an architect of this war behind Count Dooku? He's heard those rumors. You mean a Sith? Kakruk nods gravely. He is not sure. Though the Sith have laid low for a millennia, they are not dead. He's seen the holo recordings of the Sith Obi-Wan Kenobi fought on Naboo. The face of that ferocious red and black tattooed Zabrak lingers in the back of his mind as an icon of dark and savage power. If this whole war is a Sith creation, then it is a masterstroke. Across the galaxy there are as many who revile the Jedi as who love them. Every knight, master, and Padawan has struggled with the inner darkness that comes from war. Some have even succumbed. None of them will be the same Jedi they were before. And yet, he finds himself skeptical. It did not take Sith to kill his father, only greedy criminal scum. I think this war doesn't need Sith, he says. The corruption of the Senate, the greed of the Trade Federation and Techno Union, Master Dooku's pride. The galaxy is full of darkness and chaos. Master Windu says that is the natural state of things, and that we Jedi must create light and peace ourselves. Only through us can there be order. Is it truly the Jedi's order to give? He looks down at his lightsabers, his own and his father's. Fighting the righteous fight had killed his father. It could be different for him if he were stronger. Sometimes, he says. Perhaps. Then his eyes opened. His Sith acolytes were still before him, faces marked in ferocious tattoos like that long-dead Zabrak. That visage had once instilled him with fear. Now he had conquered that fear and made its terrible power his own. His fire and ice stare passed over Maladi, Vorkin, and Wyerlock and found their faces pleasing. When the Yuuzhan Vong invaded a century ago, he said, they cut Luke Skywalker's nascent Jedi order in half. They recognized the Jedi threat from the start and adopted the methods of Sidious without even knowing it. They offered to halt their invasion if only the people of the galaxy handed Jedi over for slaughter. In their panic and fear, many obeyed, and the Jedi were betrayed by those they pledged to protect. Many started to blame the Jedi for continuing a war they'd done everything to stop. Crait allowed a smile at the irony, but it faded quickly. For the Jedi to die, their idea must die. As Sidious made them villains in the eyes of the galaxy, so will we. The new Jedi Order thinks it has changed. It thinks it has learned from past mistakes. It is wrong. In clinging to the light side of the Force, they have already made their fatal error. They wrap themselves in lies of altruism and peace while still seeking to impose their will upon the galaxy. We Sith have the same desire, but we embrace it without illusion. We will succeed because the truth had set us free. Because the truth is ours, we need not limit ourselves to master and apprentice. We are one Sith, united in our service to the dark and our singular goal of bringing order to this galaxy. It took Bay's acolyte a millennia to bring down the Old Republic. We stand poised to do the same after only a century. Our success speaks for itself. The Jedi have now bound themselves to those who nearly destroyed them. Their belief in redemption and forgiveness has made them the Yuuzhan Vong's foremost champions. The people of the galaxy respect the Jedi, but they revile the alien invaders. The Jedi hope to lift the Vong up in the public eye, but a century's penance is not enough to earn them absolution. We will make certain the Jedi are cast down to the level of the aliens. The Jedi's own light will become darkness, and they will be consumed in perfect night. Once that is done, once the Jedi and Vong become twin curses on everyone's tongue, we will step into view. Once we exterminate the Jedi, we will be hailed as saviors by a galaxy desperate for the security only we can bring. And once we have saved the galaxy from the twin threats of Yuuzhan Vong and Jedi, it will be ours to remake. Eyes of fire, eyes of ice passed across the three acolytes. It is no small feat to bring down the Jedi Order, Darth Crait said, but the greatest Sith Lords of the past have done it, and so shall we. Our victory has already begun. Part 1. Spark and Flame. Chapter 1. The forest was a dream become nightmare. What were once tall trees green with life were now hard pillars bristling with thorns. Vines became lashing tentacles and mutant amphistaphs burst from the undergrowth like tall grass topped by snapping long-toothed jaws. Trying to pass through the forest meant navigating a maze of death. A world itself had turned against them. The planet-wide terraforming scheme enacted with the help of Yuuzhan Vong shapers had transformed Wayland's war-ravaged landscape to a verdant paradise in just a few years. Mere weeks had turned dream to savage nightmare. Cole Skywalker had no idea what had gone wrong on Wayland, but there was no time to guess and no time to wonder what horrible ramifications this could have for the rest of the galaxy. To save himself, his son, and the others he cared about, he had to fight. Cole and his former apprentice Wolf Sazin led the way, hacking through the deadly tangles. Cole's shirt had been torn to shreds and amphistaff tails left bloody streaks down his chest. Sazin's black hair was a tangle, sweat and dirt smeared the young Zabrak's face. The Yuuzhan Vong followed, Nay Ren, her fellow shapers, and the handful of warriors that had been with them. Cole's son Cade and Shadow Val held up the rear, though mere apprentices, just 12 years old. Desperation fed their bravery as they fought off attacks from behind with two blue lightsabers. A thick tentacle swept out of nowhere. Cole tried to leap above it, but it coiled around his legs, pinning them together, digging thorns through his already bloody trousers and into his skin. In his panic, he barely felt the pain. Cole snapped his torso forward, swung his blade low, and tore through the tentacle. It dropped him on the ground, and he kicked free as his dismembered tip spasmed and flailed. As he scrambled to his feet, he saw another beast charging toward them, all long fangs and long talons, and felt Cade coming to help. "Keep moving," Cole called, and used the force to summon a gust of hot air that knocked the monster back. "Get to the ship." Cade and Shadow turned to run, then jumped back as a four-armed Mynearshi rose in front of them. The Wayland native's eyes were blank with fury, and it clasped long blades in 3 of his 4 hands. Sazin released a blast of energy from the force that threw the maddened, Vong-formed creature back, but more were coming. Too many to fight off. "Wolf, get the boys into the ship," Cole panted. "Prep for takeoff." Cade and Shadow protested, but Sazin used a tug of the force to pull them away. Cole fell back to Nayren, the Shapers, and their bodyguards. The Yuuzhan Vong warriors were as shocked as the Jedi at the sudden and horrific turn Wayland had taken. Just months ago, this planet had been a lush paradise, a model product for the massive cooperative project the Jedi Order and Yuuzhan Vong had embarked on over the past 5 years. Under their guidance, 100 planets savaged by the Yuuzhan Vong invasion a century before had rebuilt their ecosystems using the same Vong-forming technology that had spoiled them. But something had ruined it all, and Call's only hope was that the disaster on Wayland was not being replicated elsewhere. Cole fought alongside the Yuuzhan Vong warriors, pushing back their Mynearshi attackers. The Mynearshi had been one of the first people to accept help from the Jedi and Yuuzhan Vong in rebuilding their world, showing none of the suspicions so many others had. Their reward was a fate worse than death. Whatever mutations had ruined the Vong-forming experiment on Wayland had even consumed his native sentience. Thorns like your coral spurs now broke through the Mynearshi skin, and their eyes blazed with mindless animal fury. As Cole and Nayren fell back onto the metal slant of their ship's landing ramp, the rabid natives chased after them. Cole gave Nayren a push toward the entrance, spun around, and lashed his lightsaber in a broad horizontal sweep that caused them to stagger back a step. Whatever had possessed the Mynearshi had driven them mad, but not suicidally so, not yet. "The Shaper Witch has cursed us," one Mynearshi called from the bottom of the landing ramp. "Why has she not changed? Why have you Jedi been spared? We demand right of punishment. Give her to use, Jedi, or die with her." "No, we have not done this," Nayren said. "It can only be sabotage. Reason has left them, Nayren." Cole kept his lightsaber held up between him and the Mynearshi. "Get on the ship. We have to go now." With the force, he reached out and touched Sazin's mind, signaling for him to take off. The ship kicked off on repulsors, and the landing ramp shook beneath Call's feet. The nearest Mynearshi surged toward him, and he used the force to push them off the ramp, dropping them to the ground. "Listen to me," Cole shouted down at them as the shuttle struggled to rise. "What happened here was not our doing, but we will return. We will make it right. I swear it." The Mynearshi cried out beneath them, for blood and death and justice. Their horrible wail was drowned out by the rush of wind and the roar of the shuttle's engines, and then by the awful scrape and groan as the Vong-formed forest beneath them reached up with snaking thorny tentacles to drag them back. Cole was in the hold along with the Yuuzhan Vong when the shuttle lurched, throwing him off his feet. He slid across the slanted deck, and his bare shoulder slammed hard into the rough Yorick coral spikes of the nearest warrior's armor. He let out a groan of pain, barely finished when the shuttle lurched again. He spread sweaty palms across metal to keep himself from sliding and heard the crunch of metal beneath the tightening grip of the tentacles. "Wolf," he shouted toward the cockpit, "are we off the ground?" "Yes, but we can't get past the forest," his apprentice called back. "Open the ramp back up," Cole said, and called his lightsaber to his hand from the corner of the hold. "Try twisting the ship. Do you hear me? Twist it. Those tentacles could crush us. That's why we have to break free. Do it, Wolf." The ship attempted to throw him around again, but this time Cole was ready. Using the force to steady himself, he crawled toward the landing ramp as it reopened. As soon as it did, the tip of a thorny tentacle tried to push itself inside the shuttle. Cole was ready and slashed it apart with 2 fast swipes. A pair of Yuuzhan Vong warriors were crawling across the deck to join him. "Keep me steady," Cole called and extended his free hand. One warrior, knowing exactly what he needed, lashed out with the tail end of his amphistaff. The prehensile creature wrapped tight around Cole's wrist as he angled the rest of himself down the ramp. Hot wind blew in his face, but he swung his lightsaber out again, cleaving through part of another tentacle. As Wolf twisted the ship, the tentacles twisted with it, desperate to pull it back into the deadly forest. With the Yuuzhan Vong warriors anchoring him in place, Cole lashed out and cut through 2 more tentacles. Wolf gave the ship one more powerful wrench, and it began to pull skyward. Cole heard an awful tearing sound as the sole tentacle still gripping the ship was torn in 2. Its dying tip still coiled around the shuttle, too far away for Cole to reach. "Pull me back in," he shouted to the warriors as the shuttle began its ascent. They hauled him back inside just as the ramp began to close. They should have been climbing fast skyward, but Cole could feel the ship struggle to ascend. Ignoring the pain from his still bleeding wounds, he pushed himself upright and staggered for the cockpit as quickly as he could. As he approached, he heard his son say, "Those vines damaged us bad, Master Assassin. Even if we can break atmosphere, we aren't going to make orbit. Are we going to die, Master?" "No, not today, my apprentice." Wolf was trying his best to sound confident and struggling. "Hit the rear thrusters and burn those vines off. If we can make it to the sky, the Force will guide us." "And then what?" "Abandon the planet. Make a liar out of my father. Just let his dream die. We have to survive first," Cole said as he stepped into the cockpit. He clamped his son on the shoulder and said, "Give us more burn from the engines." Kate nodded uncertainly but worked the co-pilot's controls like he knew what he was doing. There was another rumble from the back of the ship and another jerk, and then they lifted higher. The deadly forest fell away beneath them, and they shot toward a starry sky, but Cole could tell the ship was still badly damaged. "Can we get into orbit?" he asked Assassin. "A few more bursts from the thrusters should work, but I don't know if we can stay there." The Zabrak shook his head. "Cole, the hyperdrive's fried." "Can we fix it?" "I don't know." "Then I'll take a look at it. Just get us out of Atmo and into orbit so we can call for help." Cole whirled away from the cockpit. As he went back through the hold, he quickly scanned the scene: the despondent Shapers, the battered warriors, and one blue-skinned Twi'lek apprentice. All Shadow's desperate determination was gone now. He looked like the frightened child he was. "Apprentice Vale," Cole barked. "With me?" Shadow nodded dumbly and did as he was told. On Cole's orders, he grabbed the toolbox from the maintenance closet and followed the Jedi Master to the access panel tucked against a bulkhead nearing the engine section. Once he pulled open the casing, it was clear to Cole that there wasn't much he could do, but he nonetheless tried to clear off some of the black carbon scorching and see if any of the burnt-out equipment was salvageable. Shadow watched over his shoulder, anxious and helpless, until Cole asked, "Do you have a comlink?" The young Twi'lek fumbled through his orange jumpsuit until he found the small cylinder and switched it on. Cole called, "Wolf, send a distress signal. It's not looking good in here, and I'm not sure how much longer we can keep it together." After a second, Sazen's voice returned, distress signal activated. Cole shut off the link and was enwrapped in silence. The desperate energy that had fueled him since the escape from the Shapers to Mudek, through the fight in the forest to the flight in the air, finally drained away, leaving an aching emptiness inside. The emptiness was quick to fill, even in silence. He wondered how they could survive this. He wondered if the disaster on Wayland was being repeated on other Vong-formed worlds, and if so, how many. He wondered if the experiment on Ossus, which had transformed the barren desert into a world lush with life, was similarly doomed. He wondered who would be blamed. He wondered what the repercussions would be. He wondered if everything he'd ever done in his life had been for nothing. "Master Skywalker," a voice said behind him, soft and trembling. Cole drew in breath, straightened, and looked back at Shadow Vale. Yes, apprentice. What do we do now? Trust in the Force, Cole said. The platitude had never sounded weaker, so he added, pray, apprentice. Pray there's someone out there who can save us. The single starship slipping out of Duro's nightside shadow caught new sunlight and gleamed like a polished emerald. Its color, its wide stretched wings and smoothly curving hull, marked it as having been not cobbled together in a factory but grown among the shipyard crush of Zonima II. The living craft looked almost like a soaring bird as it ascended to the outer limits of the planet's orbit, gliding peacefully against a backdrop of stars and Duro's green crescent. Inside the ship, it was anything but peaceful. Though it was propelled soundlessly through space by its Yuuzhan Vong War Davin basils, the whole ship rattled from the residual friction of its escape from the planet's atmosphere. Noises from the rear cabin mutters and shouts from panicked refugees, cries from the wounded reverberated up toward the cockpit, where two Yuuzhan Vong warriors sat at the forward viewport. Command hoods covered their faces and connected via umbilical cords to the ship's main nervous system as they directed the flyer toward the stars. They weren't alone in orbit. Katla could see that as he hunched between the pilots, one hand on the either shoulder. Against the starfield, he could trace the moving lights of starship thrusters. They seemed to be growing brighter and closer. They also seemed like they were maneuvering to intercept. Vuiyagt, report, Katla said. How many ships ahead? 12. The other warrior growled beneath his hood. They are drawing closer. Are they attempting to contact us? Not yet, wait. Vuiyagt paused while the second vessel transcribed the electric signals from the starships ahead. They are calling on us to halt and be boarded. Under whose authority? No, contact their lead ship so we may speak to them directly. I will try. The lights from the ships ahead grew faintly brighter, but Katla still couldn't tell what type or how well armed. The second ship was unarmed entirely. The local Duro's government had insisted that no armed Yuuzhan Vong be permitted on their world for the entirety of the reclamation project. They'd agreed to overlook the fact that Katla and the two warriors piloting the shuttle could battle and kill most beings with their bare hands, but it was surely on their minds now. If they did board the shuttle, they'd be sure to treat the Yuuzhan Vong as hostiles. After what had happened on Duro, the inexplicable, disastrous results of their years-long terraforming project that was guaranteed. The Duros would want revenge for a world despoiled twice over, and not even a Jedi would be able to calm them if they took the ship. A Jedi might successfully stall for time, though, and as Vuiyagt struggled for a direct communication, Katla ducked into the back cabin to look for help. 3 of the 4 Jedi who'd been on Duro had escaped with their lives. One of those was badly injured and might soon die. Another, a healer, was trying to manage all the wounded they'd pulled aboard their shuttle before fleeing the planet. Most were Yuuzhan Vong shapers. Others were Duros and scientists from Alliance races who's joined their noble effort. Katla spotted the Jedi he knew best, a dark-haired and bearded human named Raykar Horn. The knight was currently crouched over the form of his son, a stout 5-year-old child whose face was blank with shock but appeared physically uninjured. Jedi Horn, Katla called. We need your assistance. Horn looked up at Katla, then back to his son. He squeezed the child's hand and reluctantly got to his feet. He followed Katla into the cockpit, where Vuiyagt reported in his own tongue, "We've made contact with the lead ship." "Put it on a Vilip," Katla replied in the same, then told the Jedi in Basic, "They are arraying to block our passage. Can you speak to them?" A human face, a Jedi face, would soothe them far more than the Yuuzhan Vong's, even though Katla's was bereft of the ritual scarring generations before had practiced. Vuiyagt plucked the soft, fist-sized orb of a Vilip from the wall and handed it to the Jedi. Most non-Yuuzhan Vong would have flinched to touch the thing, but Horn had spent the past year on Duro, helping the Shaper's terraforming project, and he was no stranger to Yuuzhan Vong biotechnology. At Horn's touch, the Vilip's gelatinous surface formed into the imitation of a flat, nose-less face with large, featureless eyes. The lipless mouth moved and the Vilip relayed the words of the speaking Duros. "You will stand down and prepare to be boarded at once." As you can tell, we have no place to stand down from, Horn said. Our ship has no weapons. You will prepare to be boarded, the Duros repeated. My name is Rykar Horn, Jedi Knight. To whom am I speaking? I am Ren Burr, captain of the Swift Justice. Is that an Alliance vessel? We have requested Alliance assistance. Their ships will be here shortly. But you're not an Alliance vessel. Horn glanced at the lights out the viewport. Are any of your ships Alliance? We are independent citizens defending our homeworld. Then you have no authority to interdict us. Horn stroked the top of the Villip lightly, silencing his connection without severing it. He asked the pilots, when can we make the jump to lightspeed? We cannot make a jump to Ossus from this vector, Vashla reported. It doesn't matter. Just get us out of this system. We can plot a course later. How long? 40 seconds until we leave the gravity well, but they are closing formation fast. Just get us out of here. Horn stroked the Villip again and told Ren Burr, we will be happy to speak to Alliance authorities, but you have no jurisdiction over us. How many Vong are aboard your ship? The Duros snapped. We have beings of many races here. We won't hold the Jedi responsible for this yet. Hand over the Vong, and we'll let the rest of you go. To some beings it would be a tempting offer. Katla has spent the past 2 years away from Zanima Second, interacting with species from the larger galaxy, many of whom had lost entire planets to the Yuuzhan Vong invasion a century ago. He understood the anger many of them still felt toward his race, and the burning desire for justice that could so easily transition to vengeance. As a member of the Ganner sect, a warrior's cult that had grown stronger in the generations since the war, he'd been instilled with a deep faith in the wisdom and bravery of the Jedi Knights, whom the invading generation had so foolishly treated like enemies. He trusted Rykar Horn to do the right thing, and was wholly unsurprised when the Jedi said, I'm sorry, but I must emphatically decline your offer. As you have no authority and no good reason to detain us, I'm afraid I must terminate this call. Horn stroked the Villip down its side to terminate the call and returned the orbit to its blank state. How much longer? He asked Beshlau. They've cut off our main escape vector, the warrior said through his cowl. We will have to break past them. We have no weapons, Katla reminded. We will have to fly around them. As if on cue, the second flyer pulled hard to port, then dipped to starboard. The lights from the approaching Duros ships were close, and Katla could make out some details of their angular gray hulls. Years ago, one mechanical vessel had seemed the same as another, but he'd learned to differentiate their designs. These ones were of different type, larger than their own but far smaller than Alliance warships. Many were disc-shaped, probably of Corellian design. He was watching one cut ahead of their flyer when spears of plasma flashed out of its ventral gun turrets. They barely had to move to evade it, but the Corellian ship dove closer. They're trying to box us in, Horn said. That was the warning shot. Veshla threw the ship into another tight maneuver, trying to shake off the shooter. As the Corellian ship kept on them tight, another one, boxy and angular and unfamiliar, stuck hard on their flank. They are trying to pin us inside the gravity well, Veshla said, exasperated. I cannot break free. Just keep trying, Horn insisted. I don't think. The entire ship trembled as his defensive Davin Basel swallowed a stream of laser fire on their starboard side. The ship on their port fired as well, and though Beshla twisted them in a dizzying maneuver, he couldn't evade the plasma burst that tore off the end of their long wing. Katla heard Beshla and Vuya gasp beneath their cognition hoods as the living flyer shared some of his agony with the pilots. He looked out the viewport and saw the flare of another ship's engines as it settled right ahead of them. We are boxed in, Beshla hissed through his pain. There is no way out. Katla glanced back at the main cabin, at the wounded Yuuzhan Vong and Jedi Knights and scientists from a half-dozen species crammed together. When the Swift Justice and his allies boarded, they'd bring just that fast, deadly retribution for that the Duros wrongly assumed was yet another Yuuzhan Vong attack on their homeworld. Even the Jedi might not be safe. Realization came to Katla in an instant. He plucked the Villip from Rykar Horn's hand and ran his palm over it. The image of the flat-faced Duro captain appeared again. I am Kat La, warrior of the Yuuzhan Vong and architect of our actions on your world, he said. The last part was pure lie. He was a member of his caste, and a young one, just chief of the handful of warriors assigned to guard the Shapers on Duro. But right now, a lie was needed. I will leave this ship and surrender myself to you if you let the others go. Horn's jaw opened to say something, but Kat La held up a hand. Will you let them pass? You will have to destroy this ship otherwise. I offer myself as a sacrifice. He could see indecision wrench the Duros' face, but eventually Renbur said, only when we have you in our possession. As long as you let them go, I will surrender peacefully. If you do not, he growled, baring teeth, I will not. He shut off the connection and handed the villa to Vuayat, who said, Warrior, you honor us with your sacrifice. Go with the gods. Kat La snapped to salute, forearms crossed, wrists against shoulders. Then he turned and hurried out of the cockpit. Yuuzhan Vong warriors were never long on goodbyes. As expected, Rykar Horn followed him into the cabin. Dozens of questioning eyes followed them as they made their way through the crowd, down the narrow access corridor that led to the dorsal airlock. Once they had privacy, Horn said, You can't do this, Kat La. I won't let you. It was as he expected. There is nothing you can do for us, Jedi. Do not worry. I am prepared for my fate. He wanted it to be true, but it wasn't. Warriors were supposed to face death without fear, but deep down Kat La was terrified. He told himself this was necessary, this was good, this was noble, and it was all true, but there was still fear, and he was ashamed of it. There are other ways out of this, Horn insisted. No, there are not, Kat La said. When they reached the pressurization chamber leading to the airlock, he tapped the panel on the door, sliding it open. A door inside the chamber opened on a supply closet where several vacuum-proof suits were kept. All of them were of Alliance manufacture, a mix of organic fabrics and mechanical contraptions. The thought of dying in one was unpleasant, but Kat La pulled a suit out from the closet anyway. Horn stepped into the chamber with him and insisted, One last time, you don't have to do this. Kat La breathed deep and looked the Jedi in the eye. Among my sect, we revere no one more than the Jedi Ganner, who stood bravely against thousands of Yuuzhan Vong and fought until they killed him. Also, his Jedi friend could escape. There is no higher act than sacrifice. It doesn't have to be yours, Horn said. We both know it does, Jedi. Horn bowed his head in defeat, nodded, and took a step toward the chamber exit. Then he locked one arm around Kat La and pulled, throwing the larger warrior off balance. Kat La dropped the suit and raised both arms defensively, but Horn released him, jump-stepped back, and raised one foot for a strong forward kick that sent the Yuuzhan Vong stumbling out of the airlock vestibule and back into the access corridor. Before Kat La could spin around, Rykar Horn closed the chamber door. With a snap of the fingers and a touch of his invisible force, he turned the door's control panel to a shower of sparks. Jedi. Kat La pounded on the door's porthole window. What are you doing? Tell the pilots to run as soon as I'm off the ship. Horn shouted to be heard through the thick door. I don't think they'll kill me, so watch over Eli until I return. And if I don't, tell him I did what I could. Jedi Horn. Kat La pounded on the door, but all he could do was watch as Horn stuffed himself into the vacuum suit. Before sealing his helmet, the Jedi looked at him through the window, smiled faintly, and raised his voice for one more shout. We all have to do our part, my friend, and this is mine. Then Rykar Horn sealed his vacuum suit and turned toward the heavy airlock doors. Kat La watched, frustrated and helpless and angry at the Jedi for stealing his glory, but also, deep down, relieved. He watched the Jedi's back as he checked his suit over one last time, then watched as the airlock's mouth swung open and the vac-suited body burst out on a gust of air and drifted toward the stars. Then Kat La pushed himself away and sprinted for the cockpit. When he got there, Vuayat stared at him, confused. Kat La, what happened? The Jedi went out instead, the warrior hissed. Are the ships breaking formation? The lead one is breaking off to seize the Jedi, Beshla reported. Can we slip through? I think so. There was no time for doubt or guilt or hesitation. A split second's delay might waste the Jedi's gift. Do it now. The second flyer wrenched hard to port. It rode out between two Duros ships, then nimbly dodged a volley of laser fire before breaking into a fast, clear shot for the edge of the gravity well. Laser fire still whipped past their ship as a few Duros gave pursuit. When can we jump? Asked Katla as he clung to his domain mate's chair. Veshla's answer came with a flash of light as the flyer lurched into dark space, leaving Duro far behind. Less than a minute later, they reverted to normal space, and the pilots began plotting a precise course back to Ossus. Katla felt so emptied he could barely stand, but he shuffled back into the cabin, where all the survivors stared at him expectantly. The Yuuzhan Vong warrior took a deep breath and said, "We have escaped Duro and are on course for Ossus." He could see relief in most of their faces, but not in that of the 5-year-old boy strapped into a crash seat in the far corner of the room. Seeing the question in the child's eyes, Katla stepped around prone bodies to reach him. "Where's my father?" the boy asked. Big, blue-green eyes stared up at the Yuuzhan Vong, pleading. "Eli," Katla recalled. "This human child, this Jedi's child, was named Eli Horn." Yuuzhan Vong warriors were trained for many things, but not comfort. Awkwardly, he crouched down and put a large hand on the boy's small shoulder. "Your father stayed behind, but he will be back. And I." He tried to remember his last words to Riker Horn. He couldn't. He'd been so set on sacrificing himself that the sudden reversal had left him gibbering and confounded. He'd not even managed to thank his savior, and he felt ashamed. Katla squeezed the boy's shoulder and said, "I will watch over you, young Jedi. I swear it." Salvation came, and it was not what they expected. Their hyperdrive was irreparable, and their thrust engines were dead, but the shuttle sensors were not. The control board lit up to announce the arrival of a sleek, wedge-shaped Imperial Star Destroyer. Momentum carried them in a dying orbit over Wayland. From high above, the planet looked blue and green, mockingly peaceful and unchanged. It had been growing ever closer, swelling ever wider beneath them, when the Star Destroyer's tractor beam locked on and began reeling them into its ventral landing bay. As the flat gray expanse of the destroyer's lower hull filled their view, blocking out black space and bright planet, Cole finally allowed himself a breath of relief. "We're getting another hail from the destroyer," Sazin said from the pilot's seat. "They're offering to help with any repairs. Tell them we're extremely grateful for anything they'll provide." Cole sagged against the back of the co-pilot's seat, where Cade was also flush with relief. Sazin checked his board again. "They said the commanding officer is coming down to meet us in the landing bay." Unusual, Cole thought. Most Imperial captains expected you to come to them, at which point they might give you the favor of an audience. He looked down at himself, his bare chest, still dirty, bearing dozens of cuts and slash and scrape marks from their violent escape. They still gleamed with the palmfuls of fresh bacta he slapped on minutes before, when Sazin had announced that a ship was coming for them. Before then, when it looked like they'd burn up in Wayland's atmosphere, there seemed no point. "I suppose I should clean up before I thank him," Cole muttered. Sazin's eyes narrowed as he checked his readout. "Her, I believe. Moff Nina Calixte. I wonder what a Moff was doing around here." Cole barely heard Sazin's last words. One name had erased everything, even the terrible memory and awful repercussion of Wayland's ruin. He looked down at the crown of Kay's head, a bush of messy blonde hair. His mother's name meant nothing to him. It meant nothing to Sazin either, but then, the woman Cole had married, all those years ago, had gone by another name at the time. Cade, Wolf, get Shadow and do a thorough inventory or all our damage. Find out what parts and equipment we'll need to get back to Ossus. "Do we want to go back to Ossus?" asked Cade. Cole blinked. The specter of Morrigan Cord had made him forget the most basic facts. The shuttle's long-range communicator was out, and there was no way to know whether the Vong forming on the Jedi world had gone as disastrously as it had on Wayland. We'll utilize the Imperial's long-range transmitter and see what's going on, Cole said, and dreaded what they might learn. Cade, Wolf, do as I said. Get Shadow to help, and keep the Yuuzhan Vong aboard the shuttle. The Imperials won't react kindly toward them. Understood, Sazin nodded. What about you, Master? I'll go meet with our rescuer. Wolf, lower the landing ramp. Without another word, Cole turned and marched out of the cockpit. As he stalked toward the hold in the lowering ramp, Cade called behind him, Dad. I thought you were cleaning up. Cole ignored him. He stepped down the ramp and onto the clean, cool deck of the Star Destroyer. The recycled air chilled the fresh back on his torso and back. The approaching Imperial repair crew stopped to stare at the dirty, battered, bare-chested Jedi who'd appeared in front of them. They paused for only a moment. The Imperials parted and a woman stepped into view. Were it not for her unmistakable aura in the Force, Cole wouldn't have recognized her. She wore an olive-gray uniform, typically Imperial. Her eyes were blue now and her hair was black, pulled up into a tight martial bun at the back of her head. Even her face, which should have been harder to change, looked older, lined and gaunt. Strict and severe, like an Imperial moth should. She stepped up close and looked him over, then said loud enough for her crew to hear, "You are fortunate, Master Jedi, that we were on maneuvers in the area." Yes, the Force was with us. Cole kept his own voice steady. She took a step closer and lowered her voice for him alone. The Force are just your seemingly endless luck, Cole Skywalker. Being with her like this, after everything else he'd been through today, was too much. Struggling to keep his frustration and anger in control, Cole bent close and lowered his voice. Is this who you fled me to become, Morrigan? Or is it who you always were? Her voice dropped to an urgent whisper. This is who I am now, Cole. Please, don't betray me. I would never do that. He felt a nudge in the Force and knew Cade had come down the ramp to watch them. Your son misses you? Would you like to speak to him? She dared twist her neck, just a bit, and look past Cole's shoulder at the boy standing beneath the shuttle. Messy blonde hair, tattered orange jumpsuit, confusion and desperation in his eyes. She could only bear it for a second. Your son, she said. Morrigan's son. Not mine. I am Nina Calixte. You've made a new life for yourself, my love, but you can never fully escape who you were. No one can. She turned her back to him. He bent forward, breath on her neck. Someday you will have to face Cade and tell him the truth. She lowered her head and looked at her boots. Not today, Cole. Don't you have enough problems to deal with? Her words grounded him. Yes, we do. Something disastrous has happened on Wayland. The terraforming project has become something monstrous. I need to warn the Jedi before it happens on other worlds. She raised a black eyebrow. And you require my communication system to do it. Ours was damaged. If he called Ossus using Imperial equipment, the Imperials would keep a record of everything he said. He didn't want that, but he had no choice. Even now, other worlds might be disfiguring like Wayland. Very well. She pivoted and told her staff, give the Jedi all the help they require. Master Skywalker will come with me. She gave him no option except to follow. Most of the Imperials went toward the shuttle, where Cade and Sazin were waiting, but a 4 set of white-armored stormtroopers fell in behind Cole and the woman who saved him. Whether it was her intent or not, they certainly made him feel like a prisoner. As they moved through the destroyer's pale metal corridors, they drew stares from every passing Imperial officer. Cole could read their emotions in the Force, a stew of confusion and curiosity. Most of them had no idea what they were doing in this system or what had happened down on Wayland. He wondered whether, once they knew the truth, they'd pity the Jedi for their failure or hate them for it. It might all depend on what was happening on the other Vong-formed worlds. When they reached the entrance to the communications chamber, the Moff waved her 4 bodyguards aside, stepped through the threshold, and beckoned only Cole to follow. When the door closed behind him, he was alone with the woman he'd loved for the first time in over a decade. Neither of them wanted to savor it. She went over to the communications console and tapped its controls. I assume you have an encrypted frequency you use for Jedi Council business. Her eyes were on the console, not him. You can input it now. He'd hoped that, once alone, she'd drop the stern mask of Nina Calikste and show some of the woman he'd married. But nothing changed. It was another crushing blow, as strong as any he'd received this day. Cole went over to the console and typed in his long alphanumeric key. She stepped to the corner of the room but didn't leave or bother giving him the pretense of privacy. It was, he thought, more honest than most things she'd done. Cole sent a hail to Asis and waited with held breath. The response was swift, and he found himself looking at the slightly blurred image of his relative, Arlen Fell. Through the holo, the venerable Jedi Master's face was rendered in shades of blue, lightening to white to mark his hair and beard. "We're glad you're all right, Cole," Arlen said, but there was no happiness in his voice. "When we heard about Wayland, we all feared the worst. Our shuttle was badly damaged during takeoff. We're receiving help now, from an Imperial Star Destroyer." "I see." Arlen's white brows drew together. Interesting, the Imperials should have a ship like that so close to Wayland. That's well past the edge of their territory. Arlen Fell was an old man in his 80s, but he'd never been a fool. Even if he didn't know Call's ex-wife was in the room listening, he knew the Imperials would be recording this conversation. "It's interesting," Cole agreed. "We'll have to investigate why the Imperials were so close to Wayland, but right now I'm grateful for the save. Tell me, what's happened to the other Vong worlds?" Arlen exhaled. "I think you already know. As bad as Wayland." Arlen simply nodded. "How many worlds?" "Nearly all of them. Asis. Not that we can tell. Everything on Asis, the entire new biosphere. It seems unaffected." "That makes no sense. Asus was the planet we tested the Vong-forming process on. It was the first experiment. What we used on the other worlds was a refinement of what already worked on Asis." "I have no explanation for you. Didn't Ren and her Shaper survive? They're with me? We'll need their help to figure out what went wrong. Make sure they get back to Asis safe. Don't let the Imperials get a hold of them." Cole resisted the urge to turn a warning glare on the woman behind him. "I won't." "Do you know how long it will be before you reach Asis?" asked Arlen. "Several days, probably. We'll need heavy repairs. Maybe a whole new ship. Are you convening the Jedi Council?" "Master K-Kruk is. I'm on way to Coruscant to try and explain this to Alliance." Arlen looked like he wanted to say more, maybe list off the locations of the current council members, but he stopped himself from telling the Imperials too much. "Come to Asis soon, Cole. We need your guidance more than ever." That hit him like a punch to the chest. His guidance had brought them here. He pushed the Jedi Council to enact his lifelong dream of using Yuuzhan Vong biotechnology to reclaim devastated worlds. He believed it would redeem the former invaders and solidify the Jedi Order's position as galactic peacemakers. Instead, his good intentions had wrought horrors he'd never expected, horrors that would only increase as news spread across the stars. His guidance may have doomed them all, but if this ruin was his fault, it was also his responsibility to salvage it. Cole drew in breath and said, "I'll let you know once we've resumed our course." "We'll be waiting," Arlen nodded. Without fanfare, the holo winked out. Cole gathered his thoughts for a long moment before turning around. His ex-wife leaned against the back wall, arms crossed over the chest of her drab Imperial uniform, face set into an unreadable scowl. "The Council will be expecting me," he said. "I'd like to be underway as soon as possible." "You've made a mess of things, haven't you?" She could be painfully blunt. "I have to clean it up. Somehow. You didn't tell me you have Vong aboard your ship. You should have warned me. My crew won't react well to a surprise like that. They're not harm the Yuuzhan Vong in any way. You trust these Vong Shapers. I have known Ren since we were children on Zana Maseket. I trust her absolutely. Far more, he thought, than I trust you." It was a bitter realization, but not a surprise. He'd fallen in love with Morgan Cord in part because she was mysterious, an Imperial agent who played by rules utterly unknown to the Jedi. Danger was alluring to a young man. He'd hoped that in getting married and in having a son he'd tame her and lead her onto a more righteous path. Maybe he'd been inspired by the stories of his great-grandfather Luke, who saved and even married the Imperial assassin meant to kill him. He'd been a fool to think he could change her. Maybe he'd never been anything but a fool, in every way. "I should get down to my ship," Cole said stiffly. His eyes locked on hers. They didn't look away, but they didn't soften either. "My guards will take you back to the hangar," she said. Cole didn't move for the door. Master Fell brought up a good point. That an Imperial Star Destroyer would be this close to Wayland, an Alliance planet, at this time is rather extraordinary. That you'd be the one commanding it, well, I have a hard time taking that for coincidence. Her arms stayed crossed over her chest. "It is. We were patrolling the border and picked up your faint distress call. Believe it or not." He didn't, but there was no point in trying to pry truth from her. "I'll be on my way then. Thank you for rescuing us, Morgan." He meant it as a parting barb. He caught the hint of a restrained wince, but she recovered quickly. "Good day, Master Skywalker." He nodded and stepped through the door, leaving her behind. There was nothing more to say. After Cole Skywalker left, it took Nina Calixte a minute to compose herself. When she'd ordered the crew of her Star Destroyer to respond to the distress call from Wayland, she'd expected, even hoped, to find her ex-husband there. She'd braced herself to see his face again after so long and fortified herself with the knowledge that her life with Cole, what it had been, what it could have been, was all a long time gone. And one brief encounter now couldn't undo the progress she'd made in remaking herself. So it wasn't even Cole that had unsettled her, not really. She'd let her gaze fall on her son for only a moment, but that image, glimpsed over Cole's battered shoulder, stayed with her when she closed her eyes. A boy in a battered orange jumpsuit, messy blonde hair matted with sweat, face haggard with exhaustion and residual terror, eyes wide with curiosity as he watched his father talk to a stranger in an Imperial Moff's uniform. If Cade was half as strong with the Force as his father, he'd have surely felt something, even if he didn't understand it. For that brief moment of looking at her son, she'd felt the urge to tell him everything, who she was, why she'd fallen in love with his father, why she'd walked away, and why she'd remade herself into what she was now, Nina Calixte, Moff and Deputy Director of Imperial Intelligence, advisor to His Majesty Ron Fell. Looking at Cade had made her weak, and she couldn't afford to be weak, now or ever. She was glad to be alone. She didn't plan on seeing Cole face to face before he departed, and she guessed he had no plans to talk to her again. Cole had much bigger problems than her right now. Likewise, she had more important things to do that turned maudlin over might-have-beens. She turned her attention to the communications console and worked the controls. Using her executive override codes, she shut down the recording devices that had just captured Cole's conversation with the Emperor's uncle. Then she entered another encryption key, even more complicated than the Jedi's, and sent her private hail. She waited for 10 minutes before an image appeared in front of her. The face was a human male's, pale and dark-haired, plain and remarkably unremarkable. She wasn't sure it was a real face at all. She'd only ever had these talks by holo, and the image could easily be some computer-generated mask. "We are in the Wayland system now," Calixte said. "The Vong forming project has taken a disastrous turn, as you predicted." "Are you above Wayland itself?" "That's right. So you crossed the border into Alliance territory." "Legally, we answered a distress call. It's given us an opportunity to collect excellent sensor readings on what's happening. I was planning to dispatch a few away teams to get a closer look at the surface. I'd be happy to share our initial data with you." Her client wouldn't be distracted. A distress call from whom? No point in lying. There weren't many beings who'd be fleeing Wayland. A shuttle containing Jedi and Yuuzhan Vong shapers. The face went blank as her client considered a response. It was moments like this when she was sure she was talking to a computer-generated facade. Eventually her client said, "Let the Jedi go on their way. I had no legal basis to hold them." She kept her voice stiff to conceal relief. Her client never ordered her to do anything, only suggested, but she'd been afraid it would suggest she kill Cole and her son. That was something not even Nina Calixte would do. Collect all the data you can on Wayland, her client said. We would appreciate a look at whatever you can share. I'll be sure to oblige. Naturally, Emperor Fel will see our data as well. Naturally, the client agreed. She stared at that blank face, and it stared back. Pauses like these were the most unsettling. When the client had first contacted her several months ago, she thought it was some strange prank, or a test of loyalties by the Emperor, but that kind of subterfuge wasn't Ron Fel's style. When the client had always suggested that she take a Star Destroyer and patrol near Wayland, she'd made an excuse and done so, all the while wondering what surprise lay in store. Now that question was answered, and it raised many more. We are sure the Emperor will appreciate the information you will give him, the client said. He'll appreciate you? As well he should. Ron Fel was no master of manipulation, but he wasn't a fool either. He trusts Calixte as much as she trusted her mysterious benefactor. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. The Empire is in your debt. I'll attach our orbital readings to the end of this data stream. We are grateful. Please contact us again when you've gathered more complete information. Of course. I look forward to our next conversation. Is there anything else? Not for the moment. Very well. Goodbye for now. With a few taps on the console, Calixte uploaded the destroyer's first round of sensor scans, sent them through the stream, then killed the signal. The blank face disappeared, but she scowled at the dark air where it had just been. Calixte would never trust anyone without a name or real face, but she'd play along until she found out her client's secrets and found a way to use them. And then she'd get rid of them. That was what she did, use and discard, as Nina Calixte and Morgan Cord both. Cole had never understood that, but then, Jedi rarely did. Their mystic force wrapped them up in lofty lies and prevented them from recognizing how the galaxy worked. It was why, despite all their good intentions and noble aims, they did as much harm as good. They were always victims of their own delusions. There were none of those for Nina Calixte. Cole Skywalker, the son, and the life he'd represented were distractions. They'd never been anything else. She'd be relieved once he was gone. Chapter 2. The first explosions burst like gold flowers over the bronze curve of Terminus Dale side. Seen from a distance, they were a beautiful sight, not just for the vividness of their color, but for the fact that they marked the commencement of the planet's long-awaited conquest. For Relic Kaysharn and the Nagai armies he commanded, there was nothing more beautiful than this. Tall and lean humanoids, recognizable for their pure white skin and black hair, the Nagai race hailed from a distant star cluster and had been honed by their enemies into a society of warriors. Over a century ago, they'd been chased from their homeworld into the territory of the then nascent New Republic. They'd fought hard to secure some worlds for themselves on the galaxy's outer rim, then reluctantly submitted to the Republic. Over time, as generations passed, they had settled into a peaceful existence. They started to forget the old ways. Relic Kaysharn was set on changing that. Over the past 2 years, his armies had swept across the Seijo sector, seizing worlds for the Nagai. Terminus was the center of the neighboring Kalia sector, and unlike the sparsely populated backwaters the Nagai had conquered thus far, it was a hub of industry and trade. The Galactic Alliance, sitting distant on Coruscant, would not be able to ignore this conquest. For the moment, Terminus' meager defense fleet was all that stood in front of the Nagai. From the bridge of his flagship Kadath, the warlord watched his forces engage the locals. To the Terminus defenders, the Nagai fleet must have looked like a hodgepodge collection of cobbled-together ships, no two of the same design. Their attacks were fast and fierce with no discernible strategy save a succession of hit-and runs that left the defenders beleaguered and the Nagai barely scathed. It was the way the Nagai had fought last century when they menaced the New Republic. Kaysharn had studied the old conquests and learned everything he could from them. The more difficult task had been gathering the Nagai clans, solved from over 100 years of peace, and forging them into a killing force. Many had told him it couldn't be done, But Yuuzhan had never doubted he'd succeed. From childhood he possessed a sense of destiny, inexplicable given his low-caste birth, but he followed it unerringly. He'd always found it easy to read the emotions of other Nagai, and by sensing their doubts and convictions he'd been able to manipulate them as needed. He enjoyed the manipulation just as he enjoyed the beautiful explosions now flashing constantly over Terminus. An entire fleet was his to command, thousands and thousands of lives his to spare or destroy. He never felt more alive than during moments like these. "Captain," he called to the Kadath's commanding officer, "tell our fleet group to prepare to engage. We shouldn't let the other clans claim all the victory." "Gladly, Warlord," the captain said. Yuuzhan could feel the bridge crew bristle with energy. The battle was going well so far, and like their warlord, they wanted to claim their piece of it. As Yuuzhan surveyed the tactical display, deciding where to strike next, a spread of yellow markers appeared at the edge of Terminus orbit. The markers flashed and turned red, and the ship's captain reported, "Warlord, a Galactic Alliance fleet has just entered the system." Yuuzhan crossed his arms over his chest. "Just as expected. Captain, we have our target. Tell the fleet group to engage at will." The Nagai that fell on the newly arrived Alliance fleet attacked with impressive ferocity. Their strange, mismatched ships swarmed like piranha beetles against the larger force, hitting and running and hitting again. It was an impressive performance that turned the tactical display aboard the flagship Indomitable into a dizzying mess of ever-moving reds and greens, but they studied the Nagai's attack strategies before coming here and devised a countermeasure. Captain Jaius Yorub really hoped it worked. He glanced away from the holo at the fleet's commander, Admiral Gar Stasi. The tall green-skinned Duro had his eyes on the forward viewport. Space ahead of their MiG-140 Scythe class cruiser was a constant riot of explosive bursts. Right now the Alliance ship's powerful shields were absorbing most of the Nagai attacks, but they'd wear down in time. Stasi turned away from the viewport and told his Celestin captain, "Have all capital ships tighten formation, maximum level. Begin launching all starfighters." "Yes, sir," Yorub said, and quickly relayed the orders. Admiral Stasi was one of the Alliance's most capable officers, and Yorub was proud to serve under him, but sometimes he could be aggravatingly unpredictable. The battle plan, as they discussed it earlier, had been to pull their capital ships into a dangerously tight formation that would give the Nagai little space to maneuver between them, and to do it fast, before the Nagai could engage. The battle group that had fallen on them had done it lightning fast, and Stasi had let the fighting start before giving the order to close formation. Whether that delay would help or hinder them, Yorub didn't know. With the Nagai ships already thick between them, the Alliance vessels had a difficult time tightening formation. The Nagai seemed to spot their strategy and did their best to prevent their movement, but as Yorub watched the tactical holo, he saw the swarms of starfighters spilling out of the Alliance ships rush to engage. Nagai ships were fast and maneuverable, but by keeping between the Alliance vessels they'd effectively boxed themselves in. The Alliance starfighters, a mix of CF-9 Crossfire interceptors, X-38 twin-tail space superiority fighters, and old D-wing bombers, had an easy time taking down the Nagai ships. One by one, red markers winked out on the holo display, and the Alliance started closing the gaps in formation while the depleted Nagai withdrew to a position outside the Alliance fleet. Admiral Stasi had done it again. "I just wish you'd tell me in advance," the Celestin muttered to the taller Duro. Stasi favored with Captain with a tight smile. There was nothing to tell. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Stasi had a lot of those. It made for generally good results in battle but didn't do much for Yorub's peace of mind. Still a favorable trade, even if it didn't always feel like one. With the capital ships pulled close together, they'd essentially forced the Nagai to lay siege on a stationary target, something their ships were ill-suited for. On the Admiral's orders, the starfighters held position around the edges of the Alliance formation, defending against Nagai attacks but refusing to take the bait and chase them away from friendly lines. This could drag on for a long time, Yorub told the Admiral. "I'm aware, but at least we've split their forces." Yorub gestured to the tactical holo. Most of the Nagai are still attacking the planet. We're not in position to help them. Do you think it's time to call in our friends? Stasi tapped his chin thoughtfully. If the Nagai were going to call in reinforcements, I'd imagine they'd do so in the next few minutes. Let's wait it out to see if they draw any in. Our ships can't hold that long. I'm not sure the Terminus ships can. If this fight goes bad, Admiral, they'll blame us for not helping them like we're supposed to. I'm aware. My orders stand, Captain. Just a few more minutes. The Alliance advance toward the planet had been halted, but Relic Kaysharn felt no hint of triumph. They balled up their heavy cruisers in a dangerously tight defensive formation, which had succeeded in neutralizing the Nagai's ability to perform fast hit-and-run attacks. Rather than charge forward toward Terminus and help the local defenders, the Alliance had elected to hold formation and position at the outer edge of the planet's orbit. It was almost like they were waiting for something, Kaysharn thought. No, they were waiting for reinforcements. It came to him in a flash. Not intuition but simple knowledge, inexplicable but certain like a vision of the future. That kind of certainty came to Kaysharn from time to time, usually in the heat of battle, and he'd learned not to doubt it. The only question was what to do with it. He wouldn't play into the Alliance's hands, and he wouldn't waste time. The main priority was to take Terminus, and if the Alliance wasn't going to engage him in outer orbit, he'd force them to break formation and fight him closer to the planet. Captain, he called, pull all ships back. Tell the entire battle group to reinforce the attack on Terminus. Yes, Warlord. The captain began relaying a series of specific orders, and Kaysharn turned his attention to the viewport. He watched as the formation of Alliance ships panned away and was replaced by stars, which was in turn replaced by the yellow-brown orb of Terminus. Kadath and the other Nagai ships accelerated toward it at maximum speed. Smaller vessels darted eagerly ahead of the flagship and joined the other Nagai ships in breaking what was left of Terminus defenders. Kaysharn looked back at the tactical display. The Alliance ships were loosening formation as they accelerated to give chase, but still kept a fairly tight wedge. The Nagai ships were faster, and once the Alliance got close enough to engage, they'd be forced to combat the combined strength of all the Nagai battle groups. Then more fresh lights appeared on the holo, yellow flashing to red. They looked about as numerous as the hostiles giving chase. More Alliance ships? Asked Kaysharn. No, Warlord. The tactical officer shook her head. Our sensors marked them as Imperial. Kaysharn was not used to being surprised, and he struggled to keep the shock off his face. The Galactic Empire was no longer galaxy-spanning, but it was neither the Imperial remnant it had once been called. Over the past 40 years, it had gradually expanded territory, not through conquest but by voluntarily luring systems away from the Alliance. This had produced increasing tension between Coruscant and Bastion, even though both governments were still nominal allies. At this time, its space was about one-third the size of the Alliance's, still a vast domain. Terminus, however, was on the exact opposite side of the galaxy from Imperial space, and Kaysharn had never expected them to form a cooperative pact with the Alliance, especially in a fight that was so far away and didn't involve them directly. Apparently, the Empire was looking to expand its reputation as a galactic peacekeeper. It was the only explanation Kaysharn could think of, and he couldn't allow himself to dwell on it any further. As the Alliance followed them back to Terminus, the Imperials were cutting in from an angle. They clearly planned to interpose themselves between Kaysharn's battle group and the ones closer to the planet, but now they had no choice but to join the fight over Terminus. Nagai, local, Alliance, and Imperial ships would all be tossed together in a gigantic brawl. Those were the kinds of battles the Nagai were good at. They were the kind Kaysharn savored. He spun to face his bridge crew and called, "All ships, full ahead. Let them chase us. Let them come. We are Nagai warriors, and we will smash whatever they throw at us." He drew the ceremonial knife from his belt and stabbed it at the ceiling. The crew pumped fists and cheered, enraptured by just a few words. He could almost feel his enthusiasm, his battle lust, bleeding into the hearts of his crew. Relic K-Sharn smiled hungrily and turned back to the viewport to watch the lovely battle unfold. When discussing how to stop the Nagai offensive at Terminus, Admiral Stasi and his Imperial counterpart had considered at length the best way to deal with the fast, chaotic attacks the Outer Rim Raiders were known for. They'd agreed to try and split the Nagai into smaller battle groups and overwhelm the separate pieces with superior firepower. The last thing they wanted was for their two fleets crewed by beings unfamiliar with each other's tactics to be thrown together and forced to fight to Nagai in one big frenzy. That was, unfortunately, exactly what had happened. It was easy enough for the Imperial and Alliance ships to tell each other apart. Organic-looking Mon Calamari cruisers and wedge-shaped Star Destroyers were hard to miss, but once they were drawn into the same zone to fight the same enemy, all coherent tactics broke down. TIE Predators and Crossfires nearly collided as they chased Nagai fighters. One saber-toothed Mon Cal frigate accidentally sprayed an Imperial counterpart with the broadside turbolaser volley while both tried to squeeze out a Nagai corvette. Part of the problem, Jais Yorub decided, was that the Nagai seemed to have no method to their madness, and that meant the Imperial and Alliance ships couldn't have a method either. Yorub knew that, for all their apparent disorder, there had to be some flagship command in the Nagai. While Admiral Stasi did his best to manage the battle at the tactical station, Yorub went over to the communications section. "How are we doing at monitoring Nagai comms?" Yorub asked the lieutenant, a four-armed tomb. "Still can't break their encryptions, Captain. Have you been able to map traffic patterns?" "We're trying, but they're very decentralized." "Can you show me?" The tomb tapped on his control panel with one pair of hands. A small hollow image appeared in front of them, showing a static collection of dots connected by tracer lines to form a convoluted mesh of light. "Line thickness denotes frequency," the lieutenant said. "We haven't been able to mark a single broadcast that's gone out from one ship to the rest of the fleet." Yorub studied the holo carefully and tried to shut out the clamor of the surrounding battle. He noticed about a half-dozen light markers that seemed to sprout out thick lines, marking them as communications hubs. Nagai society was apparently divided into clans and castes, and the Alliance's limited intelligence on these raiders suggested they were more a confederation than a solid army. He began tracing the thinner lines sprouting out from those communications hubs, and found one spot of light that seemed to connect with them all. "Can you mark this ship on our main holo?" Yorub stabbed a finger at it. I can patch it over to tactical, Captain." "Do it." He patted the lieutenant on the back and hurried over to the tactical station, where Admiral Stasi was talking to his Imperial counterpart. Yorub ignored them for the moment and asked the section lieutenant, "Have you gotten the data feed from comm?" "Yes, sir." "They've denoted a ship. Can you patch that into the holo and mark it?" "I'll try, sir." The young Pantoran's blue hands dashed across her keypad. A few seconds later, a gold corona appeared around one red marker on the holo. "What have you found, Jais?" asked Admiral Stasi, conversation with the Imperial apparently done. "I think I've marked the enemy flagship, sir." In a battle like this, there was no point in hesitating. Stasi didn't ask Yorub to explain his method. He just asked, "Are you sure?" "It's our best shot, Admiral." "Lieutenant," Stasi told the Pantoran, "designate Mon Jezel, Mon Sepper, and all accompanying fighter groups to attack that ship." "Yes, sir." As the lieutenant went to work, Stasi stepped back and took a steadying breath. Yorub sidled next to him and asked, "Should we inform the Imperials, sir?" "Not yet, Jais. I'm hoping to claim this one for ourselves." Relic K-Sharn had gained to success as a warlord thanks to his ferocity, his ambition, his charisma, and perhaps most of all to his willingness to follow his sudden bursts of knowledge. Feelings or hunches to lesser beings, but not to him. Normally these bursts of illumination came when he'd thrown himself fully into fighting, and they guided him like instincts to one victory after another. This time knowledge came as a clenching dread in his stomach. That took him by surprise, because the battle had been going so well, and surprise made him hesitate where he normally wouldn't. He therefore gave evasive orders only seconds before the Alliance ship started bearing down on Kadath with all weapons blazing. The two nearest Mon Cal ships, one heavy frigate with two ventral fins jutting beneath its nose like fangs, one cruiser with a single side-like structure bisected by the bow, attacked Kadath from either side. At the same time, crossfire interceptors and D-wing bombers began making attack runs, nibbling at the Nagai flagship's shields and taking out weapon emplacements with well-placed turbolaser volleys. The battle elsewhere was going well, but none of that would matter if the Alliance took out Yuuzhan and his ship. The warlord was ready to burst with anger as he shouted, "Captain, call all nearby ships to defend us." The captain and Kadath's crew complied, but the two Mon Cal vessels had them effectively boxed in on either flank. Yuuzhan ordered Helm to put more power to engines and push them ahead, but a flight of D-wings swooped down and unleashed a wave of concussion missiles. The forward shields were barely able to contain them. An explosive scatter across the shields blinded the viewport view for nearly a minute. As Kadath struggled ahead, the Mon Cal ships continued their broadside barrages. Nagai ships, even new and powerful ones like Yuuzhan's, simply weren't powerful enough to slug it out with the heavy Alliance cruiser, let alone two of them. As Kadath finally started pulling away from them, a series of explosions somewhere on the ship rocked the bridge so hard even Yuuzhan was thrown off his feet. He immediately scrambled upright and barked, "Report." "They've just knocked out at shields," the captain snarled. "Engine 2 is down." Yuuzhan swore and looked out the forward viewport to see another Mon Cal cruiser bearing down on them. Somehow the Alliance had marked his ship as a target. They'd marked him as a target, and were sparing no effort in taking him out. Through his anger he felt a touch of pride, but didn't savor it. They might take his ship, but he refused to let them take him. His entire life had been leading to this campaign. From the start he'd known he was meant for something great. He had knowledge, charisma, and ambition that had set him apart from the others. He had a destiny and he wasn't going to let anyone steal it from him. "Begin a self-destruct countdown," Yuuzhan said. He didn't even shout, but the words stunned the frantic bridge crew into silence. "Everyone who can, evacuate ship. The battle isn't over and we are not defeated. Not yet." Indomitable was on the edge of the combat zone and battling a trio of fast Nagai frigates, so Captain Yuuzhan failed to see the death of the enemy flagship with his own eyes. He did, however, spot its halo marker wink out on the tactical display, along with the green lights indicating both Mon Jessel and Mon Sepper. Standing beside him, Admiral Stasi swore. "Blast. What happened? Tactical." The Pantoran squinted at her console. "That frigate seems to have self-destructed." "Did we lose our cruisers completely?" asked Yuuzhan. The lieutenant shook her head. "They took heavy damage, but they should be salvageable. We can't spare cleanup crews now. They'd be cut to pieces in this fray," Stasi said. Yuuzhan wanted to object, but the Admiral was right. There seemed little hope of recovering those crew immediately. At least the destruction of their flagship should throw the Nagai into chaos. "Sirs," the comm lieutenant called, "we're getting a hail from the Imperial flagship." "Patch it over here," Stasi said, and a moment later an insert holo appeared beneath the tactical display. "You called, Admiral Veed." "What did we just see, Admiral Stasi?" the beady-eyed human said. "It looked like a self-destruct." "The enemy flagship has been eliminated," the Duro said. "Not the way I was hoping, but it's down." Veed frowned. "You're certain it was their flagship? How did you identify it?" "We have to be prepared for anything now." Stasi sidestepped the question. "Concentrate on securing Terminus first. Once the planet is safe, then we can chase down runners." "If they run at all," said Veed. "These aliens are fierce fighters. Is there anything else you should tell me about, Admiral?" "Nothing for the moment." V shut off the connection without another word. "Prickly, isn't he?" muttered Yuuzhan. "You know these Imperial types," Stasi said. "Still convinced they are running the galaxy, after 150 years. You'd think some people would learn to take a hint." Yuuzhan looked back at the tactical holo. A few Nagai ships started to peel away from the planet, the first signs of a possible retreat. He felt his spirits lift. Lucky we're all on the same side nowadays. Quite, said Stasi dryly. Tactical, give all ships a hail. Tell them to let runners run and focus on clearing lower orbit of Nagai ships. We came here to save the planet, and people of Terminus need to know the Galactic Alliance always keeps its word. As Kadath self-destructed in a blinding inferno, Relic Kasharn pivoted his starfighter around to get one final look at his death. The vessel had been with him since he led the first Nagai Crusaders off their pitiful colony on Seijo, and grief for his loss was tempered by the sight of its explosive charges enveloping the two adjacent Mon Cal cruisers, tearing scorched holes into their hull and spilling out wreckage that mixed freely with what was left of the Nagai ship. He could spare only a second's glance. The battle still raged on all sides, and his crusaders needed leadership. His was in one of 24 trident-shaped starfighters that had fled Kadath before his destruction, and he sent a signal to the other pilots to take formation around him. As the fighters swarmed to his side, he tapped out another signal to the leading ships in his fleet, announcing that he was alive and that they should keep up the battle. He ordered that priority was to be placed on overwhelming and destroying the Alliance flagship. Blood for blood was the only justice. With their clear-set top-down command structure and fondness for big, heavy flagships, it wasn't hard to spot the side-fronted Mon Calamari cruiser. Kasharn directed all his fighters to attack it and was joined by a motley rush of gunships, corvettes, and frigates that made their runs on the ship and did what Nagai warriors did best, overwhelm its defenses with fast hit-and-run attacks. More fighters incoming, Warlord, a pilot warned. Crossfire Santais. Peel your squadron back and take them. Everyone else, continue the attack. Kasharn barely noticed as some of his fighters darted off to engage. Rage over losing Kadath filled him, and he let it fill him. He'd learned a long time ago that there was great power in rage. His instinct, his blessed knowledge, came to him in a rush, and he always knew exactly what he had to do to deal the greatest damage to his enemies. He led his fighters into a steep dive, splattering laser fire over the Mon Cal ship's heavy shields. They dove in love, just above the shield barrier, too close for the defensive turbo lasers to hit, then veered away and unleashed more laser fire at the top of the cruiser's nose-mounted side. To compensate for his easy target profile, that section of the ship was heavily shielded and heavily armed, and more defensive cannons swung to spray green plasma in Kasharn's face. He heard a few screams from his pilots who failed to evade but paid no attention. He let rage and instinct guide him, and he sent out a pair of concussion missiles that managed to slip through the overwhelmed shields and impact on the hull, just as he knew they would. Their explosion ignited the plasma stores for a series of turbolaser batteries, resulting in a greater fireball that tore off the entire tip of the scythe and weakened shields over the rest of the ship. All fighters attack. Kasharn cried. Follow me. Put all firepower on the bridge. The command decks of these Mon Cal cruisers were always camouflaged on their organic, asymmetric hulls, for the exact reason of preventing a full-on attack. Yet once more, Kasharn's knowledge came to him through his rage. He spun his fighter around its broken side and cut across its superstructure. Knowledge told him which bulge against the hull was the command station, and he dove on it, cannons blaring. The other ships following his lead, the starfighters, frigates, gunships, marked his target, and once he finished spraying laser fire on his reinforced shields, they added volleys of their own. Kasharn cut past the cruisers aft and wheeled around for another pass, certain that in minutes his ships would overwhelm the bridge shields. With their commander dead, the Alliance forces would be broken, and then he would deal with the Imperials, and then he could claim Terminus, and then his people would be united as never before by the pride of having defeated the two greatest war machines in the galaxy. Something smashed into his fighter and sent him spinning. No knowledge, no warning, not that time. Kasharn swore and struggling with the controls, and just when he brought his fighter out of his spiral, his viewport filled with a splash of red laser fire from some Alliance snub fighter. His shields caught them, but only for a second. Then his ship shook so hard his head smashed against the cockpit frame. He heard his helmet crack on impact, then saw nothing, felt nothing, not even rage. When the Nagai frigate off their starboard flank burst into flames, Captain Europe finally started to breathe again. For a handful of horrible minutes, it had seemed like Indomitable was doomed. He had no idea how the Nagai had marked the flagship's command deck, but they concentrated as much firepower as possible on it, bringing its shields to their breaking point. Then, just as suddenly, their attack formations had scattered, confused, and that gave an opening to the ships, both Alliance and Imperial, rushing to help Indomitable. The Nagai frigate, the largest one attacking, found itself pinned between the Mon Cal cruiser and an Imperial Star Destroyer. It went down in minutes. In his relief, Yorub didn't notice the rest of the battle until the tactical lieutenant pointed it out. "Sirs," the Pantoran said, "more Nagai ships are breaking away." "Are they fleeing into hyperspace?" asked Stasi. "Some are. Others are lingering at the edge of the battle zone. It's like they suddenly lost the will to fight," Yorub said. "I don't understand it." "Neither do I, but I don't see a trap in this," said Stasi. "We need to press the advantage while we have it." "Agreed. Lieutenant, tell the Imperials they have our personal thanks, and that it's time to start cleaning up this mess." "With pleasure, Captain." Yorub still didn't understand what had turned the tide, but he was grateful. Over the next hour, the Nagai ship slipped away from the battle zone and jumped into hyperspace, mostly on a vector toward their main colonies in the Seijo sector. Only a few tried to fight to the end, but against superior numbers and firepower, they didn't last long. Soon, all that was left over Terminus was a motley but victorious mix of local, Alliance, and Imperial ships, along with a huge amount of scattered wreckage that was starting to drift in solid orbit around the planet. Cleanup from today's battle would take weeks, but Indomitable's job, at least, was finished. "The Empire is thoroughly grateful for your assistance in this matter," the Imperial commander, Veed, told Stasi after it was done. The Duro favored his holo with a tiny nod. "And we are grateful for your assistance, Admiral. Perhaps our governments will cooperate again sometime?" "Perhaps. We will avail ourselves of local repair facilities before we begin the long trip back to the Imperial space, with Alliance permission." He added the last as an afterthought. "It's the least we could do for your assistance," Stasi said, very politely. When the holo shut off, Yorub stepped close to the Admiral and shook his head. "I know it's poor form to act ungrateful to your allies, but I'd be fine with not cooperating with the Imperials again." A smile twitched on Stasi's green face. "I don't expect you'll have to worry about it too much. Their actions here will allow the Imperials to posture as respectable peacekeepers for quite some time. I'm sure Veed is already calculating how to present his side as having really won the battle." "I can't wait to hear about it." The Admiral's smile wilted. "Still, I can't help the feeling that we both got lucky. There's so much about these Nagai raiders we simply don't understand." "Do you think we'll be going to the Seijo sector to finish them off?" "Quite likely. I think." "Admiral," the communications lieutenant said, "we're receiving a hail from Fleet Command." "Excellent timing. Put him on." The next hollow image to appear was of an old Quarren, with rough wrinkled skin and gnarled tentacles dangling from his face. "Congratulations on your success, Admiral Stasi," Supreme Commander Lekwash began. "Thank you, sir." The Duro dipped his head in a slight bow. "The Nagai fleet has completely exited the Terminus system. We believe most of the raiders have fallen back to the Seijo sector." "I understand. The Imperials still in system. They'll need time to repair their fleet before withdrawing. So will we. These Nagai are fierce fighters." "Indeed. Admiral, I want you to delegate 2 cruisers to remain at Terminus as a guard against future incursions. Otherwise, the rest of your ships should be prepared to return to the core." That surprised Yorub, and the Admiral too, but Stasi kept it off his face. "Are we to leave the Seijo sector under Nagai control?" "We will deal with the Nagai when it's appropriate. Right now we'd like as many ships available as possible." "May I ask for what purpose?" Lekwash's face tentacles twitched. "A lot has happened while you were putting out brush fires. Something had gone wrong with the Asas project." Stasi stiffened. Yorub knew he'd been following the attempted reclamation of Duro closely. "What has gone wrong?" The Vong forming that was supposed to repair their ecosystems has had the opposite effect. They're more uninhabitable now than ever before. Many settlers who've gone back have been killed. Others have been infected with Vong spores of some kind. Is this happening on all the planets? The situation is developing, but yes, it seems that all of the Vong foreign planets have been despoiled, except for Ossus. Curious, Stasi said, and nothing else. I can't tell you more at this time. Do you know how long it will take to repair your ships? No, and I'm not sure how damaged the facilities at Terminus are, but I'll aim to be back in the core in 10 days. We should know more then, Lekwash said. Thank you for your service, Admiral. I look forward to seeing you again. The holo shut off. Stasi lowered his head in silence, but Yorub could hear whispers rustling across the sudden hush of the bridge. He looked around and saw the Duros, a Falling, a Tynan, two Ithorians, all beings who, like Stasi, had grown up on far-flung colonies while their homeworlds sat ruined by a century-old Vong forming. The Jedi and their Ossus project had offered hope to all those exiled communities, and now that hope had been dashed in the worst way. No, Yorub thought, the worst was yet to come. Another Yuuzhan Vong War, he whispered. Do you think it's possible? Perhaps. We should have never trusted them. Perhaps, Stasi repeated, then drew himself straight. Captain, please oversee cleanup duties. I'll be in my quarters. Yes, sir. Yorub snapped to salute, but the Admiral didn't see it. His back was already turned. When Stasi stepped off the bridge, Yorub realized the eyes of the crew were all on him. There was fear and shock in them, the thrill of victory entirely swept away. They needed something, but it was nothing Yorub could give. Inspiration speeches were the Admiral's forte, and he wasn't able to give them now either. So he took a breath and started giving orders. There was a lot of post-battle cleanup that needed to be done, and in doing it, some of them might take their minds off the old wound reopen. It wasn't much, but it was all he could do to help. The repair facilities here on Terminus took damage from the fighting, and repairs might be slow, Morlish Veed said. It may take as much as 2 weeks to get back to Imperial space. Don't feel you have to rush, Emperor Ron Fell told the Admiral's wavering blue holo-image. We will follow the Vong forming situation closely, and decide our course carefully. It was wise not to let them try their experiment on any off-worlds, Veed said. The Alliance has reaped what is sown. The Empire should take part in the retribution. Standing in the communications chamber in his citadel on Bastion, Ron suppressed a sigh. Veed was nakedly ambitious, and had pressed hard to lead a battle group to the galaxy's opposite rim to subdue the Nagai Raiders. Ron had agreed, mostly because the Empire's putting down far-flung regional disturbances was a low-cost way to enhance his prestige. What retribution would you have in mind, Admiral? The Vong will have to be punished. Even in the holo-image you could see the hungry light in V's eyes. If the Jedi will not allow it, or if there's even a hint that they were involved in this treachery, they'll have to be punished too. Ron crossed his arms over his chest. What form of punishment? The Vong should be been exterminated a century ago. If the Jedi don't give up Zanima Second's location, someone will have to make them do so. The extermination of planets and species was what the old Empire did, Admiral. That is not the Empire my father and grandfather made. Furthermore, the Alliance will lead the response to this crisis. Their worlds were despoiled, not ours. You know as well as I do the Alliance will dither. It took them months to muster a response to the Nagai. The Empire has a chance to take swift, decisive action in the name of justice and order. That will be my decision to make. And the Moff Councils. Yes, and the Moff Councils. Your duty, Admiral, is to make sure your battle group is properly recovered, then return your people safely to Imperial space. Is that understood? Completely, Majesty. Is there anything else? Not for now. Do your duty, Admiral. Veed gave a salute, then killed the connection. Ron had no doubt he was already planning to get back to Bastion as soon as possible and press for a harsh attack on the Vong. As commander of the Imperial Navy, he had a seat on the Moff's High Council, and would no doubt try to nudge Roan into another war. Moff Geist, head of the army, would surely join him, though Roan counted on the current Grand Admiral, Finn Kalak, and Moff Russ of the Imperial mission to join his side in offering prudence. Politics was a calculated and tiring game, and sometimes Roan grew sick of it. It had been 27 years since he succeeded his father as emperor. That meant all of his adult life. In that time, he successfully promoted the peaceful expansion of the empire. Military campaigns, such as the one against the Nagai, had always been undertaken selectively and often in conjunction with the Alliance. After growing up in his father's war-torn reign, Roan Fel had made victory without war the Empire's priority. An attack on the Vong would be something else entirely. The location of their homeworld Zanamas Sekhet was a secret carefully guarded by the Jedi, who championed their integration into the galaxy for 100 years, and with particular strength since Cole Skywalker came on the Jedi Council. Now their righteous stance might destroy them. Veed and nearly everyone else quickly assumed the devastation on those Vong-formed worlds was an act of deliberate malice by the Yuuzhan Vong themselves, but Roan was unsure. The Jedi were not fools, nor were they given to wanton destruction. If just one world had been ruined, he'd suspect a rogue shaper or honest error, but to have 100 worlds devastated, all of the Vong-formed planets except Ossus itself, was almost too damning. He could find no good explanation for it. Roan had yet to speak to anyone on the Jedi Council since the news came down the Masters were expectedly busy, but he would arrange a meeting when he could. And if the Jedi did not have an explanation for what had happened, it would be much harder to stay the aggressors on Moff Council. In truth, he wasn't sure that he should. With an uneasy mind, Roan stalked out of his communications chamber and through the halls of the Imperial Palace. He'd ordered its construction at the start of his reign, requesting a building that recalled the best years of the long-gone Old Republic rather than that of the Empire at its infamous height. As a result, it was stately instead of grim, with wide corridors, marble stone walls, and plenty of natural light. His Imperial Knights possessed their own academy building adjacent to the palace. Its exterior had a matching Baroque style, but the interior decor was more minimalist. The Knights were royal servants and soldiers, but they still adhered to the ascetic tradition of the Jedi in many ways. Roan made his way down so familiar halls to one of the training centers located on the ground floor. He came here instinctively, drawn by the Force and the confluence of three minds he felt from a distance. The black tension in his chest eased a little at the sight of all them standing on the practice mat, the three women who meant the most to him in the galaxy. His wife Elia Chalk Fel, Empress and First Knight, wore a loose gray dress and stood at the edge of mat with her arms crossed. Fel came up behind her, and without looking over her shoulder, she sent him a slight nudge in the Force and an urging to stay silent. On the mat were an old woman and a very young one. Princess Marasia Fel, dressed in a white belted tunic recalling that of a Jedi Padawan, sat cross-legged with her eyes closed in a classic meditation pose. Roan watched her carefully. He saw her fingers twitch as they clasped her knees, saw one eye threaten to open. Marasia was just 10 years old. Concentration was hard for her. Seated across from the princess in a mirror pose was her grandmother and namesake. The Empress Dowager was a small woman with still long hair gone white. A former fight pilot turned Jedi, Imperial Knight, and ultimately Empress Marasia Valter Fel nowadays brought back memories of Roan's grandmother. Like Jaina Solo, she had capped a long, busy, and sometimes tragic life by becoming mentor to the newest generation. Grandmother and granddaughter faced each other with a meter of space between them. A single metal staff sat like a barrier in its center. Lined up with the staff, closer to the Empress Dowager, were 7 flex for brick balls. Roan and Elia watched as their daughter found concentration enough to lift the staff in the air. It hung horizontally between the two sitting figures at face level, though both kept their eyes closed. With her own touch of the Force, the old woman picked up one ball and swung it through the air. The princess sensed its approach and spun the staff to block it. The ball plopped harmlessly onto the mat. The staff remained in midair. The old woman picked up the next ball and threw it at her granddaughter. Again, the younger Marasia shifted the staff in her invisible grip to deflect it. The strain showed on the girl's face, but she blocked a third ball, and then a fourth. Silently, Elia reached out and squeezed her husband's hand. The fifth ball got through and popped the princess in the right cheek. She immediately yelped and her staff clattered to the ground. She rubbed her face and pouted like a child. That hurt. Her grandmother picked up the closest ball and squeezed it with her small hands. Nothing that will leave a mark. I got 4 though, didn't I? Marejia looked up and noticed her parents for the first time. That's 2 more than last time, right? It's a marked improvement, her grandmother said. Congratulations. Marejia got to their feet and exchanged from the waist bows, signifying the match was over. The girl still seemed to itch with energy, and Elia told her she could go to the practice room next door and get in work handling the training swords. As his daughter hurried off, Ron allowed a swell of pride that was welcome relief from the day's troubles. She has a way to go, the elder Marejia said, but she's young. Younger than you are when we started training, added Elia. She looked at her husband. Well, is there any good news? V's mission to Terminus was a success. The Nagai Raiders are smashed. I'm sure he'll be back soon to brag about it. Anything else, good or bad? He crossed his arms over his chest. Nothing to speak of. Everyone's still scrambling to respond over what's happening to the Vong worlds, but no one's done anything yet. They will, and we know what they'll do, Elia said. The only question is whether the Jedi will stand with the Vong or step aside. Unless they're given a compelling reason to do otherwise, the Jedi will stand firm. Maricia's tone was melancholy, though she spent her whole life in the Empire. She trained in the Force before Ron's father had created the Imperial Knights. She understood Jedi ways better Ron or his wife could. That could be suicide, Elia said. Perhaps. The Jedi have a weakness for lost causes. Marejia looked to her son. You should contact Asis. They've not reached out to us. I know, and that's all the more reason. Figure out where they stand. Tell them where we stand. Meet with your uncle and Cole Skywalker if you can. Cole Skywalker is already a busy man, said Ron. Earlier today he'd read the report from Moff Calixte detailing how she'd recovered the Jedi Master, Ron's distant cousin, from a crippled shuttle over ruined Wayland. But you're right. We need to keep communication open. We don't want the Jedi to become enemies. Do you think it will come to a war? Asked Elia. I don't know. Anything is possible. He put a hand on her shoulder. If I'm to meet with the Jedi, you should go to Hapes. She nodded. Though she was now Empress and First Knight, she'd been born a Happen noble. Her whole family, save her brother Hagram, had been wiped out by the Happen Sith Queen, and the Empire had been both her refuge and her place to make a new life. Hapes had changed much since the destruction of Queen Sarissa and her Sith. The old aristocracy was gone, and the 63 worlds had been shepherded into a surprisingly functional democracy under the guidance of Ron's cousin Alana. For her role in that liberation struggle, Elia was welcome and honored on her former homeworld. What should I do there? She asked. Talk to their leadership and others you know. Sound out their position. Encourage them, very strongly, to stay neutral in whatever lies ahead. I don't think that will be too difficult, Elia said. The Happen military had been savaged in the war 30 years ago and never fully rebuilt. Make sure they know our stance as well. And what is our stance? Ron exhaled. We hold the line. When I came to power, I pledged victory without war. My father never broke his promises, nor did my grandfather. I won't be the first fell emperor to go back on his word. He meant what he said, but deep down, a quiet and frightened part of Ron Fell wondered whether the Empire's fate was really in his hands at all. Stars spread out forever, drifting across his plane of vision, something winking out and winking on when drifting debris hit them from sight. The subtle darkening made the stars seem weak and inconstant, the darkness vast and eternal. Relic Kasharn waited to be taken, but it wouldn't be long now. He remained in his broken, drifting fighter, too weak to move. The explosion that had crippled his ship had impacted the cockpit, smashing in one ribcage without tearing the vacuum seal of his flight suit. He wished the suit had torn, wished that the impact that had knocked him unconscious had succeeded in shattering the faceplate of his helmet. As it was, he stared through nail-thin fractures at the stars, felt agonizing pain from his internal injuries, and waited to die. It was hard to even summon anger now. It would do him no good. All his ambition and aims, the great goals he'd been sure he'd accomplish, had flashed tantalizingly before him. Now they were impossibly distant. His people would be smashed into submission by the Alliance and the Imperials. His nascent interstellar empire would be dismantled, and he would die in cold space, then drift forever, forgotten. He should have raged at it, but in the end, he was too weak, too tired. All that was left to do was give up. He still had strength in his right hand. He could unseal the latch on his helmet and invite freeze and vacuum in. It would not be a pleasant way to die, but it would be swift. That was something. Better than bleeding inside or starving slowly. Then a bright light erased the black. He squinted into it, wondering if this was a hallucination, brought on as a herald of death. He raised his right hand to shield his eyes, and made out the hard angles of a spaceship floating dead ahead of him. A rescue vessel, he thought, but not a Nagai one. The Imperials or Alliance were combing the wreckage, looking for survivors. He'd never let them take him prisoner. That decided him. Still squinting into the light, he reached to the rim of his helmet. His hand froze. He willed it to move, willed himself to die, but his hand simply would not budge. His entire body refused to obey him as the recovery vessel dragged his broken fighter into its maw. Bright light enveloped him on all sides, blinding him, and he couldn't even close his eyes. Once he was fully inside the ship, the invisible grip released him. Removing his helmet would do no good now. He spotted a few dark-suited figures bareheaded in the corner of the hangar, still hard to make out in the all-consuming glare. And then a figure was dead in front of him, perched on the wrecked nose of his starfighter, peering at him through the shattered transparent steel of his cockpit. He was a Chagrian, body wrapped in black robes with his face marked in fierce red and black tattoos. His eyes had a strange gold tint and he stared at Kaysharn, curious. "You have been the guy we's not, Alliance." "No." The Chagrian's voice was a bass rumble. "We have been looking for you. My master has watched your career and decided you have potential. Now he desires to meet you." "Your master?" The impacted portion of the cockpit pulled back from his side, as though drawn by an invisible grip. As he wrenched in renewed pain, the Chagrian extended a hand. "Come with me, Relic Kaysharn, and you can realize your destiny." "Who are you?" "We are the One Sith," he said. "We are the future." Chapter 3. The Jedi Academy at Ossus was a twin set of step pyramids, one mounted atop the other, and joined at their narrowest points to resemble nothing more than a giant, angular hourglass. The 5,000-year-old temple had been repaired, reinforced, and added to, creating a structure that was simultaneously state-of-the-art and elegantly aged. In nearly 70 years of life, Jade Skywalker had called many places home, from the endless agricultural fields of Fingran to the living forests of Zonima Sekit, but Ossus had been the first one, and it was the home she kept coming back to, time and again. She'd seen the Jedi Temple take many moods and serve many functions, but she had never seen it like this. Beleaguered Jedi from 100 worlds were bringing back their stunned and haggard parties. Those wounded or suffering from malicious Yoricoral seed implants were clustered in the temple's gathering halls, which had become makeshift hospitals as overloaded as they were understaffed. The Jedi Healers Academy at Rinvar had emptied itself in the rush to send every halfway able knight an apprentice, but raw numbers only did so much when no one had any idea how to cure these afflictions. The seed implants were Yuuzhan Vong biocreations and therefore immune to the powers of the Force. Jade was a highly experienced and respected Jedi Master, but she was not an expert healer. She helped how she could, directing people, instructing newcomers, distributing resources and supplies, and generally managing a chaos made worse by confusion and dread that was palpable in the Force. It was a crisis for the whole Jedi Order like nothing Jade had dealt with before, and nothing she could recall hearing of from her father Ben, or her grandfather Luke. Still, she wielded authority as best she could. She never had a commanding presence. She was a small woman, with sandy blonde hair now mostly white, and a soft voice, but she was a Skywalker, and that demanded instant attention. The temple was full of strange sights now, too many to number, but when Jay Skywalker saw a 2-meter-tall, pale-faced Yuuzhan Vong warrior walking dazedly down the halls, holding the hand of a waist-high human child, she had to stop and see what was going on. "Do you need help?" she asked. "Are you lost?" The warrior blinked, as though he just noticed her, then said in lightly accented basic, "We have just come back from Duro." It wasn't a direct answer, but she understood. Hard information was hard to come by right now, but she'd heard that a Jedi leaving Duro had given himself over to an angry local militia so the others could escape. Jake crouched in front of the boy and tried to send soothing feelings through the Force. "What's your name?" she asked. "Eli," the boy said meekly. His father stayed behind, at Duro, the Yuuzhan Vong said. Jade understood completely. "This is his son." The warrior nodded. His name was Rykar Horn. "I do not know his fate." Jade knew him. He was about Call's age, and like her younger son, Rykar belonged to a storied Jedi family. For that reason, they got along well. Right now, Cole was en route to Coruscant to meet with the heads of the Galactic Alliance. Worry for his friend must have been one more dagger in his heart. "Thank you for keeping an eye on his son," she told the Yuuzhan Vong. "It was the least I could do." "What's your name?" "I am Kat of Domain La." Jade took Eli Horn's other hand and stood up. "I can't take care of him now." "Thank you, Kat La." "Yes." He nodded and released the boy, but still looked confused. "Master Jedi, where is the Master Shaper?" "You mean Nayren?" "I don't know. She's extremely busy right now. Do you need her for something specific?" I don't know. I suppose not." Katla shook his head. "I do not know what to do, you see. I cannot help the Shapers, and the Jedi." Despite having lived on Zanima Sekhet for years, and gained close relationship with some Yuuzhan Vong, there were still times when Jade found it hard to interact with them. They were a blank spot in the Force, as unreadable as empty air. As a Jedi, using the Force to get a read on people came naturally, and the Yuuzhan Vong's stubborn insistence on confounding her instincts gave her pause. "Perhaps I can stay with this child, for now," Katla said. "I have nothing else to do, you see, and I may be able to help, somehow." With the face bereft of tattoos or ritual scars, Katla was more aesthetically benign than many of his kind, but she still didn't know if a hulking Yuuzhan Vong warrior would be welcome company to Eli and the other children. She could see the needing on his face and hear it in his voice, and she guessed, "Did you promise the boy's father?" After a second's pause, Katla nodded. "All right, come with me." She led Eli and Katla unerringly through frenzied but familiar halls, up the main lift shaft to the segment of the upper pyramid where the younglings were being kept. All the shock and trauma happening in other portions of the temple was feeding into the Force, and a few older knights had gathered the children together to shield them from others' harmful emotions. Her grandson Cade was there, one of the older apprentices gathered, and she could tell he was trying to act strong for the rest of them. The senior-most Jedi in the room was Master Tilly-Kwa, a gray-furred Chandrafan no taller than Eli himself. Master Kwa accepted Katla's offer of help with impressive equanimity. Jade decided to check in on the Yuuzhan Vong and Raker's son later, then headed back down toward the makeshift medical bays to see how things were going. She got down to the bottom level and was making her way to what was normally the temple's grand convocation chamber when she heard her name called against the crowded hallway's clamor. Without turning, she knew it could only be one person it could be. Most Jedi called her Master Skywalker or occasionally Jade, but only two called her Mom. "I didn't know you were back," she told Nat. He was a tall man with a thick muscular build and long hair the same dirty blonde hers had once been. "I just got in. I didn't realize it was such a mess." Jade led her older son down a small side corridor where they could talk in relative quiet. "Did you have any problems leaving the corporate sector?" "None. I didn't exactly advertise the fact that I'm a Jedi. Jade understood. Cole had embraced the family name, joining the Jedi Council at a young age, and spearheading the Asus project like it was his sacred, inherited duty. Her older son preferred to serve the Jedi in a more low-key way, running solo missions to the far-flung corners of the galaxy and doing everything he could to avoid attracting attention. Nat had an independent streak that made him suited to that kind of work. More, he was taking after his cousin, who'd been an influence on him in his early years. Thankfully, Nat hadn't left the Jedi Order as she had. I'm glad you're all right. Jade put a hand on his arm. A mob at Duro took Riker Horn. We're not sure if he's dead or alive. Nat sighed heavily. I was afraid something like that might happen. This could be just the start. I know. Call's on his way to Coruscant to face the Triumvirate. He took Lobacca and Kate Kruk to back him up. Well, that's something, Nat sighed. In addition to being big, furry, and fearsome looking, those two were also veteran masters who've been dealing with politicians for decades. Mom, do we know why this is happening? Not yet. Clearly, something went very wrong with the Vong forming. Very wrong would be the biosphere collapsing on one or two planets. This is a whole different level. They were all perverted, and all at the same time. This can't be a simple failure, and it can't be a coincidence. I know. Softly, cautiously, Nat asked, what does the Force tell you? She sighed. I don't know. Right now, all I feel is what's happening here, in the temple. Everyone who's shocked and injured and angry. Beyond that, I don't know. Have any of the masters felt any premonitions about this? Not that I know of. Maybe it's because we're dealing with Vong life that we're having a hard time reading things in the Force. We can't sense its bad intention because we can't even sense it exists. In that case, the whole Jedi Order is blind. That's not a good place to be. I know. Right now, all we can do is help Nayren Shapers and our healers. It's not much, but it's something. Come on, Nat. I was on my way to the main audience chamber. It's turned into our biggest ward, and if we're lucky, Nayren is there. If anyone can tell us what to do, it's her. She slipped out of the hallway, Nat right behind her. Having her son with her wasn't much, but right now, she needed any bomb she could get. Sometimes Lobacca allowed himself to wonder what it would have been like to spend his life in the company of other Wookiees. It only seemed an option in retrospect. As a youth, he'd been enthralled by stories of his uncle and yearned to go out into the stars to adventures Chewbacca had. The discovery of his Force sensitivity only heightened the craving. Still, he started to wonder how it would have felt to spend his life on Kashyyyk. Time, at the very least, would have felt different. A century was not a long time to a Wookiee, but a human it was an entire lifespan. After nearly 150 years, the first scant strands of gray had started appearing in Lobacca's brown and ginger pelt, but only if he scoured for them. Physically, he felt as strong and healthy as he had back when he'd trained as an apprentice on Yavin 4. His human friends from those days were all gone. They'd passed away one by one over accumulated decades, some peacefully, like Jaina and Tenel Ka, others violently, like Zek or Jacin. For Lobacca, the peaceful deaths, brought naturally by time and age, had actually been harder to take, because watching his human friends wither and die felt like watching his own youth die as well. It was not a thing he allowed himself to grow maudlin about, not if he could help it. His fellow Jedi Master Kate Kruk was nearly a century older than him, and the Wifid has seen his entire generation of Jedi slaughtered in Palpatine's Great Purge. The needy Master T-Rasa was even older. Still, sometimes he was struck hard by the successive generations he'd watched grow old and die, and those he'd watch in the future. It was fundamentally unfair, but unchangeable. This was one of those times. He and Kate Kruk, as the most senior members of the Jedi Council, had joined Cole Skywalker on his voyage to Coruscant. Arlen Fell, who headed the Jedi Consulate at the capital, had met them here. He'd known Arlen's mother Jaina since they were children, he'd watched her grow old and die, and he'd watched her son age in turn. Arlen was in his 80s now, white-haired and bearded. He moved steadily but slowly. Lobaka could barely see in him the brash, adventure-hungry apprentice he'd trained. What drew Lobaka's attention now, though, was the other human. He had known 4 generations of Jedi named Skywalker, and he could barely recall seeing any of them look as old and haggard as Cole did now. They waited in silence in a vestibule to a conference chamber used by the Galactic Alliance's ruling triumvirate. The triumvirate had kept them waiting over an hour, despite insisting the Jedi come as soon as possible. Lobaka had served as leader of the Jedi Council for over 40 years, and he was used to dealing with petty political snubs. He'd resigned his position in order to give younger Jedi like Cole a chance to lead and implement fresher ideas, but he'd also savored the chance to get away from messy political wrangling. There was no avoiding it now, though, and he had a feeling things would get much worse very soon. When the door finally opened, the silver-faced protocol droid ushered them in. It was the same chamber Lobaka had been in dozens of times, modestly sixed and modestly decorated, with the triumvirate seated at a slightly curved table, their backs to a panoramic window looking out on galactic city spires. No such table was provided for the Jedi. This was the sort of meeting where the visitors were expected to stand before their hosts and be judged. "Thank you for coming promptly, Masters Jedi," said the human sitting in the middle. Bail Antilles' hands were folded on the table in front of him, and he spoke without inflection. "As I'm sure you know, we have much to talk about." "We'd like an explanation first," said the Ithorian triumvirate New Torina. "If the Jedi have anything to enlighten us." "Not at this time," Cole said. "Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to determine what wrong went with the terraforming process. We're also working hard for a cure to the uric coral seeds that have been implanted in so many of the survivors." "How many infected have you gathered at Ossus?" asked Jyle Gann. The Mon Calamari was the Jedi's most reliable ally among the triumvirs. "Approximately 400. The medical facilities at the Jedi Temple were never meant for the intensive care of so many. We'll keep some for study and hopefully for healing, but we were hoping the Alliance could provide assistance with the rest." "Master Skywalker, our medical teams are struggling with the infected we already have," New Torina said harshly. "From Taina alone, we have over 30,000. Many have already died." Lobaka trilled a response, and the protocol droid said, "Master Lobaka suggests that, in comparison, relieving the Jedi Temple of several hundred would be a small task." "The Master has a point," Antilles said dryly. "Have you made any progress in healing those infected?" "At the moment, no," Cole admitted. "But our Jedi healers and Yuuzhan Vong shapers are hard at work." "Ah." Antilles crossed his arms. "So that is why none of the Vong have come with you to explain themselves." "Master Shaper Nayrin wanted to come. I told her to remain on Ossus. I couldn't guarantee her safety if she came to Coruscant." "Frankly, Master Skywalker, that's rather insulting," sniffed Torina. "Politely," Cole said, "we all know that recent events have caused a huge spike of anger against the Yuuzhan Vong, despite no proof they were responsible." "Excuse me, Master Jedi, what is Vong biodeck that's infecting thousands of beings and destroying entire worlds yet again?" said Antilles. "How are the Vong not responsible?" "The human was the swing vote the Jedi would need to keep on their side. If they lost his favor, things would get much worse." Lobaka gave a series of low rumbles, which the droid translated as, "Master Lobaka reminds us that, under Alliance law, all beings are innocent unless a prosecutor can prove otherwise." "The Jedi and the Vong are not part of the Alliance," said Torina. "No, but we are partners," Cole said, and withdrew a set of data rods from his breast pocket. He placed them on the triumvirate's table and said, "This is a record of all the data our healers and shapers have taken so far. We will keep sharing information as we learn more. We're aiming for nothing less than total transparency between our peoples." "We're glad for that." Antilles seemed a little assuaged. "But you must understand, what has happened here is a disaster. Many are already describing it as an act of war, or the first step in another Yuuzhan Vong invasion." "That's hysteria," said Arlen. "The Yuuzhan Vong have no more weapons or warships." "So you say?" Torina spread her hands. If the Alliance could send inspectors to Zanima Second to verify this, we might believe you. Lobaka felt Call's silent conflict. The location of Zanima Second was a carefully guarded secret. Visitors from the Alliance had been invited before, but only in small numbers and only transported by Jedi escorts. A long time ago, a supposedly vetted Alliance scientist had used his access to Zanima Second to research a bioweapon to target Yuuzhan Vong. The young Cole had nearly been killed stopping him, and Lobaka's lifelong friend Jaina had exhausted her life to save him. A large investigation team like Torina would open the world to more such threats. But Cole understood politics too. He'd just spoken of transparency, and couldn't deny Torina's request completely. If the Alliance wants to send investigators to Asas, they can observe our Shapers working firsthand. If they want to see Second as well, we can arrange transport for a limited number. Thank you for your help in this, Master Skywalker, Gain put in. We appreciate your cooperation, said Antilles, but you must understand. The citizens of these despoiled worlds are furious. They're demanding fast action. Have any of them invoked annexes? Asked K-Kruk. The Annexes Treaty was a pact of mutual defense, both between the Alliance worlds and between other signatory states like the Empire. Its invocation would be, effectively, a war declaration against the Yuuzhan Vong. No one's invoked it yet, said Gain, though some of them have raised the specter. Masters Jedi, for your sake, for all our sakes, you need to provide an explanation for this quickly. Lobaka could feel the pressure building inside Cole, but he kept it off his face. This whole project had been his creation. Now his lifelong dream was in shambles and despair threatened. Lobaka sent a soothing feeling through the Force and trilled a question. The droid translated. Master Lobaka says the Jedi are quite aware of popular anger, and he inquires about the fate of the Jedi taken captive by the local militia at Duro. That cast a grim silence over the room. Raker Horn was a respected Jedi and personal friend of Cole Skywalker. When assigned to oversee the reclamation on Duro, he'd volunteered to bring his young son with him as a show of faith in the project. The Jedi had made overtures to the local government about his status, but had been totally rebuffed. Lobaka knew what Jile Gaim would say before he said it. We have inquired about your missing knight. It appears that, after capturing him, the Melita killed him. Cole had kept a confident facade so far, but the news staggered him. With pity in his voice, Antilles said, We are very sorry for your loss, Masters Jedi. The militia murdered an innocent man, said K-Kruk. We expect them brought to justice. Have you apprehended the culprits? Asked Arlen. And have you recovered Jedi Horn's body? None of the triumvirs could meet the Jedi's eyes. Antilles said, We understand there is no longer a body to recover. We'll make every effort to make sure Jedi Horn's killers are punished, but we'll need more cooperation from the locals. In other words, Raikar Horn's killers were being feted as heroes by people hungry for vengeance over a homeworld twice destroyed. No, not only vengeance. They wanted justice, and they deserved it, but they didn't trust any government to deliver it, and were taking it for themselves, however they could get it. Lobaka gave a mournful groan, and the droid said, Master Horn's death is a tragedy for all involved. This is very true, said Antilles. We'll need your cooperation to prevent more actions of the same vengeance. You'll get it. Cole straightened. I promise. Lantilles was one of the major industrial worlds on the Prelimian trade route, and it maintained a steady flow of starship traffic befitting a manufacturing and shipping hub. Dozens of skyhooks sat above the planet's atmosphere, bulky with their orbital shipping ports and storage containers, tethered to the planet's surface by miles-long umbilicals containing industrial-grade cargo lifts. The Lantilles government have constructed them to clear out the congestion on the planet's surface ports, but soon its lower orbit became just as packed with busy starships. Such was the price of economic success. The traffic hadn't been as bad when Marin Solo first came here, almost 30 years ago. She'd been a different person then, with a different name, living a different life. She'd taken a lot of effort to distance herself from all that, but the sight of Lantilli stirred some old memories and left her discomfited. She came here often enough on cargo runs, so it wasn't just the planet. More, it was the news that had set the whole galaxy talking, sometimes in angry shouts, other times in tense, portentous whispers. Marin tried very hard not to talk or think about it at all. She tried to focus on work instead, and at Lantilli's that meant coupling her Corellian Action 9 bulk freighter fast start to the usual skyhook, unloading a full supply of cargo from her last stop and taking more on. She was in the freighter's office space, double-checking manifests of the latest goods, when Bennett stepped through the door and asked, "Have you seen the latest on the news nets?" Marin, sitting behind the desk with her feet propped atop, didn't budge. "Should I? I think you should see this one." He went over to the office's communications suite and turned it on. She'd have a much easier time not worrying about messes she had no control over if her husband stopped nagging her about them. But Bennett seemed to think she wanted to know all about it, even if she wouldn't say it aloud. He switched to one of the main Alliance news networks. A grand reporter was speaking directly at the audience with the backdrop of Coruscanti spires behind him. The reporter said, "The Alliance Triumvirate said nothing else in their official statement, though they are urging all groups to remain calm. They report that they have just concluded a meeting with representatives of the Jedi Order, including the head of the Jedi Council, Cole Skywalker, and are preparing to send investigators to Ossus and Zonima Second itself to ferret out the truth behind the recent events." The Grant's tone and diction were admirably neutral, but from the scraps of reporting Marin had seen from other networks, he was an exception. Most were calling the Vong Form despoiling attacks instead of events, and half of them were predicting another Yuuzhan Vong invasion. They also seemed split over whether the Jedi were pitiful dupes or active collaborators with the insidious Vong. "This network has reached out to the local authorities on Duro for a comment," the Grand continued, "and we received an official reply a moment ago. The government of Duro, the government in exile, has said it regrets the hasty actions that resulted in the death of a Jedi Knight, but respects the rightful anger of its citizens." Bennett pressed a button to mute the broadcast. "How's that for a non-apology?" Marin pulled her feet off the desk and sat up in her chair. "What happened to the Jedi?" "They said one was killed by the local Duros militia when trying to leave the planet." Against herself, she asked, "Did they give a name?" Bennett shook his head. "Nothing yet. I hope it's nobody you knew." "I doubt it. I didn't really have a lot of friends on Ossus. Even when I was what I was." Her past wasn't something she talked about. She hadn't told Bennett until they started seriously considering marriage, and even then he'd gotten the condensed version. He knew the important parts, that she'd been born on Bastion to a Jedi Knight and a wayward Mandalorian, that her father Arlen was on the Jedi Council, that her first cousin was Emperor Ron Fel, and that she'd made a hard exit from all that 27 years ago. That was a lot for anyone to process, and she was still amazed Bennett hadn't run away after that. She'd kept other things to herself, who she'd killed, who she'd failed to save. Their daughter knew none of it at all. He asked, "If something happened to your family, do you think you'd know?" Marin tried not to use the Force at all now, and after years of practice, she was pretty good at it. She knew all too well the kind of power good and bad it could unlock from inside her if she let it. Still, some rare times, it seemed to touch her of its own accord. If something happened to her father, or her cousin Nat, she believed she'd know. She gave Bennett a curt nod and nothing else. "This could get really bad, Marin. If the Alliance decides to hold the Jedi responsible for this, they may need help." "What do you think I can do?" "All I've got is this ship." She wrapped the closest bulkhead. "This is my life now. Ours. If things get bad, one bulk freighter can be a lifeline." "Since when are you such a pessimist?" "I don't know. When did you become an optimist?" "I'm not." She sighed. "I'm sorry. It's not that I don't care. I'm just used to thinking of all that stuff as from someone else's life." "I know." Bennett sighed too. "Will you at least talk to your father or your cousin?" She understood that when he said cousin he meant not Ron Fel but Nat Skywalker, more distant genetically, much closer personally. When she'd walked away from the order, she'd left Nat with her gold-bladed lightsaber, and best she knew he still had it. "I will if I need to," she said. "But right now, let's just wait and see." "Wait and see what?" a high voice said from the doorway. Benet and Marin both jerked around to find their 9-year-old daughter clinging to the frame, peeking in hesitantly on her parents. Anya had black hair like both of them. Her face had a rounded quality that took after Bennett, while Marin's sharper features to her slight chagrin looked more and more like her Mandalorian mother's as she got older. "Bad news is going around," Bennett said, "about the Jedi and their Vong forming project." "I noticed." Anya leaned deeper against the doorframe. "Do you think there will be a war?" Marin shot her husband a glare for letting Anya watch all the sensationalist news nets. "We can only hope not," Bennett said. "For now it's business as usual," Marin insisted. "Once I finish checking in all these manifests, we're going to kick off from Lantilles and start hauling for Liana. Can I help BG7 go over the cargo hold before we go?" Anya had a light in her eyes as she asked it. A long-range cargo hauler was a strange place to raise a kid, as different as possible from Marin's childhood at the Jedi Academy on Bastion. There she'd been stuck in one place but surrounded by family members, fellow apprentices, and elder knights who'd all combined to make one big clan. None of it had lasted, not for her. Aboard the Fast Start, Anya had only parents and a handful of personable service droids. "I don't see why not," Marin said. "I'll check the manifest into the ship computer in about 20 minutes. Then you and BG7 can check the cargo." "Great. Thanks, Mom." Anya ducked away, eager for her task. She wasn't getting a normal upbringing as most humans in the galaxy thought of it, but it was simpler and easier than what Marin had gone through. Certainly it was a more peaceful life. She was proud she could give that to her child, and she wanted to safeguard it more than anything. They listened to their daughter's eager feet recede down the corridor, and when they were sure she was out of earshot, Bennett said, "If things get bad, we can send her to my parents." Marin sighed. "It's not nearly that bad yet. Besides, I have a feeling Anya would be bored out of her mind on Packworth Minor. Weren't you?" "Point taken. Still, it's an option. A last resort. I don't want to split up this family, Bennett." He nodded, knowing some but not all, knowing enough. "Whatever happens next, we'll stick together, we'll keep our heads down, and we'll write it out," Marin said. It had been her standard practice since leaving the Jedi Order, and it had largely served her well. She could only hope it continued to do so. When the white-haired human woman whom Kat-La has since been informed was Master Jade Skywalker, mother of Cole, and one of the Order's most respected Jedi, returned to the apprentices area in the academy, she drew Eli Horn into a side room where she could speak him in private. When she was done, she stepped outside, but the boy remained unseen. Skywalker exchanged a few words with the small Chandrafan Master Tiliqua, then finally turned her attention to Kat-La. "Can you come with me, please?" she asked. "The Master Shaper wants to see you. You relayed my request. She asked about you, actually. Please come." Kat-La followed her out of the chamber, down the hall to the lift. He asked, "What did you say to Apprentice Horn?" When her expression turned grave, his heart fell. "We've just gotten confirmation that Eli's father was killed at Duro." It was a blow Kat-La had been half expecting since they fled the planet, but it still struck hard. He sagged against the smooth metal wall of the lift tube as it dropped them to the base of the pyramid. "I'm sorry," the Skywalker woman said. "Were you and Rykar Horn close?" Kat-La didn't know how to answer that. It wasn't as though he'd been friends with the Jedi. He'd never been friends with any Jedi. He'd heard of some friendships between Jedi and Yuuzhan Vong, but as a member of the Ganners sect, he'd been taught that they embodied all the highest virtues and had saved his people from his false gods. That made them hard to approach. The mission to Duro marked his first interaction with the beings he'd long idolized, and Rykar Horn had embodied all those storied virtues to the end. "I was going to sacrifice myself," Kat-La explained. Jide Horn overpowered me and launched himself out the airlock in my place. The Duros wanted Yuuzhan Vong, and he said they wouldn't kill a Jide. Many people are angry, Jay Skywalker said sadly. I'm sorry. She touched his forearm softly. Katla jerked it back on instinct. Even though Jedi and Yuuzhan Vong were allies now, none of them had ever touched him like that, in empathy. The door of the lift tube slid open. Katla followed the Skywalker woman's white head through the crowd. Passers-by in the corridor quickly made way for the hulking Yuuzhan Vong and the small human in front of him. They didn't speak at all until they reached a great multi-level audience chamber now filled with beings of all races packed onto beds. Many displayed only minor outward injuries, but many more were suffering from coral seeds visibly bursting from the skin all over their bodies. Jedi healers and Yuuzhan Vong shapers moved about in equal numbers, trying to tend to so many wounded, and they all wore the same beleaguered expression. After Jay Skywalker told one young Jedi to find the Master Shaper, they settled along the edge of the chamber to wait. Katla could see the discomfort on the woman's face. It is an ugly thing to see, he muttered. More than that, she replied. Can you sense their pain? In the Force? Oh, yes, she said hoarsely. Katla said nothing. He knew, intellectually, that all members of his race were separate from the otherwise universe-spanning power of the Force. Some priests and Jedi taught that the Yuuzhan Vong belonged to the Force as well, but had been exiled from it by their original homeworld, Yuuzhan, after they had embraced the dark side within them. Some suggested that the Yuuzhan Vong deities were a misinterpretation of the Force, others that the gods and the Jedi's Force were both limited theories describing something bigger than either. It probably would always be a mystery, but like many members of the Ganner sect, Katla nursed the desire, sometimes painfully strong, to experience the Force himself. For once, he did not want that power. Not now. Eventually, the Master Shaper came for them. Nei Ren was a tall woman, and unlike many of her caste, she wore no headdress, only black hair and a topknot, pulled away from her sloping tattooed forehead. She had been a prodigy as a child, and was a longtime friend of Cole Skywalker. Together, they founded the Terraforming Project as a way to bring the galaxy to trust the Yuuzhan Vong. Her dream had led to disaster, but to her credit, Nei Ren projected a front of composure and calm. Perhaps, if he had the Force, Katla would see beneath it, but that was never to be. Greetings, Master Shaper. Katla gave a short bow. Though she belonged to a different caste, she was of high rank and deserved respect. I am honored to be summoned. Rise, Katla. I have need of your assistance. The Galactic Alliance will be sending investigators to Asa soon. Some will be taken to Zanima II. They will see what we are doing there and know we had nothing to do with this disaster. There was the tiniest tremor to her words, as though she wasn't sure herself. Once their investigation is complete, once they have left the planet, Zanima II must jump to hyperspace. Second must not let anyone know his location, even the Jedi. It must watch from a distance and only contact us again if it judges things are safe. Are things that dire, Master Shaper? I looked past between Nei Ren and Jay Skywalker, too quick for him to read. The survival of Second is the survival of our race, the Master Shaper said. Both are in more danger now than any time in the past 100 years. We cannot be too cautious. Katla snapped his wrist to his shoulders. I will do as you ask, Eminence. But, if I may ask, he struggled to find the proper words, and an end just came out with it. Why me? Nei Ren smiled just a little. Your reputation for bravery and honor precedes you. He hadn't felt brave or honorable since the flight from Duro, but he nodded. This was a simply duty, even he should be able to achieve it. She saw his face wilt and added, Much has been expected of you, Katla. I'm sure you will not disappoint. After the Master Shaper excused herself, Jay Skywalker led him from the chamber. She seemed relieved to be out of there. I will fulfill my task, of course, Katla told her, but what will happen to Eli Horn? I'm not sure, Skywalker said. His mother isn't a Jedi. She lives on Corellia, and she might want her son to come back to her. But as young as he is, he's shown great promise so far. We don't want to lose him, but I can understand if she wants to take him home, especially now. They walked in silence a little longer. Katla noticed she was leading them toward the main hangar complex, where his fellow warriors were waiting for him with their battered second flyer. "I should see to me people, and prepared," he said, "but I should like to see the boy before I go." She stopped and looked at him. The softness in her eyes made him glance away. "I understand. You did promise his father, after all." Katla hadn't, but that was all the more reason to honor the promise he should have made. If nothing else, he would make sure Riker Horn's sacrifice was not in vain. Right now, against so much else, with perhaps the fate of his species in the balance, nothing seemed more important than that. Chapter 4. They took him to a planet called Corbin. It was the far side of the galaxy from Seijo, a dark and abandoned world that seemed permanently shrouded by black storm clouds. Its crags and valleys were cluttered with decaying monuments from a civilization long dead. Relic Kaysharn understood nothing of this place, nor who his captors were, and why they were bringing him here. Somehow, with the inexplicable certainty that had graced him all his life, he knew this dark, crumbling world was a place of power. Kaysharn knew power. He'd worked his whole life to acquire it as warlord of the Nagai. The power hosted in these ruins was far different from that, mysterious, elusive, dangerous, but vastly greater. The black-robed Chagrian, who called himself Darth Wyerlok, claimed that he'd gone to great lengths to find and recover Kaysharn. Kaysharn didn't doubt it, but as they led him into dark catacombs reeking of ancient decay, he felt like a prisoner, not a guest. As a warlord, he'd grown used to deference and come to relish it, but he knew he'd receive none of that here. It was though he'd been ground down to a miserable peasant yet again. The thought of being reduced to where he'd started sparked the anger that had laid within him since the defeat at Terminus. Everything he'd fought and killed for had been already lost. Death would have been merciful compared to having been brought this low. In the end, Wyerlok led him to a high-roof chamber where the only light came from 4 burning braziers placed around a raised throne. Seated on the throne was a being like nothing Kaysharn had ever seen before. The body was encased in some rough, jagged armor, stone perhaps, or organic, that covered arms, legs, torso, even face. At first, Kaysharn thought he was looking at some fearsome alien of a species he'd never known, but as he got closer, he saw that the horned face was a mask that left the lower jaw bare, revealing the chin and lips shared by humans, Nagai, and similar races. Then his attention arrested on the eyes, one red like fire, the other blue like ice, with irises and pupils of different size. He wondered which eye, if either, had been this man's originally. Then he fell to his knees. He didn't will himself to fall. He simply found himself on the hard stone, without the strength to stand. "Do you know of the Force?" the man on the throne said. To Kaysharn it sounded like thunder rumbling behind storm clouds. "I have heard of it." The Nagai's voice scraped in his throat. "It is a tool the Jedi use." "Have you ever faced a Jedi, warlord?" This man said his old title with a trace of mockery. Deserved mockery, Kaysharn knew, and the shame of his failure burned angry inside of him. He tried to hold to that anger. It was his only defense against the instinctive fear this man produced. "I have not," Kaysharn said. "What do you know of the Sith?" "I know that is what you are." Without looking, Kaysharn felt the presence of Wyerlok behind him. "And I know you're enemies of the Jedi." "What else?" rumbled the man on the throne. "I'd heard you were extinct." But that was wrong. The man regarded him with eyes of ice and fire. "Do you know why we want you, warlord?" That title again, more condescending than before. Kaysharn racked his mind for a reason why they'd have dragged him from the corpse of his fighter, hauled him halfway across the galaxy, then dropped him into these tombs only to belittle him. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I do not know." "Do you wish we'd left you to die at Terminus?" This man was capable of dealing instant death, right here, right now. He was willing. Kaysharn sensed that. And he found, despite the shame of defeat, that he did not want to die. He wanted to fight back. He wanted to hurt. It was a desire for revenge, but not against the Alliance. He felt as though the whole universe had struck him down and wanted nothing more than to repay the damage he sustained, whatever way possible. I do not want to die, Yuuzhan growled. What do you want? There were so many ways to put it, and he waited to speak until he found the words that best fit the truth. I want to stand up again, he said. There was a long pause while the man on the throne considered his fate. Finally the man said, so be it. Rise, relic Yuuzhan. The invisible weight pressing on him was suddenly gone. Yuuzhan stood upright and faced the throne. I am Darth Krayt, Dark Lord of the Sith, the man rumbled. You have a gift, Yuuzhan. You must have realized that by now. You can sway those who would not ordinarily be swayed. You can sense events before they happen. Without those gifts, you would not have acquired your limited success as warlord of a backorder planet. Those words should have sounded mocking again, but this time they did not. They were true. All Yuuzhan had attained through all his struggles was a fleeting victory and small notoriety in the galaxy at large. He knew, sure as he'd known anything, that this Darth Krayt aimed for much more. I have the Force, Yuuzhan said. Indeed. And you have determination, and anger, and lust for power. You have all the qualities of a Sith, Yuuzhan, except one. Only with proper training can you become part of my design. The thought excited him. As a warlord for the Nagai, he's reached his apex of possible power, then lost it calamitously. He was being offered a second chance and a glimpse of power more elusive but far greater than what he'd known. Yet he'd been a commander for so long, master of armies, master of himself. He was being offered a subservient role to beings he knew nothing about. It is good to be ambitious, said Krayt, as though he'd read Yuuzhan's thoughts. But do not let ambition consume you. We are one Sith. We will work together to bring the Alliance to its knees and crush the Jedi. He curled one armor-plated hand into a fist. How? Asked Yuuzhan. When? The Jedi will walk gladly to the slaughter after blinding themselves with their own righteousness. As they always do. Krayt's visible lips curved into a smile. And it has already begun. One of the first duties of the Emperor was to be constantly seen as Emperor in all his regal splendor, so that his subjects might draw encouragement and strength. That was one of the lessons Roan Fel's father had imparted to him, and like most of those lessons, he tried to live up to it every day since assuming the crown nearly 30 years ago. It was therefore all the more discomforting when Roan's shuttle set down on the landing pad next to the sole other ship, a Consair light skimmer-class scout vessel with an angular cockpit jutting out beneath 5 thrust engines and long wings that, when in flight, shifted a slanted angle. Roan recognized it instantly, and it looked all of his 50-plus years in operation. No grand welcome party was arrayed to meet him. When he stepped down the ramp and into the planet's cool breeze, he was accompanied by only 4 Imperial Knights, hanging silent over his shoulder in their red armor and capes. This was a remote world, just past the edge of Imperial space, and barely populated. His body double was on Bastion, sustaining the illusion of his presence in the capital. What happened here today would be unwitnessed. Roan Fel waited on the landing pad until the ramp swung down from his uncle's starship. The first to disembark Starlight Champion, however, was a tall red-haired man about a decade younger than the Emperor. It had been a long time since Roan had met Cole Skywalker in person. After Cole came Arlen himself. His father's brother had cultivated the life of a Jedi errant in his younger life, and had elected to go to Alsus instead of join the nascent Imperial Knights on Bastion. The mildly roguish air Roan remembered from his childhood had been worn down by time. Arlen was now a white-haired, white-bearded man in a homely brown robe. When his eyes met Roan's, his smile was at once fond and sad. Coming after them both was another white head. Jay Skywalker wore dowdy robes also and pulled her pale hair into a ball at the back of her head. No one came down after them. Clearly they intended this to be a family discussion as well as a political one. Still, Cole began it formally enough. Greetings, Emperor Fel. Thank you for coming. Roan gave one nod, slow and dignified. I'm sure we have much to discuss. Arlen swung a hand toward Starlight Champion's landing ramp. We can take this to my living room, if you like. Very well. Roan looked back at his knights. You can wait in the shuttle for now. One of the younger knights started. "But, your majesty." "Do as your emperor orders," said Trisende, the oldest knight in the group and Roan's friend since childhood. The younger knights acquiesced reluctantly, and before joining them in the shuttle he gave Roan a tiny, over-the-shoulder nod. Then the emperor followed the Jedi into the belly of that old, rugged ship. It had been decades since he'd been inside, but he was immediately taken by an unlikely nostalgia. Nothing seemed to have changed since that long-ago day when he joined Arlen and Alana D.J. O'Hare to plot the liberation of the Hapes cluster from his Sith queen, along with his parents and his older brother. He'd never have imagined that liberation would cost the life of Vitor and his father both. He took a seat at one of the cushioned benches and listened to Cole Skywalker recount the failure of the Ossus project from his perspective. Arlen and Jade listened in attentive silence, just as Roan did. Cole's story cut through much of the sensationalism and panic-mongering that was filling the news nets, but Roan could hear the tension in the younger man's voice, the strains of doubt. He could feel them more clearly in the Force. He knew that Cole said what he believed to be the truth, but what he knew was much more limited. Cole insisted the Jedi had nothing to do with the despoiling of all those worlds, and Roan agreed. He knew the Jedi. He'd been trained by his grandmother Jaina to be one until his father had established the Imperial Knights and militarized the Empire's Jedi when Roan was 8 years old. Jedi lacked the discipline and concentrated purpose of his own knights, but their loyalty to peace and order in the galaxy was unquestionable. Cole also insisted that the Yuuzhan Vong Shapers had nothing to do with this, and that was where doubt started to creep for them both. "I've known Master Shaper Nay Ren almost my entire life," Cole insisted. "She's as devoted to her species' redemption as anyone could be." "But you can't speak for all her subordinates, can you? Can you speak for all of yours?" Cole snapped, defensive. Roan merely stared at him. The Jedi held his eyes and insisted every one of her Shapers was personally approved by her. "Shapers and scientists can hide ulterior motives," Roan said. "You know that, Master Skywalker." Cole flinched. A rogue Alliance researcher, trying to devise a weapon against the Vong, had spelled the end of Roan's grandmother. Cole needed no reminding of what happened to Jaina Solo, but Roan wanted to prod him in a painful spot to see his reaction. It was surprisingly muted. "Nay Ren is investigating her Shapers and their work," Cole said firmly. "So far she's found no hints of sabotage. I can't believe the simultaneous, malicious transformation on so many worlds is an accident. Can you, Master Skywalker?" Cole gave a tiny sigh. "No, I can't." Arlen spoke up. "Perhaps it was sabotage, but by someone else. Many Alliance scientists contributed to this project." "Yes, but it was spearheaded by the Jedi and the Vong," said Roan. "Alliance scientists worked on individual planets. They wouldn't have had the resources or ability to ruin 100 worlds at once. Would they?" "Not on first glance," Cole said. "But we'll investigate that too. You'll need to do more than investigate, Masters Jedi. You'll need to find proof, absolute proof, that this disaster was not your fault, or the Vong's." "We know that," Roan, his uncle, said. "Then you should also know that if you don't find compelling proof, you'll be blamed. I've heard the governments of all those stricken worlds are in talks right now to invoke the Annexes Treaty. If that happens, all signatories, including Coruscant and Bastion, will be legally obligated to respond militarily against the aggressors, you and the Vong." "We know that too," said Arlen. "You should also know that if you do find proof of sabotage, and the real culprit is a Jedi or Yuuzhan Vong, you may still be held accountable by Annexes. Even if it's one rogue Shaper or a single dark Jedi, all of you would be blamed." Very seriously, Jade asked, "Would you take the Empire into a genocidal war over a single rogue Shaper?" Now it was Roan's turn to sigh. "I would resist it at all costs. I do not want a war. Especially one with family on both sides," Arlen said. "Yes. What about the Moff Council?" asked Arlen. "It has its warmongers, but its power is limited. I can't veto any resolution they pass." "Can't they override your veto?" "Only by unanimous vote, and the Moff Council is never unanimous on anything. Roan's smile was brittle. You've all had seats on the Jedi High Council now or in the past. Surely you know how easy it can be to divide a democratic body, if you so choose. Our council runs differently than yours. Cole looked like he found Roan's cold pragmatism embarrassing. How very Jedi of him, reluctantly deigning to play politics while servicing higher virtues. Jedi sanctimony bordered on hypocrisy too often for Roan's liking, but there was no point in bringing that up here. He hadn't come to make enemies of these people. As Emperor, I can tell you that I'll stay the Empire's hand as much as possible. I have no desire to see Jedi and Imperial Knights battling one another. I'm glad we agree, said Arlen. However, I have no influence on what the Alliance does. Their democracy is much more fickle than ours, and right now 100 of their worlds are mad for vengeance. He passed dark eyes across the group. It may be in the Jedi's interest to use some of your famed persuasive techniques on some key Alliance senators, or perhaps a triumvirate or two. We'll take that under advisement. Arlen didn't bother to hide his distaste. You should, Roan said firmly. The light side of the Force will not save you now, nor will noble intentions, or even the truth. Politics will. Something has gone very wrong. Someone is responsible, and they did it deliberately. The entire galaxy needs to know who, how, and why. Until you can provide that, the Jedi Order will be in grave danger. We understand everything you're saying. Jade sounded exasperated. And we know the danger we're in better than anyone. Perhaps they'd take his advice, perhaps not. Roan knew enough about the Jedi to be sure he'd never sway them one way or the other. An organization that fancied itself as nobly aloof from politics was slow to see problems and slow to solve them. It was the trap the Jedi Order had fallen prey to a century and a half ago. Whether they'd learned anything in that time remained to be seen. Their parting was formal, with nods and shaking hands, except for Arlen, who surprised his nephew by pulling him in for a brief hug. Roan walked out of Starlight Champion alone and wondered whether he'd ever step inside that ancient ship again. He wondered if he'd ever see any of them at all. When he stepped inside the hold of his shuttle, Treese was waiting for him. Is it done? It's done. I've agreed to stay the Empire's hand until the Jedi can find proof of who was responsible. Treese nodded approvingly. Like Roan, he started Jedi training before the Imperial Knights even existed. Roan had noticed his knights that had been trained since, which was the vast majority, had internalized a rivalry with the Jedi, one that mixed condescension with an unspoken sense of inferiority toward the far older organization. Some of them even wanted to test their mettle and battle against Jedi, but Treese was wiser than that. A war between the two orders would be a disaster for both. Roan heard the half-familiar whine of Starlight Champion's warming engines. The sound alone threatened to pull him back decades, to a time when his family had been whole and the galaxy a far simpler place. He missed those days, but they'd never come again. Pining for them was a weakness he couldn't indulge. Wait until the Jedi have left orbit, then prepare for launch, he told Treese. Very good. Should we head was for Bastion, Your Majesty. He felt another yearning twin for the days when Treese had called him a name instead of a title, but he knew that beneath the formality his old friend was as honest with him as anyone. Please do. I have the Moff Council to wrestle into submission. Of course. Treese paused before heading for the cockpit. Champion's engines turned to a roar as it pushed off and hot wind rushed up the still open ramp. Any idea when we can expect the Emperor's return? No, Roan said. Give her time. When her work is complete, she'll come back to us. Treese nodded once more, then went off to the cockpit. Elia was taking her own sojourn into things past right now. Roan only hoped hers was more satisfactory. Her life was increasingly spent engaging in acts of subterfuge, and having dinner with her second ex-husband in one of Ravelin's finest restaurants was one of the most straightforward things Nina Calixte had done in a while. If only she could call it pleasant. As an Imperial spy, Morrigan Cord had gained experience aplenty with creating and discarding new identities. Becoming Nina Calixte and carefully manufacturing her backstory had not been difficult. Even sliding into a permanent new persona had been easier than expected. Still, to climb the ranks of power you needed connections, and a newly created woman needed allies any way she could get them. Captain Ruff Yeager had been one of those. He was an imperial patriot and a capable tactician, and when it came playing organizational politics, he was competent if unimaginative. Their marriage had not lasted long, but it was through Yeager that she'd first met more important personages, like the head of Navy, Morlish Veed, and Intelligence Director Seniac. He'd been a vital stepping stone, but still a stepping stone. He was all too aware of that now, and Calixte had to ply him with almost a full bottle of wine to get him talking. No one really knows which way things will fall, so no one's lining up to pick up the pieces, Ruff said. I thought Imperial admirals would be keen gamblers. Then you don't know admirals as well as you think you do. He added a snide smile. It looks like the 100 ruined worlds will band together and invoke the Annexes Treaty. Many think the Alliance Senate will vote in favor and commit themselves to military action against the Vong and the Jedi. They could also go the other way, Calixte reminded. You're right. Maybe those Jedi will use their mind tricks and sway the senators. I don't know, but it's very possibly they'll reject them and their Vong pets. And how do you think Fel will react? The Jedi are family to him. Distant family, but still family. There's talk that if the Alliance declares war on the Jedi, Fel will defend them. Maybe send his knights to Ossus. Maybe send the whole damn fleet. She'd already thought about that, but she tried to look surprised. That sounds a little extreme. If there was a war between the Empire and Alliance, how do you think it would go? Ruff swallowed another mouthful of wine and thought it over. The Empire has better ships, better weapons, and better trained soldiers. That's not even a contest. Naturally, she said. Naturally. But the Alliance has more systems, more resources, more ships, more everything. And if they've got 100 angry worlds on their side, they'll have justice too. If they decide to straight up invade our territory, they could force us on a fighting retreat all the way to Bastion, though I think we'd make them pay hard for every planet they took. But if we have the Imperial Knights and Jedi on our side, well, that might change things a lot. You think we'd have a chance to win? Define win. Given the right circumstances, I think we could capture and fortify whole sectors. Of course, the more we spread out fleets, the thinner we spread them. I'd say we could take and hold, say, a dozen sectors, then force the Alliance to negotiate. I think a best-case scenario is that we take 1 or 2 key sectors in the core. So you don't expect to park your Star Destroyer over Coruscant anytime soon? Unfortunately not. Ruff poured himself a little more wine. What if our Knights and the Jedi are on opposing sides? That one took him by surprise, and he had to roll the words in his head until he found her meaning. If the Alliance backs the Jedi, I doubt Fel would take up Annexes and fight them. Like I said, they're family to him. The Empire is not just around Fel, she pointed out. The Moff Council, he snorted. I guess they could outvote Fel. In theory. And in theory, how do you think that matchup would end? I can't say. We could draw 100 worlds into the Empire. They'd bring allies with them, ships and resources. And if the Imperial Knights fight the Jedi, well, our Force users are soldiers. They'll sit around and meditate all day. And to spoil worlds with the Vong. Yes, that too. Ruff swallowed more wine. What scheme are you working on this time, Nina? I merely wanted to know how the military view the situation. I assume that's why you asked me here. I know you didn't come to ask about our daughter. Another child, another bit of detritus cast off as she continued her ascent. It had been easier the second time. How is Gun? She asked, faintly interested. Ruff gave one dry laugh. Last week the headmaster called my office at Naval Headquarters telling me she'd been disciplined for beating up 3 boys during lunch break. Nina smirked. So you're proud of her, then? Yeah, you could say that. He smiled reluctantly. Smiling looked weird for Ruff. His blunt face was better fit for a scowl. Well, you always wanted a boy. It seems like you're raising one in spirit. One can only hope. I'd hate for her to end up some slinking schemer like her mother. Rolf's insults never got to her like calls did. She responded by finishing her wine glass and smiling. There seemed small chance of that. Like father, like daughter, as they say. Quite. I've always wondered what yours was like. Her lips flattened to a frown. Sometimes Ruff had an almost cold-like ability to stumble on the truth. She'd never known her father. All she had was holo images and stories from her now-deceased mother. She knew he had been a spy, though, and when Davek fell had wrestled the fracturing empire into submission, Damien Cord had picked the wrong side to work for. It had gotten him killed, though she'd never learned exactly how. In engineering her ascent, she'd done everything to learn from her father's successes and mistakes both. Perhaps, Calixte said, I'll check in on Gun one day. I doubt you'd like that. She's not very fond of you, Ruff said cheerily. And she's not afraid to throw the first punch. Just as well, Calixte thought. It was best if she left Ruff and Gun behind as she left Cole and Cade. When you had no one to drag you down, it was much easier to keep climbing up. From what little Elia had seen so far, Hapes had changed a great deal from the planet she'd known as a child. To be fair, what she had known had been the hermetic, carefully circumscribed world of the Fountain Palace under Demia lore. As a distant relative of the old queen, Elia had known blinding luxury and nothing about the lives of normal citizens. She'd been 8 years old when Demia's granddaughter had seized the throne and changed everything. Sarissa's bloody purge of Hape's ancient aristocracy had nearly claimed Elia and her brother Hagram, but they'd gone into hiding with Sarissa's other enemies. Eventually, the Jedi and the Empire combined to oust Queen Sarissa and her Sith allies, and it was in that way that Elia first met a young Imperial prince named Roan Fel. Sarissa and the Sith were long gone. So were the scheming nobles. Hapes was a representative democracy now, with a parliament of elected women and even the occasional man. The Fountain Palace had been turned into a house of state, with the congressional chamber and wings full of bureaucrats, and on her rare returns to Hapes, Elia barely recognized her childhood home. As a visiting monarch on an official visit, Elia was granted an extravagant suite in the former palace's guest wing. Whether they knew it or not, her hosts had placed her with a room not far from the one in which she spent her childhood. It brought no nostalgia. Hapes had changed too much, and so had she. After the first night, she got down to business, leaving all her official complement at the former palace. Aside from the 2 Imperial knights assigned to bodyguard her, she was taken to see a place that, for all its grandeur, had not existed when she'd last been on Hapes. The mausoleum erected in honor of Alana Djo was all the more impressive for the fact that she'd only been reigning monarch for a matter of weeks. Yet in defeating Sarissa Lore and subsequently handing her crown over to an elected government, Alana had done more to change Hapes than the hundreds of other rulers who locked the consortium in stagnant isolation for centuries. In a much smaller way, she changed Elia's life as well. She was a humble woman, for all she accomplished, Elia said as she walked along the edge of the arena. Her 2 knights lingered far behind, out of earshot. The raised marble drum containing Alana Jo's mortal remains rested at the heart of the open-air circular chamber. I wonder if she'd have liked this ostentation. That drew a faint smile from the woman she walked with. Tanith Zel had been Alana's chosen successor 27 years ago, and had led the Happen Senate for nearly a decade thereafter. Unlike the nobles of old, she didn't try to hide the worry lines on her face and creases at her eyes. Alana knew symbols are the key part of politics, Tanith said. Elia knew too. It was a maxim of her mother-in-law. What is this place a symbol of? The new generation of Happens remembers Alana as the person who fought her whole life to take back her crown, then gave it away. Tanith smiled again, that tight, world-weary, satisfied smile. This is a shrine to that ideal, knowing when to take power and when to set it aside. The old nobles didn't know when to do either. Exactly? Elia craned her neck back and looked at the high-fluted pillars framing, then the mausoleum itself. They say her actual body is in there. That's right. So she didn't fade into the Force. Some Jedi leave bodies behind when they die. Others don't. We Happens value the remains of our dead, especially our queens. I like to think Alana left hers behind deliberately, so she could be properly honored. Tanith gestured to the lofty pillars. Her last duty to our people. Elia frowned. I didn't realize that was possible. Tanith regarded her. You know better than me. She wished that were true. Until she was 16, she hadn't known the Jedi as anything but bogeymen from stories, and the Force as a vague myth. Even after decades training to use her power as an Imperial Knight under the firm mentorship of her mother-in-law, the powers she possessed were still so much a mystery. Perhaps, Elia said, I'll find out eventually. Tanith's mouth went flat. A long time from now, I hope. You're still so young. She didn't feel young. She was in her mid-40s now, with a young daughter and an interstellar empire to help run. The unlikely arc of her life had been escape from an old, stagnant royal family into a new and vital one. It was, she learned, a very strange galaxy. So, Tanith sighed, enough niceties? Yes. You came to talk about the Jedi crisis. That what they're calling it here? Not exactly. But the Jedi are being talked about as much as the Yuuzhan Vong, and not in flattering terms. Elia looked at the grand memorial to a Jedi Queen and wondered whether symbols were as powerful as they said. The Empire wants to make sure its response to this crisis is in lockstep with Hape's. Is that a request from your husband? It's a request from us both. Another weary smile from Tanith. It's been a while since I left office, but I still know politics. The Empire is vastly larger than the Hape's consortium. It's our biggest trading partner. It liberated us from a Sith queen and has invested heavily in rebuilding the same navy as smashed during the war. It does not, however, decide official government policy. We don't want to dictate anything. We want to keep a united front. There's no telling how the Alliance will react or who they'll hold responsible. That's all the more reason for Hape's and the Empire to hold together. What does the Empire plan to do? The Alliance's worlds were poisoned, not yours. You could easily sit out whatever's coming. That's exactly what we plan to do. Tanith regarded her thoughtfully. I don't suppose your husband is keen to pitch his Imperial Knights against the Jedi. He is not. And of all, there is no proof they're responsible. Tanith snorted. They're certainly the likely candidate. Even if it was just some rogue shapers, they still did incalculable damage, just like 100 years ago. The Jedi would be fools to stand with them. Frankly, the Empire would be fools to stand with the Jedi. We're standing apart, Elia insisted. So you want to remain neutral in whatever happens next. We want to see justice done, but we will not act hastily. A prudent course, said Tanith, and probably one our government will follow. With or without your asking. The Happen view of Jedi has improved, but we have no more love for the Vong than anyone. But it's the Alliance's worlds that were despoiled, not ours. You're sure your Senate will see it that way? One more weary smile. Democracy can be fickle, but so could our queens. In this case, yes, I think I can guarantee that Hapes will sit out whatever's coming next, unless it comes to our doorstep. I can't picture it coming to that. Neither can I, at least not right now. But who can say? Tanith looked pointedly at the great monument erected for a woman who spent her whole life fighting for a crown, all to give it up. History takes unlikely turns. Elia knew that as well as anyone. She nodded in silence. As the two Happens talked, two Imperial Knights watched from a distance. The women looked tiny against the giant mausoleum and high pillars, minuscule against the grandeur. Nonetheless, Eshkernai's attention was firmly fixed on his empress. He could feel her in the Force, faint but firmly, and noted soft relief. I believe our trip has been a successful one, the horned Itachi told his apprentice. Antares Draco looked up at him. What do you mean? The Empress came to Hape seeking an accord. I think she's found it. The young human's face screwed tight beneath its crown of dark brown hair. I will take your word for it, master. Nine laughed lightly. In time you'll grow deeper attuned to the Force. You'll be able to sense thoughts and emotions, even from a distance. I hope so, master. Draco was clearly feeling humbled, but he tried to smile. You've been doing this so much longer than I. It was more than that. Nearly 30 years ago, Nan had been the first of his race to enlist in the Imperial Knights. He'd not been born in Imperial territory, but when he discovered his Force sensitivity, he'd felt far more drawn to Emperor Fell's order than the Jedi Knights, which to him still seemed weak-willed and disorganized, technically separate from the Alliance but awkwardly half-joined. The Imperial Knights had order, discipline, and most of all purpose. As an apprentice knight, he'd been an alien, but he'd found unlikely companionship with a young Happen woman who'd apprenticed herself to the Empire despite being an outsider. That she was, as other apprentices had said, attached to the new Emperor was not an impediment to friendship. As a result of their bond, he was especially attuned to her in the Force and could sense her thoughts even from a distance. As the Happen women continued to speak at the monument's base, Draco shifted a little restlessly. The human was always like that, eager to do something, impatient when he couldn't. Nan had been much the same when he was younger. Draco's ambition was admirable, but he needed to learn focus. Nyan breathed in and looked at the clear blue sky. "Apprentice, what do you want to come of this?" Draco blinked. "I don't understand." "Yes, you do. The galaxy is at a tipping point. What happens next may affect more than just the Yuuzhan Vong and the Jedi. It could bring change to us all." Draco equivocated. "The Empress is here to keep the Empire out of any conflict. That is what she and the Emperor want. What do you want?" "I want to serve the Empire. I will do whatever they ask, so long as they remain faithful to the light side of the Force," Nyan reminded. "Of course, Master." Nyan smiled gently. "Do not be ashamed of ambition. Properly harnessed, it can be a cause for good. Conflict gives us a chance to prove ourselves in ways we can't during peacetime." Draco frowned. "You'd welcome a war." "I welcome justice. Someone needs to help accountable for what happened. I don't hope to fight the Jedi. I don't hope to fight the Vong. But the Empire stands for justice and security. We should never forget that." Draco looked at the two small figures by the mausoleum. "Have you spoken to the Empress about such things?" "The Empress always knows my thoughts," Nyan said, which was true save for one final secret. "I am her knight. I will do as I am commanded. But duty doesn't mean we can't have opinions of our own." "I see, Master." He did not sound like he did. Nyan favored his apprentice with a tiny smile. "That's not licensed to speak plainly to the Emperor. Only Master Sin gets that privilege. But perhaps, in time, you'll earn it." "That's a long way away." "Indeed. You have much to learn before you become a full knight. But in times of conflict, lessons come quickly." Master and apprentice waited in silence. Nyan felt a touch of satisfaction and finality from the Empress and watched her walk back to her knights alone. When she got close, Elia said, "I think we have what we need, but I'll talk to a few senators before we go." "Of course, Empress," said Nyan. "Should we return to the Fountain Palace?" "Yes, until our next meeting. Come." She started walking away from the memorial. Her bodyguards fell in on either side. As they walked, Nyan said in a low voice, "You seem relieved, Majesty." "I am. It seems like the Happen's isolationist instincts are kicking in again, which is fortunate for us." Perhaps, he thought. Perhaps. He joined the Imperial Knights because he was impressed by their frontline heroism in the war Davik Fel had waged against hardliners who dreamed of resurrecting Palpatine's oppressive, human supremacist empire. Perhaps because of how he'd lost his father and brother, the current Emperor was sometimes more cautious and reticent than Nyan liked. Still, he'd obey. He'd sworn his oath, but that wasn't the real reason, not if he was being honest with himself. He allowed a sidelong glance that lingered on Elia Fell's profile, a pale, elegant face, framed by the sheen of jet-black hair. The sight alone commanded him. He'd known from the start that Elia Chalk was attached to Roan Fel. That hadn't stopped him from loving her deep down for all these many years. Chapter 5. Since the escape from Wayland, everything had been a whirlwind of urgent talks and tense negotiations, all aimed at nothing more than damage control. The futility of it only came to cold during slow moments, on long starship rides into the core and back to Ossus. Those slow moments were crushing, but for the most part he was able to evade them by worrying about whatever meeting lay ahead. Now, after speaking with the Jedi Council, the Alliance leadership, and Roan Fel, he had nothing to do but face the unfaceable. By the time he, his mother, and Arlen arrived, the Alliance delegation had already spent a day in the temple. Scientists combed through data. Trained criminal investigators talked with Jedi and Yuuzhan Vong shapers alike. A similarly sized team was already en route to Zanima Second. The Alliance people were coldly polite, and it was only through the Force that Cole got hints of their thoughts. Most were actively suspicious of the Yuuzhan Vong, and some seemed suspicious of the Jedi too. They were hunting for facts that would incriminate, not exonerate. Cole had already faced skepticism and outright mistrust from the leaders of the Alliance and the Empire, but seeing it from common citizens, rather than politicians playing politicians' games, was striking. It drove home the ultimate failure of a project that should have raised esteem of the Jedi and Yuuzhan Vong throughout the galaxy. They took all my shapers aside individually for questions, and then all the project's Jedi. Nei Ren told him once the Alliance people had finally departed, having given no clear sign what they would tell the Triumvirate. We were all treated like criminals. What happened to those 100 worlds was a crime. Cole tried to summon charity for his persecutors. Nei Ren tilted her head. Do you mean it was intentional? Don't you? Roan Fel, the Triumvirs, they all said the same thing. One world going bad, or two that might be excusable. But for the terraforming to go bad on all of them at the same time, except Ossus. No, someone did this deliberately, to harm the Jedi. Does the Force tell you that? Cole took a deep breath. He didn't know. Do you have any better idea? He asked earnestly. I am not sure. Nei Ren looked at her long-fingered shaper's hands. I have been considering the possibility that the gods have betrayed us. A trick like this would be worthy of Yunharla. Or perhaps we have done something to draw anger from Yun Neshel. Cole watched her for a long moment. Despite all they'd done together, he sometimes forgot that Nei Ren was a true believer in her race's old gods. She saw them as disembodied powers with sentient agency, influencing the lives of mortals. It had always been hard for Cole to take literally, but he tried to remember the words of his childhood teacher, Master Vila, who supposed that the Yuuzhan Vong gods and the Force could both be fundamental misunderstandings of something greater than either. Alternatively, the gods could be seen as a metaphor for the will of the Force, which was easier for Cole to imagine but brought no comfort. I can't say what the gods will, he muttered. Just months ago he'd been sure the Force, or the gods, or whatever name one used, was urging him on to complete the Ossus project to heal 100 worlds, and bind the Jedi and Yuuzhan Vong and the greater galaxy together for the betterment of all. That conviction had been with him most of his life, but now he wondered if that conviction, and the life it had commanded, were all vanity and nothing more. Perhaps we have been prideful, Nei Ren said, as though reading his thoughts. I thought the gods wanted this, but perhaps that is not so. Perhaps we need to remain exiled on Zanima Second for a century more before we can atone for what we've done. You were trying to atone. The gods wouldn't hold that against you. Can you speak surely of the will of the gods, Cole Skywalker? No, you cannot. No one can. 100 years ago our priests were sure the gods meant for us to eradicate the infidels, but we were led astray. I've hated those old, dead priests for what they did. Now I wonder if I've become what I've hated. Cole crouched in front of her and took one long-fingered hand in his own. Nei Ren, our intentions were good. We have to believe that. And look where they have gotten us. I've sent most of our shapers back to Zanima Second. I've given the instruction that Second is to activate its hyperdrive engines and jump to a new location once the Alliance delegates are gone. It was a dire move, but probably a wise one. I understand. Not even the Jedi are to know its location. It will watch things from afar and decide when to make contact. Cole had the most important years of his life on Zanima Second, and it pained him to know he might not set foot on the verdant world again, but he nodded. You made the right choice. Ren carefully withdrew her hand from his and asked, "What shall we do now, besides wait for the Alliance to pass judgment on us? Do you believe the project failed because of sabotage, or because we upset the gods?" Ren blinked. Why does it have to be one or the other? She had him there. I think we need to look for saboteurs. Maybe the Alliance will find something, maybe not. I think someone wanted to wreck this project to harm both our peoples. It could have been a role shaper, or even a Jedi, but I think it was some outside power. Where can we look? Everywhere, he said. Come on. Let's look at the scientists we brought in from the outside to work on the project. It's a place to start. To the Jedi, the living planet of Zanima Sekhet was a marvel that challenged their ideas of what the Force was and what it was capable of. The lush green planet, a seed of the original Yuuzhan and made in his image, possessed a single governing consciousness, the cumulative product of all the life in its biosphere from the blades of grass to the sentient Yuuzhan Vong, pharaohs, and human, who made cities in its valleys and plains. There was nothing else like it in the galaxy, and the living planet's force powers beggared and mystified the Jedi. To Katla it was simply home, and he'd been away for 2 long years. Much had changed within him, and much had changed in the galaxy beyond, but he was comforted to see the settlement of the middle distance was much the same as he remembered. The buildings jutting out of the valley's steep walls were made of harvested wood from the surrounding mountains, or grown from Yorick coral into domes or corkscrew towers. The streets were filled with pedestrians and animal-pulled carts instead of land speeders and droids, and there was nothing in the clear blue sky except scattered avians. It was a simple, common place, but it also reminded him painfully that the Asus project had tried to remake 100 worlds in the image of this one. Instead, it had made 100 horrors. While Alliance investigators swarmed over as much of the planet as allowed, Katla joined Nepri Dao, Ren's trusted assistant shaper, and speaking with Zanima Sekhet's leaders. The sentient world could interact with the beings on its surface by manifesting itself as one of them. It did so rarely and arbitrarily, and like the vast majority of Yuuzhan Vong, Katla had never seen Sekhet's image himself. Most affairs on the planet were managed by a tripartite council consisting of 1 Yuuzhan Vong, 1 Jedi, and 1 of the blue-skinned humanoid pharaohs who'd settled the planet 2 centuries before the others. The Master Shaper made herself very clear, Nepri Dao said as he and Katla stood in the council's modest deck. We must leave this part of space as soon as the Alliance investigators depart. It is the only way to keep the planet safe. That won't win us trust points with the Alliance, muttered the lead pharaoh, an older female named Finish. The leader of Zanima's resident Jedi, a black-haired human named Pilar Beck, said, I think it's the right choice. Our priority is our own survival. Individuals from the Alliance have meant us harm before, even when the government doesn't. This time the government might, agreed the council's 3rd member, the aged priestess Kamral. She bowed her turbaned head at the other 2 Yuuzhan Vong. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. We will do as asked. Masters Ren and Skywalker are also convinced the Asus project failed because of sabotage, Nepri Dao said. They will continue to investigate, as so should we. Did the Master Shaper instruct you too? Asked Kamral. Nepri Dao nodded. She said I am to remain on Zanima Sekhet and lead the Shapers here. Very well. The Jedi will assist you any way we can. Beck looked to Katla. What instructions do you have? Katla hesitated a moment before admitting, I was given no further instructions, Master Jedi. I was only to deliver the message. Very well. Then you may consider whether or not to remain on Zanima Sekhet. Thank you again for delivering your message. Katla nodded after a surprised pause. He spent the long outbound ride to Zanima Sekhet acclimating himself to the idea that he was coming home to stay. While it was refreshing to be back here, any joy in homecoming was muted by the feeling that this was exile instead. The work he'd been doing on Duro had become his life over the past 2 years. Now that it had failed calamitously, returning to Zanima Sekhet felt like punishment. After meeting the counselors, Katla went to see Beshla and Vua Yat, who'd accompanied him from Asus. He told his fellow warriors everything that had been said, including the choice he was unexpectedly facing. If Zanima Sekhet is in danger, we should stay and protect our home, reasoned Vuayagd. By leaving this place, we'll move out of danger. The Jedi and our kin on Assus will be more threatened, said Beshla. We need to find who truly sabotaged the project, said Katla. No one is safe until we've done that. That may be something only Shapers or Jedi can find out, said Vuayagd. We can still do our part, Beshla said. To flee when things become difficult is dishonorable. Vuayagd rankled at the word. From Zanima or Assus, we can still go after our enemies. Here, at least, we can defend our people. There is no dishonor in staying here, Katla said to defuse the tension, but without conviction. In considering his choice, his thoughts kept drawing away from his people and always toward his duty to the young Jedi boy whose father had died in his place. There might be honor in staying with Zanima Sekhet, but there would be none in abandoning the boy. He didn't know what he could actually do for the young Jedi. Certainly he could not teach him the ways of the Force. He could still watch over Eli Horn, even as he worked with Ne Ren and the Jedi to discover the truth behind this disaster. He knew deep down that if he did otherwise, the guilt would fester like a disease until it crippled him. I will go back to Assus, Katla announced suddenly, drawing stunned looks from his companions. I have a debt I must repay. I cannot do that on Zanima. But do not let my choice affect yours. Beshla's eyes narrowed. He probably suspected his Krish mate's true reasons. I will go back with you as well. Be careful with your choices, Vuayagd warned. Zanima Sekhet will jump away, and the Jedi will not know where to find it. If this crisis gets worse, Sekhet may never reveal its location. You may never see the homeworld again. It was a sobering thought. Just being here for a few days had felt like a return to enveloping arms, but at the same time Katla's thoughts kept drawing out toward the galaxy beyond. During his 2 years away he'd only seen scattered bits of it, but those alone contained a vastness far beyond anything he'd imagined during his years growing up on Zanima. Ne Ren had said that a century of insularity had been enough for their people, and that they needed to go out into the larger galaxy and prove to the rest of his people that the Yuuzhan Vong had changed and could now be a force for good. Fleeing deeper into the unknown regions was necessary to protect their race, but it would not accomplish Ne Ren's worthy goal. I have a duty that can only be done on Assus, Katla told them. What again? You must each make your own choice. You know mine, Beshla said firmly. Vuayagd looked between them. He gave a weary sigh, then surprised them by saying, I will go as well. Truly? Asked Katla. I wouldn't make your choice for you. We have been together 2 years. Vuayagd spread his hands. It would be dishonorable to leave my companions after we've been through so much. Beshla grinned, baring sharp teeth. Then we would be honored to have you. Vuayagd nodded, feigning conviction he didn't quite feel. Still, Katla was glad to have him along. As Vuayagd had said, they'd worked together for a long time, 3 warriors fighting for the redemption of their race instead of unholy conquest. Now they battled something new, an unseen enemy with insidious design. While duty impelled him most of all, the warrior in Katla felt thrilled for the challenge. He could only hope to prove himself worthy. The return from a successful campaign should have been marked by celebration and relaxation, but there was none of that for the Alliance ships returning from the Outer Rim. The devastation of 100 worlds sent shockwaves across the galaxy. In the military, grief and desire for justice collided with anxiety over another, larger war. As captain of the Indomitable, Jais Yorub knew that out of the 35,000 officers and enlisted beings serving aboard a ship, over 400 had been born to populations exiled from their ancestral homes by the Vong. Everyone on the ship knew and worked with someone for whom this disaster was painfully personal. During the time Indomitable spent parked over the Corps' garrison world of Annexus, Yorub tried to take a reading of the crew by asking his lieutenants. All of them reported the same thing. Every crew section on the ship was afflicted by the same mix of surprise, anxiety, anger, fear, and restlessness. The last one surprised Yorub a little. After returning from the Outer Rim, all of Admiral Stasi's battle group had been put on standby notice, which meant all were to hold position in annexes until further notice, and no crew would be allowed to take leave. Keeping the ships jam-packed with soldiers who just finished one fight and anticipated another didn't do much more morale, but there was no arguing with Fleet Command. He'd expected a few crew members to make petitions for critical leave, citing real or feigned family emergencies as an excuse to get away from what could be a potentially explosive situation, but none of them did. People were surprised, anxious, angry, and fearful, but they also wanted to be a part of whatever happened next. It made Yorub proud of his soldiers, and all the more fearful of what might come next. He couldn't ask Stasi. The Duro went down to annexes as soon as Indomitable arrived and spent days meeting with Supreme Commander Lekwash and the other senior admirals. On the way back to the Corps, he'd acted pointedly reserved. The one time Yorub had attempted to pry out his opinions on his homeworld's disaster, he'd pointedly ended the conversation. Knowing Stasi, he'd be making his opinions known to the higher-ups right, but what those opinions were and what effect they'd have, Yorub could only wait and see. When Stasi did return, it was after 2.5 days on the planet. Once his shuttle landed, he went straight to his private office, where he requested Yorub join him and present a summary of Indomitable's battle readiness. The yards here are giving us the last bits of fix-up we couldn't get at the civilian stations at Terminus, Yorub summarized after running through the details. All the other ships in the fleet are battle-ready. And the crews. Stasi sat behind his desk and drummed green fingers on his metal top. Tense, sir. Angry. Afraid. But they're all waiting to do their part. He left a question in his tone, asking what their part would be. That's good to know, but I'm afraid they'll have to wait a little longer, Stasi said. Per Fleet Command, we'll refrain from deployment at this time. The entire fleet, sir, are just ours. We'll hold over annexes. Admirals Petten and Nick will be distributing their battle groups to the damaged planets. For what purpose? There's nothing on those planets except Vong-formed monsters. Quite, Stasi growled. However, there's no guarantee the Vong won't come out and make a claim on them. And we also want to prevent those planets becoming rallying points for angry militias. Yorub had heard how one such militia had captured and killed a Jedi fleet in Duro. He still had no reading on the Admiral's position there, and pride a little. Which is the bigger concern? Some citizens' fleet going for vengeance, or the Vong? Both are our concern. The Alliance exists to keep the peace. Keeping peace, not promoting justice, Yorub thought. Most of his life he'd thought the two went hand in hand. That was one of many trusted notions that had been upended in the past few weeks. Does Fleet Command think the Vong have a viable attack force? They never have before. Our inspectors on Zanima Sekit report no signs of a military buildup either, but for all we know there might be whole planets in the unknown regions filled with bellicose Vong. If it was a rogue Vong faction, what does that mean for the rest? Undetermined, Stasi grimaced and slumped in his chair. Yorub didn't see that often. He'd grown used to thinking of the Admiral as a Duro in motion, always acting, often brazenly. Dejection didn't suit him? Yet another presumption overturned. This is a messy business, Jaius. Stasi stared down at his desk. Someone must be held accountable. The damning part is, we just don't know. Yorub decided to be a little brazen himself. Do you think the Jedi were involved, sir? Stasi sat up. Do I think they invited hundreds of Vong Shapers back to the planets their ancestors despoiled a century ago? Yes. Do I think they recklessly made huge promises about resurrecting dead planets? Oh yes. And do I think they set themselves up for failure by raising too much hope? I certainly do. He sighed. The anger was drained from his voice when he said next, the Jedi are many things. Exclusive, secretive, arrogant. But they are not malicious. Every Vong-formed planet was ruined except Ossus, Yorub said. Every single one. Yes. A little too obvious, isn't it? It's like a big finger pointed at the Jedi. They're not malicious and they're not stupid. They wouldn't set themselves up like that. Someone else might, though. Like who? I don't know. Someone hoping to incite violence against the Jedi, or the Vong. Neither is bereft of enemies. He fixed Yorub with a red-eyed stare. Whatever the truth is, we won't be the ones to discover it. So there's no point in dwelling what's beyond our control. Of course, sir. Yorub straightened. We're soldiers. We'll keep the peace, and we'll do what Fleet Command tells us to do. Which for now, is sit tight and stress out. That earned him a tiny smile. Apparently so. Is there anything else? Not at the moment. Yorub didn't move for the door. Though I think you should know, sir, the crew is stressed. They're anxious and shocked and fearful and all of that. But still loyal. Yes. And I think you're part of that. You've never had to flatter me before, Jaius. It's not that, sir. Of all the senior fleet admirals, you're the only one from a world that's been ruined. I am not from Duro, Stazzy said, with a little sigh. I was born on Abrogado Ray. No living Duros were actually born on Duro. But you're still affected by all this personally. And for all our people who've been affected too, they can look at their commander and know he's in the same situation as them. It means a lot, sir. I've always tried to be an example to my people, but I never thought I'd be one like this. Stazzy drummed fingers on desktop again. Can I tell you something slightly personal? Yorub blinked his big eyes. Please, sir. I never wanted to go back to Duro. Before the Vong got to it, that planet was a polluted, toxic waste dump. Most Duros in the galaxy weren't born on the homeworld then either. My species has always been spread across the stars. Yorub nodded. He knew that. It was so different from the Celestins, who were far-flung but retained a cultural affiliation with the hot tunnels and dark warrens of the homeworld. Like most Celestins out in the galaxy, he still hoped to retire there one day. The Vong turned Duro from a garbage heap to a lush world. Not that we asked them to. Stazzy went on. Only then did the Back to Duro movement get started. I thought those people were sentimental, backward-looking. And then the Jedi declared they were going to make it habitable again. He shook his head. Hope, Jaius, can be a dangerous thing. And you're angry at the Jedi for giving it. Not angry, Stazzy said. Yorub wasn't sure if he believed him. But in doing something so bold, they risked bringing down disaster, not just on themselves but on all the people whose worlds they were meddling in. It's coming down on us all now, Yorub muttered. Indeed, but as soldiers of the Alliance, it's our job to hold it off as best we can. You're probably right, sir, and I think all the soldiers in our fleet would appreciate hearing it from you. For morale's sake. Stazzy considered. Morale? They could use any scrap of it they can get. Then I'll see what kind of statement I can put together. Thank you for thinking of that, Jaius. Sometimes I get lost trying to find the bigger picture. Taking care of the crew is just as important. That's what a captain's for, sir. To take stock of the crew or needle the admiral. Yorub's jowls flexed in a smile. Both. I thought so. Please keep needling me in the future. Thank you, sir. Yorub smiled and marched out of the office. He liked to think he and the admiral made an effective team, even as they sometimes confounded each other. Stazzy may have been right to warn against too much hope, but he was wrong too. Sometimes hope was all you had to get you through the darkest times. He'd have to point that out to the admiral one day. The morning before Katla was set to join the Alliance investigators in returning to the known galaxy, he woke early and wandered outside into the pre-dawn light. He'd slept poorly and was now simultaneously tired and restless. Since making the decision to go back to Ossus, he found himself anxious to be on his way. An hour before sunrise, the middle distance was empty and still. Domed Demudex and corkscrew spires were like shadows layered in violet-tinted mist. Katla walked through empty streets to the edge of the settlement, then up a hillside path until he'd reached a point where he could look down on the buildings as they clustered inside the valley. The sky was clear overhead. In the west it was still pure black, but panning eastward it turned blue to purple to scarlet, with a hint of gold beyond the opposite hill. Katla stared at the coming dawn. He felt himself calm at the sight of it, It was the last sunrise he'd see on Zanima II, maybe for a long time, but he was glad to have a bright one to see him off. He was taken by surprise when he noticed a figure at the edge of his vision. He was shocked again to see Ne Ren standing a meter away from him, looking at the same dawn light. "Master Shaper," he gasped, "I thought you were on Isis." Ne Ren turned her head, looked him in the eye, and smiled tightly, as though she were waiting patiently for him to get it. And he got it. He didn't believe it, because he'd never thought it would happen to him, but there was no other explanation he could think of. He'd heard that, when appearing to his people, Sekhet usually took the forms of those long dead, but it seemed to have chosen to appear to Katla as someone he would recognize. More staggering than that, it had chosen Katla. A holy dread filled him, and he dropped to his knees. He prostrated himself before Sekhet, face nearly in the dirt. "I am not worthy," he said, because he wasn't. He was a failure, voluntarily exiling himself from the homeworld in a desperate attempt to reclaim his honor. "Stand, Katla." The voice sounded just like Ne Ren's. "Don't be afraid to look at me. I'm not one of your gods." He was in no way sure of that. Yuuzhan Vong, from priest to extolled, had spent the past century trying to understand exactly what Sekhet was. It was the child of the original Yuuzhan, yes, but they struggled whether to place it in the pantheon of existing gods or to treat it as something else, a blessed link between mundane and divine, perhaps. From what little he understood of Jedi theology, they were similarly confounded. Nonetheless, Katla rose on wobbly legs and looked at the familiar face, with its pale, unscarred skin and violet tattoos. This simulacrum really did look like Ne Ren. He understood that, while Sekhet had originally only been able to manifest and force visions to Jedi, it had learned to assemble actual physical forms from its constituent atoms to appear to his Force-blended children. If he dared reach out and touch this avatar, it would touch him back. But he couldn't bring himself to move forward, not a step. The tiny smile still graced Ne Ren's face as Sekhet asked, "You're wondering why I'm here, aren't you?" I would not dare to interrogate. "You have every right to ask. Unquestioning obedience has never served your people well. I just wonder now, why me? What have I done to deserve this honor?" The smile wilted. "Is it an honor?" Katla could think of nothing to say. "Perhaps I am placing a burden on you. But maybe you'd consider that an honor too." Sekhet stared at him, as though expecting an answer. He managed to stutter, "I don't understand." Ne Ren's form took 2 steps toward him and stopped within arm's reach. "You're going to have a difficult road ahead of you, Katla. In your people's old religion, pain was a conduit to the gods. By enduring this embrace, one gained their favor. That can be a dangerous way of thinking, but sometimes, just sometimes, it really can be the path to greatness." "I don't understand," he repeated. "You will, but not yet. That will come later." Sekhet reached out. Ne Ren's fingertips touched the side of his face. The caress lasted only a moment, but a shudder ran through his entire body. As the hand withdrew, he swayed on both legs, and for a moment felt like he would lose consciousness. "I'm giving you a gift I've long wanted to give your people," Sekhet explained. "What gift?" Katla rasped as clarity returned. "Be patient. I've done my part. In time, hopefully, you'll do the rest." He still understood nothing. Sekhet, the mysterious conduit between gods and mortals, insisted it was giving him a gift. He couldn't argue with something like that, only wonder. But why me? Ne Ren smiled again. This time it was a sad smile. "You are what your people need to be." "What do you mean? Is it because I'm going back into the galaxy? To help the Jedi?" "That, and more." "What else?" Instead of answering, Sekhet turned his head and looked eastward. Gold light spilled across Ne Ren's face. "Look, a new day had started." Katla looked and squinted against the new day's glare. When he looked back, Sekhet was gone and he was alone on the ridge. His legs went weak beneath him. He sat down on the slope to watch the dawn and wondered if he'd just experienced truth, an illusion, or something different altogether. Chapter 6. The blue glow of the holo display, and its precise constructions of three-dimensional light should have seemed incongruous against the ancient stone walls inside the Sith catacomb, but strangely they did not. To relict Kayshawn they felt, instead, like an inner fire giving new life to things once dead. A woman reporter on the Holo was detailing the latest news to Rock the Galaxy, a joint declaration by 78 of the 100 afflicted worlds that they would invoke the Annex's Treaty of Mutual Defense, and were calling for help against the Yuuzhan Vong attack. Those worlds were all member states of the Galactic Alliance, but Coruscant, fully enmeshed in its investigation of the failed Vong forming project, had yet to provide a response. Kayshawn was self-aware enough to realize that the Sith, his captors, his hosts, may have been using their invisible powers to affect his mind and make him warm to their overtures. Apparently, he'd been doing the same to his own followers for years without realizing it. The concentrated efforts of all these Force users could surely mold his mind. And yet, as he watched news broadcasts, all depicting the rising anger against the Yuuzhan Vong and their Jedi allies, Kayshawn believed it was more than that. From all they told him, assuming it was true, the Sith were not looking for a mindless pawn but a true believer ally, and that belief could only come from within. More, there was every reason for him to be impressed by the Sith. "All of this is your doing," he muttered, still watching the Holo, "and none of them suspect." "The Jedi believe us extinct," said the Sith on his right. "They believe they eliminated us and Darth Krayt specifically 30 years ago, when we allowed them to destroy our temple in the Hapes cluster. 2.5 meters tall, with the thin body perched on river-articulated legs like a bird's, and a noseless face, Darth Vorkin belonged to a species called blood carvers, both for their curious red stone sculptures and for their skills as assassins. Vorkin was Darth Krayt's hand, his chief executor and assassin." "You lured them into a trap?" Kayshawn asked. "No, but we turned a defeat into a victory," Vorkin said firmly. "I was just a child then. Lord Krayt led us to Corbin, where Darth Wyerlock was already training Sith in secret. The Jedi, in their arrogance, believed they'd exterminated us all. It was easy for us to expand our ranks once the enemy had been lulled into false security." "You were brought into the Sith as a child." "I was born Sith," the blood carver hissed. "Most of us were." Kayshawn looked to the woman on his right. Like most female Devaronians, she looked almost like a Nagai, with no horns, and her long black hair pulled into a top knot. "And you?" he asked Darth Maladi. "Were you born Sith?" She crossed her arms over her chest. "My father was a Jedi. Lord Krayt killed him when I was young and took me as his own." She'd had to acclimate to this new life, then this new way of thinking, acting, and being. Kayshawn felt a spike of kinship for her, but reminded himself that sentiment would do no good here. What of Krayt himself? "A story he'll tell you in time," said Vorkin. "But only if he thinks you're worthy. All the more reason to prove himself." Kayshawn gestured to the Holo and said to Maladi, "I've been told you were the one who ruined the Asas project." He'd expected a prideful smile, but Maladi nodded matter of fact. "I've spent all my life researching bioweaponry. I encamped on Wayland first, right beneath the nose of Cole Skywalker, my allies, and I discovered how to turn his dream against him. I spread the information to our agents on 99 other worlds, and together we despoiled them. The Jedi must know they've been sabotaged." "Yes, but how can they suspect us if they don't know we exist?" That got a wry smile out of her. "They will chase false leads to every corner of the galaxy before they realize what we've done to them. In the meantime, the cries of righteous vengeance will grow louder and louder. Half the galaxy will be screaming for the Yuuzhan Vong's blood. The Jedi may throw them to the mob." "Not the Jedi," said Darth Vorkin. "Their moral code would never allow them to betray an innocent, even when they stand at the edge of extinction." Kayshawn could appreciate the cool intellect that went into this kind of scheme, but it was the thought of violent conquest that stirred him. "When will you take the war directly to the Jedi?" "In time," said Maladi. "I've taken steps to ensure a confrontation between the Empire and the Alliance. The Jedi will join out of that same sense of moral obligation. And then we will make our presence known," said Kayshawn. "We?" asked Darth Vorkin. He spoke without thinking, but there was no point in drawing back. That is why I'm here, isn't it? To join your crusade against the Jedi. And what do you think you can bring to the One Sith? Vorkin put an intimidating growl to his voice, but Kashar knew that if the Sith didn't see his value, they wouldn't have gone so far to retrieve him. I am a Nagai war leader. I have commanded armies and ravaged worlds. I can lead the charge against your enemies. You covet my position as hand? Asked Vorkin. No. After he said it, Kashar realized he'd lied. Your vanity betrays you, the Maladi said from his other side, voice soft and smooth. To be one Sith, you must put aside personal ambition. You must seek power, but only as it strengthens us all. He looked at Vorkin. You said you would train me. I am ready to be trained. Are you truly? Kashar knew it wasn't an idle question. These Sith had shown him all they were willing to show. He never had any intention of refusing their offer. They'd surely kill him, but he'd wondered how far they'd take him before he committed himself. He looked the blood carver in his gold-rimmed eyes and said, I am ready to become a Sith. Vorkin was fast. Kashar caught his fist as it came up, but not in time to deflect it. The blow was as hard as any he'd ever taken. He staggered back, still on his feet, and raised his hands in front of his face. The next blow was invisible and just as hard. It bent Kashar over, and third, also invisible, smashed his shoulder and cracked his collarbone. Finally, the blood carver's 3 clawed feet lashed out, slammed into his chest, and pinned him to the cold stone floor. And suddenly Kashar was on his back, staring at the red tip of Darth Vorkin's lightsaber. Maladi stood behind him, half silhouetted against the blue of the still-playing holo, watching the scene with an expression of only mild interest. Through his pain and anger, Kashar knew that if the Sith wanted him dead, they'd have done it long ago. He bared sharp teeth and said, Is this part of a test? The test is only starting. Keeping his lightsaber just inches from Kashar's face, Darth Vorkin bent low and stared deeply into his eyes. You will be remade. Starting today, Relic Kashar is no more. And then what? Will I get a Sith name, like all of you? Vorkin put more pressure on his chest. The pain of cracking ribs was exquisite. He bit his lip to keep from screaming. Say it, Vorkin said. Tell me that Relic Kashar is dead. He knew, through instinct or the Force, that if he did not, he'd fail his first test and Vorkin would kill him immediately. When he could speak through the pain, he said, Relic Kashar is dead. And as he said it, he knew it was true. He'd been dead since the battle at Terminus and awaiting resurrection. Vorkin relieved a little pressure from his chest. That's very good. Do I have a new name? No, the blood carver glowered. You are nothing. You will be treated as nothing, and you will be nothing until our master decides you are worthy of being one Sith. Then let me prove myself, make me into one of you. Vorkin removed his foot and placed it on the stone floor. To Maladi he asked, Is it ready? And waiting, she said. Vorkin looked back to the battered, nameless Nagai lying panting on the ground. This will be your first lesson. It is the agony that forced our master into the Dark Lord he is. It is called the embrace of pain. I know pain, the nameless one growled. Vorkin's hard expression wilted to show something like pity. You've known nothing like this, he said. Morlish Veed was clearly admiring himself as he stood in front of his bedroom's tall mirror. He had some reason to. Though middle-aged, he was as combat fit as a soldier 10 years younger, and the gray in his hair added a certain distinction to his blunt features. He filled out the olive green admiral's uniform well, and he kept tugging his edges and sleeves until he was fully satisfied. Sitting on the side of the bed, crossed legs jutting out from beneath her soft velvet robe, Nina Calixte said, Worried you won't look sufficiently pretty for Roan Fel. It's the others on the Moff Council I need to impress. Veed patted his uniform flat and turned to look at her. At least, that's what you've been insisting. You'll need the support of every one of them to override Fel's veto, she said. And you can be sure Fel will try. I'm not worried about Geist, Veed said, or Seniac. Feller is canny, but he'll blow with the wind. Kalek and Conrad Russ will be the tricky ones. I've already secured the vote from Russ, Calixte said. I still like to know how you persuaded him. Veed leered. Not the way you think, Morlish. Just a little blackmail. She frowned politely. Even the pious head of the Imperial mission committed a few indiscretions in his youth. Kalak is the problem. He's always been a toady to fell, and his father before him. Veed's hands turned to fists at his side. If I were Supreme Commander of the military, I'd run things much differently. And you will be, one day, Calixte assured. Veed's neediness was as naked as his vanity, and as easy to exploit. For now, settle with running the Navy, and tipping the power of the Moff Council in our direction. I don't suppose you were able to bribe Kalek. She shook her head, spilling black hair over bare shoulder. His ethics are beyond reproach. Alas. But there are other methods. He's an Imperial patriot, and he believes the role of the military is defending the Empire. If you can convince him the Vong are a threat, he'll join the rest of you in voting to fight. Calixte leaned forward a little. The intelligence reports I've slipped Seniac will hint of a Yuuzhan Vong buildup in the unknown regions. When he brings those up in the meeting, act like you've never heard of them before. It will make your case seem more authentic, and that will help convince Kalek. I don't suppose it matters whether that intel is accurate. All that matters is getting unanimous support from the Council. From there, it will be legally impossible for Roan Fel to stop us. Legally? If I were him, and I were truly opposed to this, I'd change the law, dissolve the Moff Council, and run it all myself. Even if it started a civil war. I'd make sure I was in a position and to win first. Then it's lucky for us you're not the Emperor. Not yet, Veed added. He bent over not deep enough to crease his pretty uniform, and gave her one kiss on the mouth. Wish me luck, Ned. Good luck, she said. I await your results. Veed gave her another leering look, then turned and marched out of his bedroom. Calixte waited until she heard him exit his penthouse entirely, then rose from the bed. She looked out the window. It was a new morning over Ravlin, the administrative capital of the Empire. While not quite Galactic City, its impressive skyline was busy with speeder traffic slicing intersecting lines through the towering skyscrapers. She took a deep breath. The Empire had known peace for 27 since Roan Fel's ascension to the throne. That would all change soon, and she'd be responsible for that. Calixte tried to be honest with herself at all times. Was she motivated by ambition? Of course she was. She'd have never tried that abortive marriage to rough age, nor would she have initiated her affair with Veed, itself a stepping stone toward the High Moff Council, where she hoped to sit herself one day. Her first marriage, her secret marriage to Cole Skywalker, had been a much different affair. She'd allowed sentiment to overcome her better judgment and had allowed a child to drag her further into that mess before finally, forcefully extricating herself. Damn Jedi, she thought. Even without using their force powers on you, they could addle your mind. She was glad to be away from them. Calixte was fairly confident in her ability to control Veed, and in Veed's ability to sway the Moff Council. What troubled her now was the mysterious contact she'd made, the one who directed her to Ossus in advance of its despoiling, and warned her again that 78 of the 100 afflicted worlds had banded together to invoke the Annex's treaty without consulting Coruscant first. Calixte was skilled at gathering intelligence, and she'd heard rumbling of it beforehand, but the actual pronouncement would have taken her by surprise if not for her mysterious benefactor's warning. Calixte didn't like mysteries, unless they were of her own design. She didn't like being led. With everything else going on, it was hard to direct her covert resources to finding the identity of her supposed ally, but it was something she'd have to do. She removed her robe and gathered her clothes. As she put them on, she lingered before the window and caught the pale lines of her reflection against a patch of shadow. The faintness of her image seemed to erase time, the lines on her face, and bags under her eyes. For a moment, it was like she was looking at Morgan Cord, the woman she'd been born as, the woman she quietly killed to become Nina Calixte. She had the power to shape history now, something Morgan couldn't have dreamed of. There was no reason to miss that woman. Still, sentiment tugged at her. She had better things to do than get mawkish. Calixte turned away from the image, finished putting on her clothes, and hurried out of Veed's apartment. We'd be foolish to look at this as anything other than an opportunity, Morlish Veed said. We have all of us long sought to promote the Empire as a political leader for the whole galaxy. Now we have that opportunity. 78 afflicted planets cry out for justice, and countless more cry for leadership. The Alliance is utterly failing to provide. It is not only right but necessary that the Empire do what needs to be done. He walked a slow circle around the High Moff Council's chambers as he made his plea. Watching in silence, Roan Fel thought it unusually theatric for the Admiral. Veed continued, if we offer our help to the 78 worlds, if we give them the justice they deserve, we will enhance the Empire's prestige and territory both. Moff Valor, you've just said that those worlds would be willing to secede from the Alliance and enter a pact with the Empire to secure justice. Think of that, gentlemen. In a day, we can add 78 worlds to our territory. 78 ruined worlds, the Chiss pointed out. Many healthy ones will follow when they see the Empires providing real leadership, Moff Geist said. Veed and Geist were the Council's biggest hawks, but Roan didn't get the impression they collaborated on a plan for this meeting. The Army Chief's interjection seemed to have knocked Veed off his rhetorical rails, and he sputtered for a few seconds before remembering what he was going to say next. The point is simple. We have an historic opportunity. We can seize it and enhance the Empire, or we can sit on our hands, let it pass, and sink into irrelevance even faster than the Alliance. Gentlemen, I see no choice here at all. We are the Empire. We have never been timid. Veed tilted ahead at Roan. Were Jagged or Davek Fel timid when they did what they did? Of course not. We owe it to their legacies to be as bold as they. Roan let the painfully transparent appeal pass in silence. Veed circled back to his chair, placed both hands on his back, and concluded, we must offer our appeal to 78 worlds immediately. While the Alliance dithers, we will be strong. The entire galaxy needs to know that we will not rest until justice is done. Veed took his seat with finality, but the debate was far from over. Standing arms crossed at the edge of table, Roan said, that was very eloquent, Moff Veed. However, for all the moral clarity in your speech, reality is far more complicated. The Alliance dithers because it is honestly trying to figure out who is responsible for the ruining of those worlds. They sent investigators to Assus and Zanima Sekhet 2 weeks ago and still haven't found proof the Jedi, or the Vong Shapers, were responsible. Zanima Sekhet fled deeper into the unknown regions, Intelligence Director Seniac pointed out. That hardly seems the actions of an innocent party. I've heard it was one of the reasons the 78 worlds invoked annexes. Zanima Sekhet disappeared only after the Alliance investigators left, Imperial Mission Director Conrad Russ pointed out. It still says they had something to hide, Geist said. And of course the Alliance people aren't going to find proof. They were surrounded by Jedi on Assus and Zanima Sekhet. You can be sure those cultists were using their force powers to influence with the investigators' minds. Roan shot Geist a firm stare. I hope you're not suggesting all force users use their powers to such ends. Of course not, Your Majesty. But we all know the Jedi cult boast to no other power. They think their force gives them divine right to meddle in the affairs of lesser beings. His eyes locked firmly on Roan's. Your father knew that. Isn't that why he created the Imperial Knights to be loyal to the Empire and to his authority? Roan had gotten indignant and walked into a rhetorical trap when he should have seen it. Coolly he said, Imperial Knights do serve the Force. They also serve their Emperor, so long as he embodies his light side. It was distinction secular minds like these moths would never grasp, but he hoped to remind them that his knights obeyed the Emperor alone, and not their council. Roan moved his attention to the man who'd been silent until now. Admiral Kalak, Supreme Commander of all the Empire's armed forces, cleared his throat and said, the questions of who's to blame for these attacks may be academic. We may simply never know. We should turn our attention to more practical concerns. Which concerns? Asked Felor. Admiral Veed speaks of doling out justice, Kalak said. An admirable goal, to be sure, but how can justice be dealt out? We don't have the technology to undo the Vong-forming damage. If we knew the specific perpetrators, we could bring the might of the military down on them. The perpetrators are obvious, Geist said. Only the Vong had the knowledge to ruin those planets. Yes, but which Vong? Asked Felhor. It may have been a rogue faction of Shapers. Does it matter? Veed gave the table a stern look around. We're in this situation, ultimately, because 100 years ago the Jedi decided to give the Vong a second chance instead of the harsh justice they deserved. This isn't just about justice for the 100 worlds as for the 400 trillion people who were murdered by their initial invasion and whose justice was denied by the Jedi. That's a grand rhetorical statement, Roan said, and again atypical for Veed. Admiral Kalix's point stands true. What do you suggest we do, practically speaking, to achieve justice for the 78 worlds that invoked annexes? We make sure the Vong can never hurt any of our worlds again, said Geist. We find Zanima II. We interdict it, capture it, and place it under military occupation. Anyone that stands in our way of Vong Navy, the Jedi, even the Alliance needs to be deemed a threat to galactic safety and treated as an enemy. Capture a living planet that can jump to hyperspace at will, asked Russ. That seems a tall order. The Empire meets challenges. It doesn't hide from them, Geist growled, then swung his gaze to Roan. Veed is dead right, Your Majesty. Even if it was a rogue faction who did this, the whole Vong race has to be held accountable. And so do their Jedi protectors. The Jedi may see it as their duty to defend the Vong to the end, Falor said. Roan knew they would. I will not pitch my knights in battle against the Jedi, he said. Does that mean you will veto a resolution by this council? Asked Veed. The council has no control over my knights. They do as I order, and no one else, Roan said firmly. The council still has power, said Geist. We can override your veto on other matters with a unanimous vote. Roan let his gaze drift across the table. He met blatant aggression from Geist, determination from Veed. Seniac and Filhar looked thoughtful and ambivalent. Russ shirked from his gaze. Kalak gave nothing. Again, Roan said, let us vote practically. The Empire has not gone to war in a generation. We all remember what it cost us last time. Are we ready to commit ourselves to another war against an uncertain enemy who as yet has presented us no clear threat whatsoever? If justice demands it, Veed said. The mantle of righteousness didn't fit him, and Roan wondered whether someone had placed it on his shoulders. Kalak shook his head. I see no reason to seek out a war with the Vong. We have no proof they're any kind of threat to the Empire. Director Seniac said, that may no longer be true. All eyes turned to him in surprise, including Roan's. What does that mean? The Emperor asked. Reliable intelligence has recently become available, Seniac said. I'm sorry, Majesty, but there wasn't time to brief you beforehand. The intel chief was normally one of Roan's most reliable men. He chose for now to believe him. What have you learned? Our listening posts in the unknown regions have picked up signs of large unidentified fleets on the move, many close to the border with our space. Initially, they were mistaken for fast-moving asteroid fields, which is a common mistake when first encountering Vong warships. You're saying the rogue Vong have a whole fleet built up? Geist asked. Roan sensed genuine surprise from him and the Force. I don't think these are indications we can ignore, said Seniac. The Chiss Ascendancy has told me none of this, Felhor said. I'd very much like to see those reports. You all will, I promise. Seniac looked to Roan. I can present them now, if you'd like. Roan didn't like being blindsided. He felt no ill intent from his intel chief in the Force. The man seemed honestly concerned about a security threat. So, he felt, did Kalak and Russ, and they were the swing votes Geist and Veed would need. That the Chiss hasn't heard about this was surprising, but threats from the unknown regions had to be taken seriously. 35 years ago, savage alien raiders had killed Roan's grandfather and nearly brought the Empire to its knees. All right, Director Seniac, Roan said. You may begin. Quiet dread settled in his stomach as he watched Seniac's report. He detailed a dozen different reports, some from Imperial intel teams in the unknown regions and some from independent clients. They all pointed to a buildup of what could only have been Vong ships. The numbers were still extremely vague, but their motion matched that of a fleet preparing for an invasion on Alliance space. It shocked Roan, even with panic spreading across the galaxy and rumors of a second Great Vong invasion. He'd never thought their race was anything but a tamed and crippled shadow of his old self. If there really were other colonies of the rogue Vong in the unknown regions, they could have grown new warships in secret. Still, his instinct was to doubt. This is very interesting information, Director Seniac, but none of it is confirmed, he said. We need to investigate more thoroughly to find proof of a new Vong fleet and its intentions before we act. There's no time for that, Veed insisted. The Empire has to take swift, decisive action. The Alliance can dither, but we can't. And if this new Vong fleet is a mirage, or bad intelligence, asked Felhor, then our war for justice will be so much easier, said Veed. It won't just be for justice. It will be a defensive war, said Russ. Strangely, Roan caught a sense of relief from him. Only if these reports are true, he said. We have no positive verification. That may take weeks. We may only get it with the second wave of Vong attacks, Veed said. We must vote and press ahead now. Seniac's intel had jarred the other Moffs from their positions. Roan could feel them tipping toward Veed's side. He hadn't expected it to go this way, and told them, I will not commit the Empire to a war with unclear objectives and no victory conditions. Does that mean you will veto a decision by this council? Geist asked daringly. Roan nodded. I am Emperor. I have that power, and I will execute it. Kalak sighed and said, we aren't committing ourselves to a major war just yet. We're voting on whether to respond to the 78 worlds. Veed jumped at his words. Exactly? We're voting on whether to recognize their invocation of the Annexes Treaty. We're voting on whether to see justice done, or step aside. I recommend we vote now, said Geist. Seconded, snapped Veed. It took one more to call for a vote. To Roan's surprise, Conrad Russ raised a hand. I would like to vote, as well. Russ was normally one of Roan's most reliable allies. He felt the situation slipping past his control and tried to calm himself. Felhor would want to consult with the Chiss Ascendancy before voting. That would buy him time. I vote to recognize the 78 worlds, Veed began. As do I, said Geist. Seniac sighed deeply and said, I also vote in favor. As do I, said Russ, meekly. I turned to the Chiss. Felhor frowned and said, this vote should never have been forced. A decision this important should never be made hastily. However, in light of the new evidence from Director Seniac, I vote in favor. And finally, everyone looked at Kalak. The Supreme Commander did not meet Roan's eyes, and he knew that he was lost. We could not ignore threats to the security of the Empire. What happens in the Alliance affects us inevitably. I vote in favor. Veed turned to his Emperor with a smile so tight and smug it took all Roan's training as a knight not to force throttle him. There you have it, Majesty. The vote is unanimous. So it is. Roan's hands clenched into fists. You have committed the Empire to a dangerous course, and there can be no predicting the consequences. I only hope you don't regret your decision. I'm proud of what we've done today, said Veed. Be calm, Majesty. This will strengthen the Empire's political and moral authority galaxy-wide, and what's good for your Empire is good for us all. In all his years as an Imperial Knight, Eshker Nine had never seen his Emperor truly angry. After meeting the Moff Council, Roan Fel had retreated to his chambers. Nine, the Empress, and Fel's cousin Morgan Valter had gathered in the room with him and stood awkwardly at his edges as he paced furiously in his center. This was not a coincidence. Not for something as important as this. I was outflanked, purposely and deliberately. Fel spat every word through snarled lips. Now they've cast the Empire on a path that could lead us to ruin. Outflanked by whom? Nine asked. Seniac. I don't know. I've always trusted his judgment, but to be sprung with that kind of intel, that unverified intel in the middle of a key meeting, that was unlike him. Veed was the one who pressed for a vote, Morgan pointed out. No one had to say that Veed was ambitious, or that he'd do anything in his power to press the Empire into a war so long as Veed thought he could win it. Fel scowled. Veed is not a subtle man. Normally I can see his maneuvers from kilometers away. He seemed surprised by Seniac's intel, though he could have faked it. You didn't sense deception from any of them? Asked Elliot. Fel shook his head. Nothing explicit. The Empress sighed. I'm surprised Kalec voted for war, but Russ is especially surprising. For Moff, he was always so. She trailed off. Nine supplied, timid, and she nodded. We're not actually in a war. Morgan appealed for calm. Yet, the Emperor said, and spun on his wife. No matter what the military elects to do, the Imperial Knights will not take up arms against our Jedi cousins. As Empress and First Knight, you have to make sure they know that. I will, she nodded firmly. And you, Master Nine? Fel turned to the Aitachi. Nine felt his Emperor's stern gaze and straightened. I have a different task for you. You've always been good at strategy, developing careful plans of action, and discerning those of others. Thank you, Majesty. For a moment, Nine thought Fel might task him with developing a battle plan, just in case Jedi and Imperial Knights really did come to blows. It would be a tragedy, but a part of Nine would relish the challenge. I believe what happened today happened on purpose. Russ's vote was too inexplicable. Seniac's timing was too perfect. I don't know if it was Veed or Geist or someone else who forced our hand, but it was clearly someone. I want you to do everything possible to find out who. Nine blinked. I'm to be your covert investigator, then? Exactly. This is very important. It could determine the fate of the Empire. That, too, was a challenge. Nine felt inflated by his Emperor's trust. I will do as you command, Majesty. What of my apprentice? Draco is a brave young man. He'll join your investigation. Hopefully you can teach him to be clever as well as fearless. I'll do my best, sir. Fel exhaled. His anger had retreated without going away. His eyes were dark as he turned on Morgan. Even though I do not approve, the Empire has elected to support the 78 worlds crying for revenge. We can't afford a disunited front, which means I'll be joining Veed and Kalec on a trip to meet our new allies. Cousin, we have to prepare security arrangements. They'll be tighter than ever. No one except a knight is to be trusted. I understand, Majesty. Then come with me. We have more to discuss. With a wave of the hand and the flare of his cape, Fel marched through the door beyond into his personal office. Morgan followed him through, but Elliot did not, and when the door closed, she and Nine were left alone. These are unwelcome events, she sighed. Perhaps, Nine said evenly. Elliot eyed him. You're smarter than to fall for V's talk, Esker. Someone should stand for justice. If the Alliance doesn't, why shouldn't the Empire? It's more complicated than that. We may never know who sabotaged those worlds. That doesn't negate the crime or the need for punishment. Elliot shook her head. Punishment isn't just if the wrong person is punished. It's cruelty. Cruelty is letting 100 worlds get destroyed twice over. Nine frowned. Do you believe the Jedi when they say the Yuuzhan Vong have reformed? I've never been to Zanima Second. I don't know. Elliot shrugged awkwardly. My husband does. I have to believe he's right. Nine was less certain. The Yuuzhan Vong had wrought untold horrors 100 years ago. The Jedi preached about the redeeming power of the light side of the Force, and Nine believed in that power, but the Vong were not of the Force. He struggled to see how a culture could change so much in just a century. But that was not his task. He drew breath and said, whatever the Vong have done, we know someone is trying to push the Empire toward a war. Successfully, the Empress added, yes, and my job is to find out who. The rest is for someone else to accomplish. It's good you've accepted your role, Esker. She smiled weakly. Just be careful. They may be one and the same. Does the Force tell you that? No. The Force tells me nothing about what's going on. I don't like this. She hugged herself as though chilled. He felt the urge to comfort her and knew he could not. Just be careful, Eshker. The Empire can't afford to lose one of his best knights. After the successful vote in the Moff Council, Veed insisted on celebratory dinner. This time Calixte hardly minded. The success of their ploy left her almost lightheaded. Before joining him, however, there was a much more important conversation to have. Calixte activated the transceiver in her personal quarters and typed in the encryption code recorded only in her head. She waited almost 2 full minutes, and then it appeared, that bland male face, staring back at her with dead eyes. It was a success, she told her contact. The Moff Council voted unanimously to support the 78 worlds. An official statement will be forthcoming. Excellent. Just a bit of inflection leaked into the voice. You've done very well, Moff Calixte. It sounded vaguely like an owner congratulating his pet. Calixte said, I'm glad our partnership is yielding desired results. However, we still have no idea how the Alliance will respond. They will back the Jedi, her contact said, matter of fact. She felt a chill down her spine. Since leaving Cole, she climbed the ladder of rank as quickly as possible, using every opportunity to obtain her goals. Every lofty ambition could be attained through a combination of ruthlessness, patience, and attention to detail. She believed that, held to it, and prided herself in her accomplishments. She realized, for the first time, that her own machinations might be small in comparison to what her contact was working toward. How has Emperor Fel reacted to the vote? The bland voice asked. I've not spoken with him personally. I understand he's angry, but he hasn't tried to block the resolution. He'll be going to meet representatives from the 78 worlds soon. Do you know where? I do not, she admitted. She considered from the start that her contact would have designs, possible lethal, against Ron Fel. She wasn't against removing him, in theory, but she needed to make sure she'd benefit from it. I can, however, find out. If you wish. After Blank-Face paused, her contact said, that will not be necessary. However, it would be in our best interest if the 78 worlds were fast-tracked for admission to the Empire. For once, Calixte felt confident that I referred to both her and the mysterious benefactor. I believe that is already the plan. It would be best if you were there, personally, to ensure it. She considered that already. Veed was already set to join Fel on that trip, as was Supreme Commander Kalik. To her knowledge, Intel Director Seniac was not, and if she asked, she could probably join the delegation on his behalf. She'd hesitated, mostly because of Veed. They'd refrained from being seen publicly, except in official capacities, and did their best to avoid appearing together before Ron Fel. They could never be certain how much he'd gleaned with the Force. I believe that could be arranged, she said. However, there are heightened risks. Such as, the Emperor's Jedi powers are an unpredictable variable. The blank face paused again while her contact thought. Then it said, you should attend the meeting. The rewards are greater than the risks. She didn't like evasion. I already said those planets will get fast-tracked into the Empire. What's so important that only I can do it? You should speak with some of the representatives privately, without Fel's knowledge. And we'll talk about what? The 78 worlds combined have an impressive collection of warships. So her contact wanted to start a war. She knew that, she's seen it coming. Still, it felt different being on the edge of the precipice. They're a collection of mismatched militias. Nothing an Alliance battle group couldn't handle. With Imperial backing, they'll be more formidable. So I should encourage them to launch an attack, and Fel's fleets will have no choice but to aid their new allies. She crossed her arms. Not a bad plan. Do you suggest a target? There can only be one, the dead voice said. Ossus. She felt vertigo, like she was staring down a long, dark fall. Ossus was, of course, the obvious choice. Her mouth went dry. Do you wish to destroy the Jedi? The Alliance will be forced to act. and then we'll have our war. She knew that our was again referring to them both. It was her war as much as her allies. Through a war with a disjointed, confused alliance, the Empire could expand territory and prestige to height not known since Palpatine. She could rise right alongside Veed. He's spoken openly about replacing Kalek as Supreme Commander, and she could easily see herself in Seniac's role. Together, commanding the military and the security apparatus, they'd be the two most powerful beings in the Empire besides its monarch. The offer was tempting beyond all words. One image stood between her and that desire: Cole Skywalker, bleeding and battered after his flight from Wayland, standing beside a 12-year-old boy with messy blonde hair and a shocked blank face. She sacrificed a lot to get where she was now, including hapless people unlucky enough to be useful to her. Morgan Cord had been the first one to discard it. But Cole and Cade were something else, a line she couldn't cross, maybe her last one. But then, an attack on Asus did not mean the destruction of the Jedi. As her contact had said, the desire was to spark a clash between the Empire and Alliance. The battle didn't even have to reach the planet's surface. Cole and his Jedi could be properly warned well before the vengeful fleet showed up. They'd prepare, they'd defend, they'd survive. She'd make sure of that. And she'd keep it to herself. Veed and her client would never know. I believe all that can be arranged, she said at last. We'll have our spark, and then our fire. Excellent. We knew you would understand. There was one thing left to say, one question to ask. It was dangerous, maybe lethally so, but if there was a time to ask, it was now. She'd made herself too essential for them to dispose of her. Now that our plans are nearing fruition, Calixte said, I'm making one small request. Go ahead. We've walked a long way together. If we're going to walk further, I want to know who you really are. I want to see your real face. The fake one stared at her with dead eyes. It didn't even blink. After a drawn-out minute, her contact said, that is acceptable. But not yet. When? After the battle at Asus. After Asus you might no longer need me, she said bluntly. We will need you more than ever. We want someone we trust directing Imperial intelligence. Seniac is not the one. They could have been lying to her, leading her on, stalling for time. I need a better reason to wait. Who are you, and what are your designs for the Empire? Our designs for the Empire are to restore it to greatness. Somehow she'd expected more than unreconstructed Palpatine lovers. My father was one of those. It cost him his life. You do not understand. We don't just want the Empire to rise. We want the Alliance to fall. The Alliance has 3 times our territory and resources. The Alliance is already crumbling. 78 worlds are about to secede and join the Empire. More will follow, and even more will sit on the sidelines of a war and leap to join whoever wins. We offer you a place of leadership in an empire that spans the galaxy once again. Will you turn that down, Nina Calixte? Something in that dead voice sounded absolutely assured, and she was chilled again. You didn't answer my first question. Who are you? All will be revealed after Asus. You have our word. The connection died suddenly. Calixte felt the urge to hail them again, but she knew there'd be no response. She didn't take their word for much, but it was all she had. She stood at the precipice's edge and saw no other choice but to jump. She would have to hold secret meetings with the newly pledged Imperials, then warn the Jedi before they attacked Asus. Her entire life since leaving Cole and Cade had been a succession of schemes and gambles, each ascension precipitated by a bold risk. The risks had never been greater, not the ascension. She took a deep breath and felt overwhelmed with the feeling that everything in her lives Morrigan Cordes and Nina Calix had been building to this moment. With all her lives behind her, there was nothing to do but jump and try to land as best she could. Chapter 7. It was Jace Skywalker's wish that she could be there for her son, but Cole had insisted that he face the Alliance in it alone. Therefore she remained on Asus and watched the holo broadcast along with the congregation of other Jedi. He was at the central rostrum, The grand arena spread out all around, and the triumvirate seated at the table behind him. He'd come to give a speech pleading for the backing of the alliance, then answer hard questions. Instead, he stood before Bedlam. His appearance began almost an hour behind schedule, and the reporter on the news broadcast had spent most of the lag time explaining all the causes for delay. Most of the 78 worlds that had just made their pact with the Empire had withdrawn their representatives, leaving empty seats behind, but a few delegates had stayed to raise noisy protests. Senators from over 200 planets, still seated with the Alliance, either joined the protests or withdrew their people in a show of disdain for the Jedi. In addition, over 200,000 protesters were estimated to have gathered outside the Senate Hall, and security was constantly combing the building in response to the 100-plus bomb threats received in the past 24 hours alone. When Cole finally did start speaking, he was greeted by a chorus of jeers from hundreds of senators, which were in turn met by standing accolades from hundreds more. He stayed at his podium, silenced but steadfast, and waited almost 5 minutes for the hall to quiet down. In that time, a large faction of senators staged a walkout. The broadcast commentator said that, with all these abstentions, the Senate still held a quorum required to pass a binding vote, but just barely. This might actually work in our favor, Nat said from the seat beside his mother. If the anti-Jedi votes walk, the ones that stay can rule in our favor, with the majority. With a roar, Lobacca pointed out that the worlds which had walked away would refuse to accept the vote as legitimate. There was no way this meeting could end with the Alliance's credibility unscathed. Meanwhile, just the day before, Ron Fell had held a highly publicized meeting with representatives from 78 worlds that wished to secede from the Alliance and join the Empire. I've never seen this kind of political dysfunction before, Nat said gravely. I never thought we'd be at the center of it. Jade looked to K-Kruk. The massive, ancient Wifid was watching the broadcast with narrowed eyes and emotions closed off from the Force. Softly, Jade asked him, "Does this remind you of the fall of the Old Republic?" K-Kruk shook his shaggy head. No. In the Clone Wars, there was no discord in the Senate. Everyone fell under Palpatine's sway, and it was terrifying. Lobacca moaned that it reminded him of the collapse of the New Republic during the first Yuuzhan Vong War. The first Yuuzhan Vong War, Nat echoed. Are we already resigned to a second? There's been peace between Bastion and Coruscant for over a century, Jade whispered. I can't believe it will end now like this. Every peace ends, K-Kruk said with knowing finality. Lobacca's son Karashchukuk, sitting closest to the holo projector, let out a roar to let everyone know the Senate session had finally started. The Jedi hunched in silent attention and watched as Cole began his speech. He was still interrupted with bursts of boos, applause, or both simultaneously, but he plodded onward, describing the genesis of the Ossus project and stressing the role the Alliance Senate had had in approving it. He reiterated the lofty hopes for union and redemption that had driven the project, then stressed, repeatedly and in detail, the fact that Alliance investigators had found no sign of wrongdoing by any of the Yuuzhan Vong shapers or Jedi involved in the Ossus project. Just when he was moving to wrap up, a new voice boomed. If the Vong are innocent, why did they flee into the unknown regions? The Newsnet's holocam swung around until it spotted the red-faced senator and marked him as the representative from the Atravus sector. Then it swung back to Cole, who said patiently, it was purely a matter of safety. Violent extremists have reached Zanima Second in the past and endangered it. We removed the chance it might happen again. And you removed any incriminating evidence. Seated behind Cole, Triumvirate banged his gavel. I'd remind the senator from Atravus that there is time for questions allotted after Master Skywalker's speech. It needs answering now. Another senator called. An answer was just provided. Master Skywalker, please continue your speech. With admirable aplomb, Cole continued, and this time Gan muted any senator who attempted to interrupt. As he brought his speech to a close, he said, we understand your desire for justice. We share it absolutely. The Ossus project should have been a chance for all our peoples to start again and heal wounds a century old. Instead, it has become a nightmare perversion of everything we're sought. The Jedi and our Yuuzhan Vong friends are enraged by this betrayal, and we are doing everything in our power to find the ones responsible. I know you are angry, and I know you want revenge now. But I plead with you, give us time. Working together, the Alliance, Jedi, and Yuuzhan Vong can find the truth behind this catastrophe. Then, together, we will find justice. To act in haste and anger will bring no justice, only harm. Jade was surprised by the ovation that got him. Many senators quickly rose to drown the cheering out with jeers, and it was another 5 minutes before Triumvirate banged his gavel and announced that the question session had begun. What followed was more of shouting match than an inquiry. Cole held his ground admirably, raising his voice only to be heard, while arguing senators interrogated each other more than the Jedi. Weariness grew plain on the faces of the three triumvirs, and finally Gayan closed the inquiry with more banging of his gavel and announced that time had come for a vote. Cole stepped off the stage and joined the triumvirs at their table. The vote was as raucous an affair as everything else today. Many senators who sat through Cole's session only announced their boycott at the start of the vote. Another group stormed theatrically out of the Senate chamber, while the frantic news reporter relayed that, even with this last walkout, the Senate just barely held a quorum. No one's going to take this seriously, scowled Nat as actual votes started rolling in. It is legally binding, said K-Kruk. Laws are only laws if people follow them. This. Nat waved a hand at the broadcast. The vote counter at the bottom of the holo ticked every few seconds. As the Jedi watched, it became clear that the number of votes in favor of Cole's proposal and against recognizing the Annexes Treaty as the 78 worlds had requested were taking a clear lead. It was impossible to feel cheered by this. Had the Senate hall been full, Jade knew they couldn't have won. This vote would pit Alliance and Empire on opposite sides of an incredibly combustible issue, and whatever Roan Fell said in private, his public face was that of a unified Empire's strong leader. Strength and unity for the Alliance were long gone. When the final tally was officially announced, with votes nearly 2/3 against recognizing the treaty, the hall was once more drowned out in applause and angry shouts. The view from the holo camera swung close on the podium in the center where Jade's son sat with the three triumvirs. Newt Arena's hammer-headed face was hard for Jade to read, but Gile Gan's wide mouth was drooped into a frown and his bulbous eyes looked glassy. Bail Antilles ran a hand through hair, fingers clenched, and Jade's son, who spent his whole life trying to realize a dream where Jedi, Yuuzhan Vong, and Alliance peoples were gathered as one, kept his face inscrutably blank. Only a mother could see the deep sorrow in his shadowed eyes. It ached Jade to be far away and unable to help him, but she knew that were she right beside him there was still nothing she could do for her son, and that was the worst thing of all. It was the sight of Cole Skywalker sitting stoic at the Senate podium that decided her. After denying it for weeks, trying to go about her business and pretending the galaxy wasn't falling apart around her, Marin Solo finally admitted that something had to be done. As Fast Start plied the Prelimian Corward through the expansion region, Marin arranged for Bennett to keep Anya busy in the auxiliary loading bay, ensconced herself in her office, and patched in a private and encrypted call to her father. It had been months since they'd last spoken, and far longer since she'd seen him in person. When his face appeared on the holo image above her desk, she was struck by the pure white of his beard and hair, even though she'd seen it before. Somehow, he was always younger in her mind's eye. "Hi, Dad." She gave him a weak smile. "Long time no talk." "It's good to hear from you," Arlen said. Understandable, there was little joy in his voice. "How are Bennett and Anya?" "They're holding up. Anya's hit that age where she'd old enough to listen to the news and know everything's gone to Asik, but not old enough to really grasp it all. So we're trying to keep her mind busy with other things." Arlen nodded soberly. "And your husband? He's been pressuring me to get in contact with you for weeks. Honestly, Dad, it's not that I don't want to help. Really. I'm just not sure what I can do. But I wanted to check in, at least." "I understand. Thank you. And I actually did have something in mind. Well, it's a good thing I called." She wondered if her father might have gotten some premonition, if the Force might still be working through her even after she declared herself rid of it. You know the Jedi are in dire straits now, and there's no telling what might happen next. We don't have many friends we can rely on, so we have to use the ones we've got. Moran, I need you to go to Denon and talk to Chance Calrissian. That was someone Moran had thought she'd never see again. Chance was her father's oldest friend and co-owner of an interstellar industrial conglomerate that had his hands in everything from droid manufacturing to Durasteel smelting. Chance was pushing 90 now and, best Moran knew, had handed over day-to-day operations to his daughter Cherith and his longtime partner, a most legitimate Hutt named Vogma. If you give me their exact coordinates, I'll stop by. What am I going for exactly? I'll send you the coordinates and more. Specifically, information on 11 credit accounts held at banks on Brental, Raltiire, Coruscant, and Corellia. Tell Chance and Sherith we need their help in moving all funds into new accounts where they'll appreciate in secret. Marin's face screwed up. So this is about protecting the Jedi Order's finances. Sometimes credits are as essential as the Force, Arlen said wryly. Karulak, Commoner, and a half-dozen other planets just seized accounts affiliated with the Jedi, including ones where ownership was supposedly confidential. That's why you want me to go. Exactly. People know the Calrissians are friendly with the Order. If a known Jedi met with them and the contents of that meeting got out, it could be bad for them and us. But if they meet with someone from Solo Shipping Incorporated, it'll be no big deal. Exactly. Moran, this money is important. She had to smirk at that. 3 decades and a lifetime ago, credits had been the furthest thing from her mind. Only after striking out on her own and starting a business with Bennett did she realize that the larger galaxy depended on credits like Jedi depended on the Force. I understand, Dad. I'll make sure the Jedi's assets are protected. Good. And once the Calrissians set up the new accounts, I want you to have executive access to all of them. The thought of suddenly being a trillionaire made Marin's head flutter. I'm not used to handling that kind of cash, Dad. I know. You'll be co-owners of the accounts along with the Calrissians. Okay? She crossed her arms over her chest. Do the Jedi have plans for this money, aside from scurrying it away before it's taken from them? Possibly. Marin raised her brow. Contact me again once you've set everything up. We should have more figured out by then. Arlen added, give Chance my best, too. Of course, Dad. Is there anything else? Maybe. Any chance I'll get to see my grandkid one of these days? He asked it with a grin, but she could tell he was serious. Marin hesitated. She'd gone to great lengths to separate her new life from her old one, and while she wasn't opposed to Arlen meeting Anya, on principle, it would completely change her relationship with her daughter if Anya found out her mother had been a Jedi. Arlen saw her balk and smiled, generously, regretfully. Just something to think about. I'll send you all the account info after I log off. May the Force be with you, Marin. You too, she said, relieved. The holo shut off. She stared at the blank bulkhead while her comm system downloaded the account data, wondering if the Force really could still be with her after she'd shoved it away. When the download was complete, Marin went down 4 decks to fast start secondary cargo bay. The cavernous space contained not just crates of cargo they were hauling inbound from the Tion cluster, but the stout, narrow-winged body of the shuttle runaround. They used the hyperdrive-capable ship for courier trips from time to time, and while it wasn't exactly spacious, it was still a vast improvement over the ancient X-Wing fighter Marin had flown about during her Jedi days. Bennett, Anya, and one of the Astromech droids were going over cargo when they saw Marin approaching. She did her best to smile and gave Anya a squeeze on the shoulder. How's it coming along? She asked her daughter. Almost done, Mom. EB-12, and I retagged all 18 crates. Anya added, Dad helped a little. Well, I'm glad he's making himself useful. She kept the smile but put gravity into her voice as she told Bennett. When we unload at Raltiire, I'm going to take Runaround and Swing by Denon. Can I come? Anya bleated. Whenever they reached a planet, the girl always wanted to get out and see as much as she could. Small wonder, given that she spent most of her time cooped up on a traveling cargo hauler. No, you've got to stay. and make sure your dad doesn't screw anything up. She gave Bennett a pat on the back. How long will you be gone? He asked. I don't plan to spend more than a day on Denon. Just hold at Raltiire until I get back. That shouldn't throw us off schedule. All right. Marin didn't need the Force to know her husband wanted to talk about this more, but not in front of Anya. Marin looked back to her daughter and said, why don't you and EB-12 start running pre-flight checks on runaround? You know how to do that, don't you? I think so. Anya glanced at the droid, who gave an affirmative toot. The droid promptly rolled off toward the shuttle, and the girl followed. Once their daughter was out of earshot, Bennett asked, well, what did your father say? He just wants me to do one thing for him on Denon. Like I said, it shouldn't be a problem. Meaning what exactly? You're the one who's encouraged me to get involved. I know. I just want to know what's going on. He glanced at Anya as she followed her droid up into the shuttle. I want to make sure you won't be in danger. I'm not. She cupped his face, stroked his cheek. Trust me, I'm just doing a little legitimate money transfer with one of my dad's friends. Something the Jedi want done quietly. Just stay safe. I will. She leaned in and kissed his other cheek. It would be strange seeing the Calrissians and Vogma after so long, but once it was over, it would be over. So she hoped. She had no expectation of this brief callback drawing her deeper into her past and no desire to be drawn. The life she'd built on Fast Start with Bennett and Anya was simple and unglamorous and free of the crushing weight of larger responsibility, which was all she wanted now. I'll be back soon, Marin said. I guarantee it. On the outbound ride from Coruscant, Cole Skywalker had been hounded by too many unwelcome thoughts. All of them disappeared the second his shuttle registered an incoming transmission from an unknown source, utilizing a one-of-a-kind encryption key the comm system failed to recognize. Cole, however, knew it instantly. The code had been used by him and one other during their time working together as covert agents. They were the only two beings in the galaxy who knew it, and even after all these years, Cole perfectly remembered the responding decryption key. After entering it, the lonely cockpit lit up with the glowing image of a woman with her long black hair in a severe bun and the collar of an imperial moth around her neck. Cole still wasn't used to seeing her like this. In his deepest private heart, he still called her Morgan Cord. This is a surprise, Cole said simply. He didn't want to use her name, either of them. Hello, Cole? There was no joy in her voice, but a tiny part of him was heartened to hear his first name on her lips. Are you on your way back to Ossus? That's correct. I saw your speech in front of the Senate. I suppose you did as well as you could have. Thank you. I assume there's a reason for this call. She gave a tiny nod. I'm giving you a warning, Cole. Ossus isn't safe. No place in the galaxy was safe for Jedi now. He held back a rebuttal. Can you be more specific? Militias from the 78 worlds are banding together for an attack on Ossus. They plan to drag the Empire into their little war. Then stop them? Can't Roan Fel? Roan Fel's hands are tied by the Moff Council, as is already clear, she said. From this distance he gained nothing from her in the Force, but he felt a twinge of certainty. She wasn't lying, exactly, but she wasn't telling the whole truth either. Do you know when this attack is coming? Within the next week. Perhaps as soon as 4 days. Call's mind raced. The Alliance Senate, what was left of it, had voted against recognizing the Annexes Treaty, and the Triumvirate had assured him the Jedi would be allowed more time to exonerate themselves. However, they'd yet to promise military assistance if the Jedi came under threat. Arlen Fel was still on Coruscant, trying to wrangle assurances out of them, but Cole had hurried forward because there were still problems to attend to on Ossus. Did you hear me, Cole? She pressed. Within 4 days, you need to be ready to defend yourselves. How many ships? She paused, considering not the tally but whether to tell it. Finally she said, perhaps 50 ships. Mostly corvettes, frigates, and the like. The Rhodians have also scrounged up an old Star Destroyer, Predator class. But if the Imperial fleet decides to join, there's no telling. and Roan Fell can't stay their hand. Don't depend on him, she said simply. Cole felt frustration and anger toward his cousin. He thought Roan Fell strong enough to restrain the Empire's worst impulses. There doesn't seem to be anyone I can rely on, is there? He wanted, hoped, prayed she'd say he could rely on her. But of course she didn't. I'm doing what I can for you, Cole. If you can't muster defenses for Ossus in 4 days' time, you should be ready to evacuate. To where? Rinvar, Vestine, or any of the other worlds we have academies on. They'll chase us there too. I gave you a warning. That's all I can do. Her holo-projected eyes avoided his. Then she asked, how is Cade? On Ossus. I knew that. Cole. I will do everything to protect our son, Morrigan, even if you won't. His voice was angry, and she flinched. Please, Cole, don't call me that. A part of you is still her. We wouldn't be talking otherwise. Her eyes narrowed, adamant and angry. She's gone, Cole. No. He tapped his chest. A part of her is here. Always. It's in K too. For a moment they stared at each other from across the stars, adamant, angry, desperate. Then she looked away and said, Goodbye, Cole. The holo winked out, leaving him alone once more. Marin's cargo hauling business had built a reasonably comfortable life for her family, but from the moment she stepped into the Volgma Tendrando Limited building on Denon, she was reminded of the great yawning gap between independent entrepreneurs and captains of industry. After presenting her credentials and passing through 2 layers of security, she was whisked via all-transparent steel lift to the highest level of the 200-story tower. When it stopped, she had an impeccable view of the rival skyscraper spread into all horizons, but it was hard to appreciate Denon's ecumenopolis while struggling with nausea-inducing vertigo. When the door slid open, she stepped into the meeting room. The circular chamber's walls were all transparent too, while a red and gold decor marked the floor and ceiling both. She took in the room's 3 inhabitants in an instant. Volgma the Hutt was long and massive even by his species standards. Sheriff Calrissian was on her feet and dressed in a neat business suit, and Chance was seated in a mobile hover chair near the circular conference table. Volgma hadn't changed much since Marin last saw him, but she was struck by all the steel gray curls on Cherith's head and the way Chance's hair and beard had gone fully white. Welcome to Denon, young lady. Chance waved her forward. It's been a long time. I'm not so young anymore. Marin offered a hand. Chance's trembled with age, but he squeezed it hard. To me, you're the picture of youth. How's your father? Trying his best to manage a whirlwind. He sends his regards. Well, send mine right back. Take a seat. Chance angled his hover chair to dock at the table while Volgma scooted his repulsor to his edge. Marin and Cherith took seats beside one another, and Marin began outlining what her father wanted done. The 2 Calrissians nodded knowingly the whole way through. As Arlen had predicted, the careful shifting of fiscal assets was something they knew all about. We should be able to get all of this done within a day, Cherith said. And there's no way people will be able to trace these assets back to the Jedi. Absolutely not. But you and I will have full access to them. Well, this money isn't for either of us, but that's good to know. If your goal is to build up Jedi assets, this is a start, but there's a better way, Volgma rumbled. Marin eyed him. As Marin had learned a long time ago, back in her Jedi days, Volgma was mostly legitimate, but he was still a Hutt. Go on. Put some of these funds into secure accounts, to be sure. He waved a tiny arm, but the rest of these assets should be put to use in stocks and securities. That sounds like a good way to lose money. The Galactic Stock Exchange is in turmoil right now, just like everything else. Marin looked around the table for agreement, but she could see Cherith and Chance were busy in thought. Tendrandro Volgma Limited has access to a wealth of information about the industries we're involved in, including our competitors' strengths and weaknesses, Volgma went on. With our careful management, I believe we could increase the Jedi Order's assets by, at least 50% this year. Stocks in defense industries are skyrocketing, Cherith said. There's always money to be made in war, Chance added dryly. Okay, hold on. Marin held up both hands. Using confidential business information to increase our assets sounds like it's taken us from morally hazy territory to straight up illegal. Laws governing finance were drawn up as a joint pact between the Alliance and the Empire, said Wagner. They're now on the brink of war with each other. Even if those laws stay technically binding, do you believe anyone will bother enforcing them? Besides, you said the Jedi Order is in terrible danger. Chirrut's gaze was hard, and Marin fought the urge to look away. They'll need this. We can't do it quietly to avoid attracting attention. We'll have direct management of those accounts, Chance added. You have our word that we'll do everything we can to help the Jedi. Marin swallowed. She realized, once the surprise wore down, that this didn't bother her, not really. Finance law was a hard thing to care about when placed against the lives of her father, Nat, and all the other Jedi. I'll check with my father, just to make sure, but I think he'll agree, she said. And thank you for your help. You have no idea how much this means. None of us do, yet, Baldma said. Pray we never have to find out. It had the feeling of a war council. Less than an hour after he returned to Ossus, Cole Skywalker assembled the group at a meeting room in the temple's lower pyramid. Lobaka and K-Kruk sat together, two massive furry bulks, Tiliqua on their right and Master Shaper Nayren on their left, the only non-Jedi in the group. Cole was joined by his mother and brother, plus a shimmering life-sized holo displaying Arlen Fell, broadcast from Coruscant. It doesn't matter where I got the information from, Cole explained after warning them of the attack on Ossus. It's reliable, and is not going to tell us more, so we have to plan with what we have. Grimly, Lobaka said that the Jedi had to decide whether or not to abandon Ossus. It would take at least 3 days to evacuate the temple of all people and equipment. There has to be another way, Nash shook his head. This is Ossus. It's been the seat of the Jedi Order for almost a century. I wish we could get a guarantee of defense from the Alliance, Arlen said. I've been trying to drag anything out of the Triumvirs, but it's not going well. Perhaps you should speak with Fleet Command directly, said Nayren. Arlen shook his head. If I go behind their backs, it will wreck my relationship with all 3 Triumvirs, even Gayan. I sense he's on our side for now. Bail Antilles is just trying to think of a way out of this mess. Nudarina, I'm not sure. I can't tell she resents the Jedi. Her world was ruined by the Yuuzhan Vong, Cole pointed out. Yes, but once the Imperials threw in with the 78, something changed. She sees the Empire's action as an affront and says she wants to get those secessionist worlds back. And maybe more, just to show the Imperials their place. Arlen sighed. So we may have a warmongering Ithorian in our corner, which I never thought I'd see. Lobaka roared that, at this point, they'd need all the help they could get. Very true, grunted K-Kruk. Master Fell, please tell the Triumvirate about this threat. They'll want to know where the intel came from. Arlen looked to Cole. Cole shook his head. I'm sorry, that's not possible. Then it probably won't carry much weight. I'll do what I can with them, but no promises. To surrender the Jedi Temple would be to admit defeat, Tiliqua chirped. I do not want that. Indeed, K-Kruk said. I know what happens when the Jedi are driven underground, hunted and harried. We cannot allow it to happen again. The ancient Wifit's words dropped the room into somber silence. That K-Kruk had experienced Palpatine's Jedi purge himself gave his every word special weight, and none more rezo than when he directly recalled his experiences. Those times still haunted him, a century and a half on, and Lobaka suspected the revered master had always turned down leadership of the Jedi Council because he feared accidentally leading the Order back to those dark times. Lobaka had experienced dark times of his own. With a series of low moans and roars, he explained how, during the first Yuuzhan Vong War, the Jedi had lost their academy on Yavin 4 and scattered across the stars. The Yuuzhan Vong had offered rewards for any Jedi handed to them, and the Jedi had become victims of those they'd sworn to protect. He explained the great river Luke Skywalker had created to move Jedi through hostile territory. The Jedi had survived the war with only half their original number, but they still fared better than they had during Palpatine's purge. The recollection did little to cheer anyone. Nat sighed and asked, "Do we really think we're heading for that? Another purge?" "That depends on if we can really get the Alliance on our side," said Cole. "We need a better defense than scattering and hiding, no offense," Nat told the two old masters. "At the very least, we should have some kind of bolt hole we can run to. A hidden temple." "I've taken steps to protect our financial resources," Arlen said. "So if we need to build a hideout, at least we'll have assets." "What about money to defend ourselves?" Call's brows drew together. "Are you talking about mercenaries?" Nei Rin tilted her head. Ordinarily, the suggestion would have been unthinkable. Now it was met with thoughtful silence. Arlen said, "I might have an idea, but it's a long shot." "We need to act fast," Cole said. "If we must evacuate the temple, and I swear that as a last resort it will still take us several days." "We can begin preparations now," said Tilly Qua. "Get the younglings ready to move." "Agreed," grunted K-Kruk. "We need to start looking for a fallback location too." Cole looked to his brother. "Nat, did you have any ideas about that?" "I do," the blonde Jedi nodded. "But it'll take time to scout the location. Then get to it as soon as you can." "I'll go to the Triumvirs with this immediately," said Arlen. "Even if I don't get any promises, I should at least be able to get a reading. And I'll see what I can do about the hired help. I'll get back to you on both within 12 hours. "Thank you for all this, Arlen," Jay said seriously. Lobaka roared his own gratitude. The human nodded grimly. "I never thought we'd be backed into a corner like this, but now that we are, we might have to use every weapon available to fight our way out. Even if they're not Jedi weapons." Cole heaved a heavy sigh and lowered his head. For a long moment he seemed crushed by the awful aggregate weight of all his good intentions had reaped. When he looked up, determination was like fire in his eyes. "We take what is given. We won't learn the truth behind all this if we're killed or driven into hiding. Today we survive. Tomorrow we set things right." Marin made the call to her father while Runaround still sat on the landing pad on Denon. She was glad she made the call before leaving, because the situation has suddenly gotten a lot more complicated. 4 to 7 days, that's the window you're looking at. She pressed her back into Runaround's pilot seat and looked at her father's hollow image. "You can't get more specific." "Apparently not." "Fearfeck, Dad, that's not a lot of time to evacuate the Jedi Temple. The Jedi were scattered before. We don't want to have to run and hide again. Does that mean the Alliance will pull through for you?" "I'm still working on the Alliance. I have another meeting with the Triumvirate in 2 hours. But right now the Alliance is unreliable." "You can say that again?" On the inbound flight to Denon, she'd masochistically absorbed the latest news. Another 59 worlds had declared their intention to join the 78 in petition membership with the Empire. Nearly 300 more had announced their refusal to send any of their people or equipment to help the Vong and their Jedi accomplices. If this kept going, there wouldn't be any Alliance left in 7 days. "Marin, we have to defend Asas," Arlen said firmly. "We have money. We can buy it if we have to. And that's where we need your help again." Marin sat upright in her chair. She stared. Her father gave a short, knowing nod. "We need help now. It should be only a day's ride out from Denon." "You can't be serious." He tried to smile. "How long has it been since you've seen your mother?" "You're talking about Jedi hiring Mandalorians to protect them from the Empire. Do you realize how insane that sounds?" The smile vanished. "Have you looked at the state of the galaxy right now?" "I have. She slumped in her chair. Alongside all the compounded absurdities was the knowledge that she wasn't going to be running back to Bennett and Anya as promised. She was getting dragged back into her past, into the dual lives she'd left behind, exactly as she hoped wouldn't happen. But when she weighed her humble life against everything else, the tipped-over scales didn't budge. "Do you know something about the state of Mandalore that I don't?" asked Arlen. "I'm not sure." She gathered thoughts. "The current Mandalore is churning Ordo. He's well liked, on good terms with pretty much all the clans, including the Skaratas. Guess the man does lots of business hiring out his mercs on Outer Rim skirmishes, but he avoids messy stuff like those Nagai invasions. Those raids, and the Joint Alliance Imperial response, had fallen out of the news cycle the second the Ossus project went wrong. It seemed like they'd happened years ago. Do you think he'd be willing to work for the Jedi? He'd drive a hard bargain. Mando pride costs a lot, but it can be bought. That's why they're mercenaries. Marin shrugged. I'm just warning you. All those credits are being transferred to the Calrissians' accounts as we speak. Go back and talk to them. Make sure you'll have a good chunk available. And tell them who you plan on hiring so there's no surprises. Oh, I'm sure they'll be plenty surprised. Marin sure as hell was. But yes, I'll do it. Thank you, Marin. Do what you can on your end. I'll do what I can on mine. Send me a message to let me know when you're leaving Denon. Will do. I love you, Arlen said. Good luck. The holo winked out. Marin settled back in her chair and wondered what to say to the Calrissians. Then she wondered what she would tell Bennett and Anya. She didn't want to look her daughter in the eye and tell her she'd be gone extra long. She didn't want to explain this all to Bennett either, but those, too, had to be done. Finally, Marin recalled her father's last words to her. Nothing about the Force being with her, not this time, which was fair enough. The Force wasn't a very welcome commodity on Mandalore, but credits were, and so was luck. Those two things, she figured, were welcome anywhere. Chapter 8. There is something moving here, something we cannot see, Eshkernan said. He sat with his apprentice in his personal quarters. A long day of scouring over information on piled datapads had turned into night, and Draco was finally showing his long-rising frustration. Nothing seems suspect, Draco sighed. No cash injections into Conrad Russ accounts or Seniacs. That it looks perfect is all the more reason to suspect it, Nan said. What about the intelligence reports indicating a Vong fleet in the unknown regions? Those are more suspect. We haven't found any verification, and they haven't led to anything solid. Those reports popped up just in time to sway an historic vote on the Moff Council. That can't be a coincidence. But we haven't found anything unusual about Seniac. No hints of secret meetings, no credits in his bank accounts, nothing. Look deeper, apprentice. Nan tapped one of the datapads. Something moves here beneath the surface. Perhaps none of the council members, not even Veed or Geist, are knowingly apart, but a game is being played. Draco forced himself upright in his chair and looked over the datapad. That one contained an index of the intel report suggesting a Vong fleet buildup, with the focus on the provenance of each claim. I see no pattern here, Draco said with a sigh. Some of these reports come from third parties not even affiliated with the Empire. So the reports claim all those third-party sources in the unknown regions would be very hard to contact without Intel's know-how. Some might not even exist. Since we can't be sure, focus on what we can know. Look at Imperial agents who made the reports. Try to find a connection. Draco looked markedly unenthusiastic about the prospect. Like too many young Imperial knights, he was full of ardor and ambition, but thought serving his Emperor came down to how well he swung a lightsaber. He wanted greatness and was impatient on achieving it. Nine had been much like Draco when younger, and even now, deep inside, he aspired to be greater than he now was. Nine had also learned that not all battles were fought with lightsabers. The most important were won by knowledge, careful planning, and long-term strategy. Their opponent here was a masterful player. Nine couldn't help but admire them for it. Draco drew himself upright and began looking over the data again. With a faint smile, Nine said, I'll get us both some calf. Nine took his time preparing stimulant drinks for the two of them. After that, he joined Draco at the table and began reviewing files. After an hour or so, a pattern started to emerge, but he held back from speaking to see if Draco noticed as well. It took a while, but eventually his apprentice did. All of these intel reports came from either current or former subordinates to Moff Calikste. Excellent, Nine said. What can you tell me about her? I know she's one of Seniac's top deputies. She has a ship of her own, and she was the first one to report the Vong forming devastation. Yes, I thought that an interesting coincidence. You don't believe in coincidence. Draco reached for another datapad containing senior official profiles. He pulled up Calicste's biographical file and skimmed it over. She's risen the ranks pretty quickly over the past decade. She's been with Intel all her adult life. A lot of this is still classified, but it says she did lots of field work outside Imperial space, mostly in the Korea and the colonies. Where was she born? What about her family? It says here she's from Gemus. Mother dead in a speeder accident. Father dead from a congenital disease. No siblings. Married to Admiral Ruff Yates for a total of 16 months. Now divorced. One offspring, age 10. That's something to poke at quietly. Education. Civilian schools on Gemus, followed by Intel training. Details classified, naturally. Naturally, Nine echoed. How does that all strike you? Draco's lips twisted in thought. Except for her ascension over the past decade, everything seems very normal. Too much so? Draco nodded. Nothing in that record hints at someone whose career would rocket her to Seniac's right hand. No, it doesn't, does it? Well, Draco said, what do you suggest we do about her? All we've got is suspicion. I know. And Calicste might not have anything to do with any of this, but she might. We'll have to investigate her background and watch her without letting her know she's being watched. And anyone in Calicste's line of work will be very alert, so we must be careful. We should keep looking at our other options also. Very true, apprentice. This will be a lot of work, Master Nine. Have you thought about bringing more knights on to help? The Aktachi shook his head. We can't afford the risk. It's hard enough for 2 men to keep a secret. Draco's eyes went wide. You doubt the loyalty of the other knights? No, but the more people are involved, the less safe any secret becomes. Calicste is the type of person who'd know that. The young human nodded soberly. I understand, Master. I guess this will be the whole of our activities for a while. For a while, yes. Draco tried a faint smile. Then I guess it's good the Emperor has pledged to keep us out of any fighting. He said it like a man trying unsuccessfully to convince himself. Nine was not entirely convinced the rightness of the Emperor's choice, but that was not a doubt he'd voiced to his apprentice. Doubts are not. They'd serve Roan fell as they'd sworn to. Master and apprentice had that much, at least, in common. The vote tallies coming from the Happen Senate, Elia told her husband. They've decided to remain neutral in whatever comes. Good news at last, Roan said. His tone was labored bitter. He stood before the broad window of their personal chamber, a silhouette against the nighttime glow of Ravelin's skyline. Elia approached her husband from behind and placed a hand on his shoulder. He didn't react visibly, but she detected a slight softening from him in the Force. The vote was bound to go that way, she told him. The Happens never rebuilt their military to what it was before. They couldn't throw in much to this fight even if they wanted to. Make sure they know the Empire doesn't hold their decision against them. I will. After a pause, she asked, have Eschker and Draco found anything? Perhaps, he said, and nothing else. She knew she wouldn't get any more. Since the vote at the Moth Council, Roan had entered a state of brooding quiet. After almost 30 years, Elia knew her husband's tendency to withdraw. Emotions were not meant to be shared and flaunted. They were not meant to be seen at all, not when you were a royal figure held up as the symbol of power and righteousness for billions of beings. Having been raised by Happen aristocrats, Elia knew that well. But she also knew that there was humanity, and Roan and his Imperials nurtured by their noble purpose. That was what had drawn her to the Imperial Knights, and Roan in particular. She sidled next to him and hooked her arm around his. She sent feelings to him in the Force, soft, warm. He yielded just a little more. We are being pulled by an unknown hand, Roan said, almost in whisper. I should have seen this coming. I should have prevented it. That I didn't is a black mark against me. An emperor should be stronger than that. No emperor can see everything, even with the Force. It's still a failing. and for that the galaxy is led to a darker place. He allowed a tiny sigh. I think I became complacent. Soft. You've never been a soft man, she said, without judgment. For my whole reign, the Empire achieved victory without war. But this empire, the empire my father and grandfather built, came through war. This next one will either destroy or preserve it. I can't let it fall. I have a legacy that must be passed on to Marasia. She felt the anger surge within him and combine with intent. We can't fight darkness with darkness. We're Imperial Knights and sworn to the light. And will the light be enough to save our empire? Look at the Jedi. They should have never launched the Ossus project in the first place. Their idealism will drag the whole galaxy into darkness. But they still serve the light. Perhaps. But they've unwittingly aided the dark. As have I, she felt from him. That's no reason to wittingly invite the dark. She moved her hand down to grip his firmly. Remember that, husband? If you do that, you betray everything your father and grandfather built. Then you destroy the legacy yourself, not your hidden enemy. Elia felt her words get through to him, felt a flush of shame. She added, very softly, do not let your pride destroy you, husband. Your point is well taken. He squeezed her hand. I'm fortunate to have you at my side, keeping me honest with myself. The way out of this won't come through pride, or fear, or anger, Ellie said. I don't know where it will come from, but we can find it together. I promise. The Orbit Tap Cave had stood at the heart of Mandalore's capital Keldabe for centuries, maybe millennia. It looked the part, with stone walls, hand-carved wooden tables and chairs, an authentic flame furnace, and coverless windows through which strong wind whistled on cold, fire-warmed winter nights. Regardless of season, day, or hour, the storied watering hole was invariably packed with armored warriors who removed their T-visor helms to swig from bucket-sized cups of ale and swap outrageous lies about past exploits. It was also, in the deliberately informal manner of Mandalorians, the site of countless history-changing parlays and decisions. This bout of deal-making took place in a private dining room, where three figures sat on either side of a low-slung wooden table laden down with hot meals and cold beverages. One on side, three women, unarmored. Cherith Calrissian was in the center. Marin had been surprised when she'd volunteered to come to Mandalore, but Cherith had insisted that for high-level business negotiations it would be critical to have a high-level businesswoman doing the talking. She'd been right, and she'd done most of the talking so far. Marin, who wore a similar suit and had been introduced as Cherith's assistant, mostly watched. The third woman, on Cherith's other side, wore a simple tunic instead of the black and blue Beskar she'd once sported. Tamara Skirata had a turbulent history as a Mandalorian, but by now she'd settled into the role of respected matriarch for her clan. Marin knew she looked like her mother 30 years younger, and she hoped Tamara's short-cropped white hair and age-worn features obscured the resemblance. On the other side, three men, all in Beskar armor, helmets removed for the purpose of eating, drinking, and negotiating. In the center was the reigning Mandalore, Chernin Ordo. The gleam of his silver-white armor was in stark contrast to the dark tone of his face, but somehow matched the bright inquisitive glare in his eyes. He'd brought two of his lieutenants along. One was a red-haired man in green armor with violet highlights named Kral Vavik. Marin had never met him, but she'd heard of him spoken of as one of Ordo's longtime supporters. The other man wore green and gold armor, and had introduced himself as Yaga Arches. It took all Marin's effort not to stare. He had a lean face, with a brush of short-cut brown hair running down the middle of his head. She'd seen that face before, on a frightened, soft-faced boy, 27 years ago as she fought him and killed his father, Kanar Arches. She'd killed Yaga's uncle too, Mandalore Jevon Arches, 8 years before that. She'd been defending her mother at the time, and hadn't even meant to take Jevon's head from his shoulders. It had been the first time she'd killed anyone. With Kanar it has been different. That had been blood for blood, retribution for Kanar's murder of two Skiratas, which was in turn revenge for Jevon. Marin had stopped calling herself a Jedi, or a Fel, or a Skirata shortly thereafter. That terrified boy's face had haunted Marin for years, hounding her with guilt and shame. It wasn't until she'd settled down with Bennett and had Anya that she finally felt she'd escaped it. And now, just like the rest of her past lives, it was all coming back on her. Blood feuds were an old custom on Mandalore, and they very often spun out of control. After Kaner's death, a Mando magistrate had ruled the scales of vengeance balanced out, 2 dead Skiratas for 2 dead Arches. The Skiratas had been in no mood to pursue things further. Yaga, just a teenager, with no other family members willing to back him, had slunk away, presumably to a life of petty bounty hunting or assassin work. But now he was right here at the Mandalore side, directly across the table from Tamar. That was the one small mercy. If Marin was forced to look directly into that face, she didn't think she'd be able to take it. Tamar, to her credit, took his glares with aplomb. She didn't meet his eyes and didn't rise to any bait. I never thought I'd see Mandas doing dirty work for Jedi. Archer shook his head. They've worked for Sith before, said Tamar. This is just the other side of the coin. Ock's scowl deepened. He didn't need any reminder that his Uncle Gavin had been close to Sith and gotten killed over it. Ordo frowned as well and said, Force users are generally trouble, no matter which way it goes. But what really matters is whether they can pay. We've already agreed on a price, Cherith said evenly. It had taken 30 minutes of haggling, and they'd ultimately agreed on a hefty fee. True, assuming you're good for it. Those Jedi monastic robes don't scream excess wealth. The Jedi Order's finances are well in order and certainly capable of paying you for a one-time service. And you know this, Hal. You've told us you're no Jedi. I'm just their financial advisor. Cherith gave a confident, tight-lipped smile. Interesting how they didn't send anyone to speak on their behalf. Ordo's eyes passed over the 3 women and lingered on Marin. Anissa is no Jedi, Cherith said. They'd agreed on Marin's pseudonym right before the meeting. Just a valued assistant. So we can rest assured nobody's reading our minds, Archer said sarcastically, and looked at Tamar. That Marin's mother had had an unsuccessful stint at Asus was no secret, not to a man with a lifelong vested interest in the Skirata family. Arches might have also heard the rumor that Tamar had birthed a daughter with a Jedi. Think of it this way, Tamar said. Once the Mandas ride to the Jedi's rescue, they can lord it over the Force users for the next 100 years. Vivek looked intrigued. Arches snorted and kept glaring. Cherith broke the tension by removing a data card from her vest and placing it in the center of the table, next to the remnants of Ordo's spice nerf dish. This contains access info for a special account. 20 minutes after we leave here you'll see an initial deposit of 20% of the agreed fee. You'll get 40% more if you bring the agreed-on number of Mandas to Asus within 3 days. The remaining 40% will be released if and only if your people get into a combat situation. You sounded pretty sure of that, Vivek said. What if the Alliance decides to ride to your rescue? Asked Ordo. It doesn't affect your payment. If your people engage the enemy at all, you'll get paid the last 40%. I suppose we have to trust the Jedi to be honest, groused Arches. By my reckoning, the Jedi are a lot more trustworthy than some of our other past employers, said Tamar. That got her another glare from Arches, but Ordo took the data card delicately. 20 minutes, he said. I just need to get back to my ship and access my account, said Cherith. The card disappeared into his palm. Then you'd best get going. Cherith didn't budge. So we have a deal. 10,000 warriors over Asus within the next 4 days. You've got it. Arches scowled again but didn't argue with his mandala. Ordo stood up and extended a hand across the table. Cherith did the same, and they shook. 2 minutes after that, the 3 women slipped out the front doors of the Audiobook into the narrow winding streets of Kildabe, making their fastest route to the spaceport, where a runaround was parked. As they walked, Tamar took out a portable comlink and whispered a few words of Mandoa that Marin still, more or less, understood. A couple Skiratas were hanging in the street behind them, covering their backs and watching for tails. I wish I'd known Yaga Arches was going to be there, Marin said once she was done. Tamar shook her head. I had no idea. I'm sorry. What is he? Part of some rival clan? Asked Cherith. Something like that. Marin definitely wasn't getting into the details. I knew Arches had been making overtures to the Mandalore, Tamar said, trying to get into his good graces. Ordo has a reputation as a bridge builder, Marin recalled. Exactly? Tamar threw Sherith a scrap of explanation. Ark's uncle used to be Mandalore. He was the one who hired his people out as a Sith Lord's private army during the Sinex-Juvex crisis. Cherith nodded. I remember hearing about that from my father. Later Givern worked with the Restorationists against Davek Fel and got killed over it. Ultimately, the Archers fell into disgrace and obscurity. But I guess Yaga had enough backing to end up one of the Mandalore's lieutenants. As you can see, he's no fan of the Skaratas. Are the Jedi? I don't like him sitting on Ordo's shoulder, said Marin. Tamar shrugged, non-committal. Like you said, Ordo builds coalitions. And you can bet having Archers in the room today was a negotiating tactic. I thought as much, Cherith said. He acted extra hostile. Vivek was more conciliatory. Ordo got to present himself to us as a moderating authority figure. I don't think Ark's hostility was an act, but that's about right. You pick Mando posturing pretty quick. Business is business. Some tactics are pretty universal. I still didn't like being there with him. Marin sighed and asked her mother, did you pick up anything from him in the Force? You mean besides hostility? The old woman shook her head. He felt pretty straightforward, actually. And his anger was directed at me more than you. That's something, Marin muttered. She ignored the question and Cherith's look. I think Vivek was putting on more of a front, Tamar continued. Like you said, he was playing a pro-Jedi role. Inside, he's more skeptical. What about Ordo? Asked Cherith. He's the one that really matters. I didn't sense any duplicity. I sensed he was mostly worried about convincing his men to fight with Jedi. But Mandos will do anything for enough money. They dropped into silence as they continued the brisk walk back to the spaceport. Eventually, Cherith said, Tendrandro needs to hire some Jedi as consultants. I'll pass that along to my dad. Marin allowed a small smile. If they're hard up for cash, they just might slum for it, said Tamar. Well, we're doing what we can to alleviate that too, Cherith said as they passed through the checkpoint and into the spaceport complex. As we speak, Volgma should be carefully distributing your liquid assets into stocks for maximum profit. War is good for business, Marin explained to her mother, not that an old Mando needed to be told. Furthermore, Cherith said, you don't have to worry about forking over that initial 20%. My father insisted on taking care of that one. Wait, what? Marin said as they approached Runaround's berth. You can't use Tendrandro money to pay for. Technically not Tendrando. This first payment's coming from one of my father's personal accounts. I don't know what to say. Thank you, of course. Thank you so much. Calrissians have always been friends to Jedi. Cherith smiled softly. Once they reached the ship, Marin opened the airlock and ushered Cherith inside. As the businesswoman started up the communication system and got ready to transfer Chance's funds, Marin lingered at the rear of the cabin with her mother. In a low voice, she said, 10,000 Mando warriors armed and ready over Ossus. I still can't believe it's going to happen. Mom, are you sure we can trust them? I didn't sense Ordo was lying. But things can change. Say, he can get a better offer, and instead of showing up with his 10,000 to protect Ossus, he'll come along to slag it instead. That's a risk we have to take. Tamar put a hand on her shoulder. I won't be going on that mission, but Jine and some of your other cousins will. They'll keep their eyes and ears open, and if there's any sign of treachery, they'll let the Jedi know. That's good. Thanks, Mom. You could have used the Force on them too, you know. Getting yourself a second opinion. Marin exhaled. Still trying to stay away from that. You have the Force. You can use it in little bits and pieces, and it won't make you a Jedi. Or a Sith. That may be true for you. But I was raised to be a Jedi. It took me a lot of time to unlearn all that. It took a long time, but not using the Force is what feels natural now. I don't want to risk reversing all that. She didn't want to say that everything else the Calrissians and Volgma, Keldape, and Mandalore Just talking with her parents made her feel like she was backsliding hard. "Do you want me to give your regards to Dad?" she asked instead. The corner of Tamar's mouth tugged upward, creating that tight, ironic smile she usually got when Arlen was mentioned. "Sure. Has he gotten any joints or vital organs replaced recently?" "Not that I know of. And he's not forgetting where he left the keys to the champion. He's doing fine, in spite of his advanced age. Well, tell him I asked." "I will." More seriously, she added, "Thanks for setting us up on short notice. You know, the way things were going, I had a feeling you'd make contact." "A feeling? Or the Force?" The old woman shrugged. "It doesn't matter. Major galactic crisis seems to draw our family together." Marin knew them all, even the ones she hadn't been alive for. The Sinex Juvex crisis, the Restoration War in the Empire, the liberation of Hapes, now this. Her mother had a point, but inside Marin revolted. "I'm not a Fel anymore, or a Scarada." "I know. You've gone solo." Tamar touched her daughter's long hair. "Old ties still bind, even when you don't want them to." He emerged from rage as though from a dream. The Nagai once called Relik Kesharn found himself sitting among the smoldering ruins of some primitive village. Fire had made blackened husks of thatched wood huts and alien corpses. Soft wind carried ash and the smell of roasted flesh. When he looked at his hands, they were caked in soot and blood, some his own, some from others. Just barely he remembered the dream of rage, endless motion, killing and killing with any weapon he could find, and when those broke he'd used his hands. He'd been impelled by infinite anger and a need that could only be expressed through slaughter. Beneath that was another layer, even fainter. Beneath the dream of rage was a dream of agony, endless writhing and screaming and pleading for mercy as strange Yuuzhan Vong biomachinery kept him pinned and trapped and subjected him to one type of pain after another, unceasing in his vicious ministration. The embrace of pain, it had been called. On liberation from that embrace, his first act had been a slaughter. The Nagai tried to stand up. His weak legs gave out and dropped him on scorched earth, and all he could do was look in stunned awe at what he'd wrought. As a warlord for his people, he'd created countless scenes such as this, but always with a purpose in mind. Devastation had always been a means toward higher ascension. He'd never destroyed with no other purpose in mind, and never done it all with his own hands. He was horrified at the powers that lay within him, but also, deep down, amazed at himself. He struggled to reconcile these emotions when a figure emerged from the smoke and stalked purposely toward him. The tall, long-limbed humanoid moved smoothly on bird-like river-articulated legs. When it stopped, three-toed feet splayed out a meter in front of the Nagai. Darth Vorkin looked down at him and said, "The first time I experienced the embrace of pain, I lashed out and killed the two servants who released me from it." Darth Krayt was impressed that I converted agony into power so easily. The author of destruction looked into Vorkin's small eyes and tried to judge what he found there. "Are you afraid of me?" he rasped. He wanted to hear a yes. The blood carver surveyed the damaged. "You have a talent for violence. However, to serve the Sith, this talent must be tamed, honed, and forged into a useful weapon. You must master yourself. Until then, you cannot be Sith." That wasn't an answer. "Are you afraid?" The blood carver looked down at him. "You are no danger to me. You are nothing. Perhaps someday it will be different, but not now." The Nagai felt rage within him resolve like a sharpening memory, but his body was too exhausted to rise. More, Darth Vorkin was right. His powers, for now, were inchoate and unrefined. As a warlord, he knew that training and discipline made an army as much as zeal. But zeal was also important. He looked around and realized that this pointless, ugly manifestation of primal rage was also a mean of ascension. "Where are we?" he asked Vorkin. "A planet called Wayland." He looked again at the corpses. Humanoid bodies, 2 legs, 4 arms. Though most of them had been charred to the bone, a few still had flesh intact. He saw patches of rough skin like the coral growth Darth Maladi had shown while proudly explaining her plans. "This world," Vong formed. "Correct. Everything we've wrought began here. Darth Krayt thought it fitting that your journey began here too. He remembered everything else he'd been shown by Maladi, Vorkin, and Krayt. What is happening elsewhere? Events are moving swiftly, Vorkin said with faint pride. The fight against the Jedi. Proceeding, but we will not reveal ourselves. Not yet. There is no need to when our pawns are accomplishing their tasks so well. But what is happening? Would you like to see? Vorkin sounded curious. The Nagai looked around once more. It seemed slightly absurd to be obsessed with events happening far away when surrounded by such carnage he had wrought while lost in unthinking rage. But he understood now that everything that had happened was connected. This slaughter on Wayland, the planet's ruination, the design against the Jedi that had taken decades to enact. He was a piece of that design, and a small one, but just by being Sith his actions had more import than everything he'd done as a warlord in the Outer Rim. In losing his former power, he was accessing a greater one. Yes, the Nagai asked. I want to be a part of everything. Show me what is happening. And you pledge to serve Darth Krayt's design in all things. Of course. Vorkin extended a three-clawed hand. The Nagai stared at it but did not take it. Instead, he found strength to push off the scorched earth and rise on sore, shaking legs. The devastated world spun around him, but he steadied himself, drew in a deep breath of ash-filled air, and waited for the scene he'd wrought to go still. Darth Vorkin let his hands fall to his side. Come, he said. The next war is about to begin. Chapter 9. The first hostile ships to appear over Asa's numbered nearly 24 and ranged from heavily armed freighters to corvettes to refitted Galactic Alliance frigates. All in all, it was a modest compliment, especially compared to the Mandalorian vessels sitting in lower orbit. Mandalorians, as a rule, did not go in for heavy sluggish cruisers. The largest ships in their fleet, 4 Terra-class assault frigates, were comparable in size to their Alliance-built counterparts but packed more firepower, shields, and armor. Mandalorian ships were built for fast, hard attacks. Defense was not their usual mode, but the mere sight of them was enough to stop the charge by the incoming vessels. Instead, the Rouge fleet spread out in upper orbit and held position, facing off with the Mandalorians across hundreds of kilometers of void. Deep within the bowels of the Jedi Temple, a collection of masters watched the scene play out via tactical holo. It took great effort for Cole Skywalker to project composure on his face and in the Force. The Mandalorians had arrived promptly, sooner even than Arlen Fell had promised they would. It was good they had, because the attacking fleet showed up early too. The Jedi hadn't had time to evacuate the younglings or the special archives from the temple as planned, and as he watched the holo, Cole could feel his son pulsing anger and anxiety in the Force. Kate hadn't been happy with being sent to the secret chambers beneath the temple with all the other children. He'd wanted to do his part and fight. Cole had told him someone needed to protect the younger children in case of emergency, which had mollified Kate only a little. If these attackers really did get to the younglings, then the whole temple would already be lost. They're not budging, the aged needy Master Tirasa observed. Perhaps they're reconsidering. Cole shook his head. I was told they'd have at least 50 ships, including an old Star Destroyer. This is just the first wave. The Mandalorians seemed to have taken them by surprise. Nat sounded faintly hopeful. They are not the only ones, said K-Kruk. Cole's mother, standing small beside the Whiffet, muttered, I just hope we can trust them. Cole had a feeling they'd learn the worth of what they paid very soon. The Jedi watched the holo in tense silence for what seemed like forever. In truth, only a few minutes passed before more lights appeared on the display, marking new arrivals. One big wedge sat at the heart of the formation. It could only be the old Predator-class destroyer the Rodians had found. Cole counted around 50 ships, as much as his ex-wife had predicted. She hadn't contacted him since that encrypted call to his shuttle. He hoped that meant her intel hadn't changed, but her actions were frustratingly unpredictable. In any case, this ragtag angry fleet would mean little if the Imperials decided to get involved. Now they're hailing us, Nat reported. Not the Mandalorians. Ask Tirasa. No, they're asking for us directly. Nat looked to his brother. They want you? All right. Cole stiffened. Open the link. Beneath the tactical holo, a second, smaller image speared. The image of a Rodian projected in front of Cole, and the alien's snout twitched angrily as she said, I am Admiral Kilu of the Star Destroyer Recompense. Cole wondered if there was anything official behind that title. I am Jedi Master Cole Skywalker, leader of the Jedi Council. I know who you are, Kilu snarled. We have come here to seek justice. The Jedi seek justice as well. Cole tried his most reasonable tone, knowing it wouldn't work. Then stop shielding those who have savaged our galaxy and despoiled our worlds 2 times over. This is your last chance, Jedi Skywalker. Hand over your Vong, or we will take them ourselves. Cole glanced at Nei Ren, who stood silent and stoic at the room's dark edge. Our Yuuzhan Vong had no part in the ruin of your world. Killing them would only be another injustice. You Jedi and your righteous lies. Kilu shook her head. In the name of forgiveness, you shield mass murders. Your good intentions wreak untold horrors on the galaxy. Cole had heard that accusation more or less constantly over the past weeks, but it still stung. Deep down, he wasn't sure it was wrong. He said, punishing the innocent will solve nothing. Please, power down your weapons, and we will work together to find the true culprits. The Jedi are willing to negotiate. Stall for time, you mean? I am willing to come to your ship and discuss this personally, right now. That took Kilu by surprise. The other Jedi radiated shock too, especially Jade and Nat, but none of them interrupted as the Rodian seemed to consider this offer. But instead she said, we will accept the Vong, none other. If you will not give them to us, we will take them by force. As you can see, we're defended. Yes, that was unexpected. But we are prepared to fight. I don't doubt it. You've left us no choice, Master Skywalker. Kilu shook her head, and for a moment sorrow diluted the anger in her voice. History will condemn you for what you've done here. It could have been otherwise. I would say the same to you, Admiral. Only one of us will be right. I await our vindication. Recompense out. The Rodian's holo disappeared. Cole looked to his brother and said, it's time. Get our fighters in the air. Gladly, Nat began giving orders on his personal comlink to the 36 Jedi-piloted starfighters waiting in the temple's hangar bay. 3 squadrons of twin-tails would help slow the advancing tide, but couldn't turn it, even with Jedi pilots. Ultimately, the fate of the order was in the hands of their hired protectors, Mandalorians, of all the damned people. Defending the temple instead of fleeing was an incredible gamble, but to have abandoned it would have plunged the Jedi into darkness not known since Palpatine and the Yuuzhan Vong War. Cole would not allow his good intentions to wreak such damage. Admission of weakness was admission of defeat. The Jedi had to make their stand. Less than a minute after the twin-tails launched, the attacking ships lurched into motion. Half of them merged into formation around Recompense and plunged toward the planet, while others spread out to guard the group's aft and flanks. As for the Mandas, their Terok-class frigates and Crusader-class corvettes moved swiftly to block the advance. 2 minutes after that, new light sparked on the holo denoting laser fire, and missiles exchanged. The battle was joined. By the time Nina Calixte arrived in the Situation Room inside the Emperor's palace, most senior officials had already joined Ron Fell and his wife at the central table. Seniac was there, as were Anvid and several more fleet admirals, though Supreme Commander Kalak was notably absent. Calixte took an empty seat next to Seniac, who didn't seem to notice her arrival. She glanced across the room to Veed, who acknowledged her with only a tiny nod before turning his attention back to the conversation between Fell and the holo-projected image of an alien admiral. Calixte was no expert at differentiating between Rodians, but she guessed this was Kilu, the militia leader she'd already met in private. It hadn't taken much to turn her ambition into action. Fell, however, was clearly displeased with her initiative. You agreed to accede to my authority, Kilu? He pounded a fist against his chest. That was the entire reason I very generously allowed your people to join the Empire. We seceded from the Alliance because they wouldn't take action against those who despoiled our worlds, Kilu said. We joined you because you promised to back us. Any action should have been taken in consultation with myself and my Supreme Commander. Calixte looked around the table again. Still no Kalak. Kilu said, we are acting, Emperor. You promised you would support us. Back up your promises or not, we don't care. We will press ahead either way. The holo shut off abruptly, leaving Fel to wrestle his anger under control. What the Rodian had said was plainly untrue. The ragtag coalition of militias might be able to force its way to Ossus and attack the Jedi, but without Imperial help it would take heavy losses against those Mandalorians. Calixte refrained a smirk. However, the Jedi had gotten money to hire mercenaries. They'd gone with the best. Even after all this time, Cole could still surprise her. Seniac cleared his throat and told Fel, if we move in, it's more likely the Alliance will intervene. I'm quite aware of that, the Emperor glowered. We made our pact with those people, Veed said. We can't break our word after a week. They've already broken theirs. Yes, but we are the Empire, not some angry, desperate band. Confrontation with the Alliance is a risk we'll have to take. A risk? Fel's glower deepened as he stared at Veed. That confrontation is what you've wanted, Admiral, isn't it? It's what you've been aiming for all this time. Whatever choice we make, we have to make it quickly, Seniac said, but it didn't draw Fel's stare away from Veed. Calixte decided now was the time to speak. I may have missed it, but where is the Supreme Commander? Fel exhaled sharply. Standing by for further instruction. Then we shouldn't keep him waiting. Calixte held his eyes. My lord, I think we have no choice but to join in the attack. His eyes narrowed, suspicious, evaluating. Calixte was confident she'd kept her liaison with Veed hidden thus far, but she still had to speak carefully. In her most measured tone she said, we've publicly made these people our allies. If we don't stand with them, we'll look as weak as the Alliance does right now. I'm quite aware. More importantly, sir, if we can't control the situation at Ossus without a fleet. You've refused to allow Imperial Knights on the front lines, and you're trying to avoid a direct confrontation with the Jedi. We understand that. We all know you have relatives among the Jedi. My decision will not be dictated by family ties. I would not have our Empire replicate Palpatine's purges. We are better than that. She didn't believe his judgment was free of personal considerations. Hers certainly weren't. When interacting with Fel, she normally put a mental wall around herself, shielding herself from his senses as she sometimes shielded herself from calls. Now she allowed herself to exude honesty as she said, Sir, I do not desire the destruction of the Jedi any more than you do. If Kilu's people break past the Mandas and reach the surface, it could be a massacre, and your name will be attached whether you like it or not. If you want to save those Jedi, we must join the attack. She kept her eyes on Fel as he thought on that, but at the corner of her vision she caught Veed smirking. The fool thought she tossed out a lie to hide her real motives. Seniac said, Moff Calixte has a point. We either take control or we lose control. But it was more complicated than that, especially for Fel. Calixte could see it in his eyes. He knew he'd been outmaneuvered by the Moff Council vote and knew the same had happened here. He knew that by sending ships to Ossus he would contain this current battle but lose control of the larger war. And she knew that her words to him struck home. As a child, before the Imperial Knights even existed, Roan Fel had been trained as a Jedi, and he would not stand by and allow his former kin to be slain in his name. Deliberately, slowly, Roan Fel tapped the companel on the table and said, Admiral Kalak, do you read? A half-second later, standing by, Your Majesty, I hereby authorize the use of our troops at Ossus. Priority 1 is to drive the Mandalorians from orbit. Priority 2 is to interdict the Jedi Temple. Do not use lethal force against the Jedi. Surround the temple and prevent their escape, but no, not send stormtroopers to engage them directly. Understood, Majesty. Is there anything else? Once our fleet arrives, Admiral Kilu is subject to our authority. Make sure she understands that. Very good, Majesty. That is all. Thank you, Admiral. Fel tapped off the connection and looked around the table. It is done, then? You've made the right choice, sir, said Veed, which only earned him another glare. How long will it take for our ships to reach Assus? Calixte asked. Elements from the Second Fleet left Selenon the moment the attack began, Fel said. Admiral Fennel should arrive within the next 30 minutes. The disparate beings who joined together to attack Assus could be faulted for many things, but a lack of daring was not one of them. 4,000 kilometers above the Jedi Temple, space blazed with explosions and laser blasts and swirling missile thrust trails as their ships tried to force through the Mandalorian blockade. They seemed to have scrounged up every kind of attack ship imaginable, from ancient Corellian blockade runners and X-Wings to refurbished TIE-X interceptors and KDY Kantos-class frigates. A trio of swift corporate sector marauders had even joined in. The Mandalorians fought with blunt-faced frigates and corvettes and T-shaped Beskid fighters that could outmaneuver anything their more numerous opponents wielded. In the midst of all this chaos were 36 Jedi starfighters. Formed together in pairs and trios, they darted through the fray, attacking targets and falling back or picking off the few snub fighters that slipped through the Mandalorian line. To the Mandos and attackers alike, their actions must have looked like an incoherent jumble. To the Jedi themselves, it was an elaborate, deadly dance choreographed through the collective awareness of all the pilots in the battle meld. Lobaka, squeezed tight in the cockpit of his twin tail, felt all those thoughts flowing through the meld and tried to keep them all in steady equilibrium. Like his uncle Chewbacca, flying had come early and naturally to him. Right now, it barely required conscious thought to weave around a flight of enemy D-wing bombers, circle back on their rear, and pump laser fire through the closest one's shields. More difficult was moderating the thoughts and emotions, actions and reactions of all his Jedi pilots. He'd first been exposed to battle melds during the Yuuzhan Vong War, when Jacen Solo's natural empathy had opened the minds of young Jedi Knights to each other, but that had exposed division as much as it fostered unity. So he tried to smooth our anger and calm aggression. Even as his laser fire lit up the D-wing ahead of him, sending the others to scatter, he was reading Wolf Sazon's anxiety while under fire and wordlessly ordering his son Karashikuk to help. At the same time, he felt another cry in the battle meld, closer by, and veered to find it. He spotted two twin tails darting after an armored shuttle as it slipped past a Mandalorian corvette and dove straight toward the planet's surface. Lobaka dove after it, joining the two Jedi and a handful of Mandalorian Beskids in pursuit. The two closest ships were the twin tails, but the shuttle was pumping out heavy laser fire from an aft cannon. He recognized Ayn Kemmer, a Nautolan master, and one of the Order's best pilots, along with her apprentice. Oribet, Lobaka remembered, but he couldn't remember her name. He could feel determination emanating from the two Jedi pilots as they kept up their attack, but their laser fire couldn't break through the shuttle shields. The ship seemed to have shunted power from engines to aft defenses as it let gravity and inertia pull it toward the surface. If Kemmer and her apprentice didn't have any missiles left in their twin tails, it was up to Lobaka. He sent a message to them both in the Force, telling them to fall back so he could get a target lock. Kemmer slipped back, but her apprentice hung tight on the shuttle, still stubbornly pumping laser fire into his shields. He felt Kemmer's agitation and her insistence that the apprentice obey orders. Then a laser blast from the shuttle took the twin tail head on. The starfighter simply burst into a blossom of flame that quickly disappeared, leaving only raining shrapnel behind. Ayn Kemmer's shock and grief rippled through the Force, and Lobaka did everything he could to prevent it from overtaking the battle meld. The apprentice's death had not gone unnoticed, but Lobaka forced his pilots to concentrate on the threats ahead, the problems they could solve. The Wookiee did just that. He dropped his targeting reticule on the shuttle, kicked his engines to speed his plunge, and waited as the range marker counted down, one claw on the missile trigger. Just as he unleashed his shot and sent one warhead streaking forward, three more joined. Lobaka glanced to his flank, saw the Mandalorian Beskids had released missiles of their own, then looked back to the shuttle. His warhead hit the shields first and impacted in a flash of light. Then the Mando missiles joined in, and the next flash was an explosion that combusted the shuttle's aft section and sent what was left tumbling wildly through the atmosphere, where flame and friction devour. Eh? An unfamiliar voice crackled over Lobaka's long silent comlink. No need to thank us, Jedi, just doing our job. Lobaka sent a roar of thanks anyway, not that he expected them to understand. As the Mandalorians turned around and gunned their engines back to orbit, Lobaka sidled along Kimmer's fighter and sent her a note of bittersweet victory through the Force meld. What he got back was deep sorrow and the knowledge that there was still more fighting to be done. One Jedi dead, the first of the day, and probably not the last. Gone forever, just like Lobaka's daughter, like so many friends, like countless Jedi he'd watched grow up, grow old, and die. He felt ashamed to have forgotten this apprentice's name, then wondered if he'd ever known it at all. As he and Kimmer began their climb back to lower orbit, the battle above looked more congested than ever, clogged with more numerous and larger ships than he recalled. He reached deeper into the battle meld and felt a fresh wave of surprise run through his pilots. Shock made their disparate minds a jumble, and he struggled to make sense of it. He flicked on his comlink to request audio clarification when Naz Skywalker's voice scratched in his ear. All pilots, this is ground control. A fleet of Imperial Star Destroyers has just entered the system. They stared at each other from across a distance of light years, one man and one blue electric ghost. Cole knew that, far away on Bastion, this tableau reversed itself in Ron Fell's Situation Room, but with one crucial difference. Emperor Fell was safe on his capital, Cole, and his Jedi had two angry fleets pressing down from above. As Cole stared at the Emperor's holographic face, he tried to remember the conversation he, his mother, and Arlen had with the man aboard Starlight Champion. He knew that Fell had pledged to avoid conflict with the Jedi, but it felt so long ago he could barely recall it. I'm sorry it had to come to this, Master Skywalker, Fell said. Admiral Kilu was overambitious and acted without my authority. I am here to restrain her. Above Ron Fell's image, hollow markers still signaled clashing ships. Make her pull her fleet back. I will, but only if you command your Mandalorians to do the same. I will not leave the Jedi Temple undefended. We have younglings, Emperor Fell. Would you slaughter children like our ancestor, Darth Vader? Fell couldn't hide his wince. My intention is to land troops on the surface of Ossus. We will not step foot inside the temple. No, you'll just lay siege to it and trap us inside. Until those behind the failure of the Ossus project can be identified and brought to justice. The Alliance is too weak and confused to reach proper judgment. The Empire will carry it out instead, on behalf of all the victims. A good line for a press release, Cole thought. I wouldn't hand over our Yuuzhan Vong friends to Kilu. I won't hand them over to you. You may change your mind with time. I am prepared to wait. I'm also prepared to cooperate. He let the harsh regal mask slip just a little, showing some of the man Cole had met a few long weeks ago. If you resist, it will only make things difficult for us both. I am not your enemy. I can be the Jedi Order's protector. The Jedi will not submit to any government, not even yours. Anyone can be made to bow, Ron said, resigned. Goodbye, Master Skywalker. I hope we can speak again. The holo disappeared, and the Jedi watched with wordless tension as the Imperial ships fell to join the ones already attacking. It was his large fleet. Cole counted 5 Pelion-class Star Destroyers, 6 more Arden-class frigates, and a dozen gunships, but the Empire could have fielded much more. He expected Fell was holding more ships in reserve in case the Alliance showed up. He doubted that would be necessary, despite sending out emergency hails. Ossus had received no response from them since the battle began. The Mandalorians, Jade whispered, they're still holding. I guess we got what we paid for, Nat said. The Mandos were tough, resilient fighters, but they had nothing that could match 6 Star Destroyers, nothing close. Cole felt a slight tug of hope as he watched Admiral Kilu's Star Destroyer edge back to the Imperials could take the lead. Strange as it was, He'd rather fight Ron Fell stormtroopers than a swarm of revenge-crazed irregulars. If Fell could be believed a bigger if than he'd previously thought, it would not even come to that. Ossus would stay under siege, but it would end the violence, at least temporarily. The battle rejoined. The frenzy of lights on the holo display indicated little of the actual horror going on above their head. Jedi and Imperials, mercenaries and zealots were engaged in ferocious brawl, all in the name of a justice none of them could provide. It was a battle without villains, and all the more tragic for it. Knowing that made Cole feel sick. He wondered if the true saboteurs of the Ossus project, whoever they were, had predicted an outcome this grievous. If so, those unseen puppet masters were as monstrous as the extinct Sith. The Mandalorians are still holding, Jade said. They've blunted that last attack. Barely, grunted K-Kruk. They will not last many more. Look at that. Nat raised a finger and pointed at the holo. One landing ship got through. Imperial? Asked Jade. He paled. No. It took a half-second for that to sink in, with all its awful ramification. Then Cole said, alert all Jedi in the temple. Prepare for battle. The method of deploying ground forces against a stationary target protected by a short-range energy shield dome was considered standard galaxy-wide. The umbrella erected around the Jedi temple spanned a radius of 5 kilometers outward from its center point and, like all such shields, its rim hovered approximately 15 meters above ground level, or in this case, the tops of the densely gathered trees that had recently sprung up to cover the planet's once arid landscape. Standard deployment procedures meant landing craft set down outside the shield's rim and sent out ground forces that slipped beneath the umbrella and marched 5 kilometers through dense jungle to attack the pyramid. When the enemy lander slipped through, Cole sent nearly half of the Jedi into the forest with the aim of using traps and force tricks to slow the advance. It was not the perfect defense. The temple had no artillery installed because it had never needed them. Still, the Jedi prepared the best they could for a standard ground attack. They couldn't have anticipated what happened. The landing ship that slipped past the orbital defenders fell to the planet's surface, dropped to absolute minimum altitude, and instead of landing, cut a charge straight for the Jedi temple. The drop ship crashed into the forest canopy, kicked in its repulsors, then tore through the tree line, and it raced for its target. It just barely skirted the underside of the shield umbrella, in the process tearing up its lower hull in the forest. As it approached the temple, it barely decelerated. Its mad approach only faltered when the underside repulsors failed, but the madly determined pilots managed to crash land their ship against the base of the temple's lower pyramid, cracking open both their ship and the ancient stone walls. And then, too suddenly to prepare, the enemy was among them. Half the Jedi had been sent into the forest, anticipating a fight that never came, and those left behind were wholly unprepared for the attackers suddenly swarming the temple. They were a melange of species Rodian, Duro, Feline, humans most of all wearing mismatched armor, carrying non-standard weapons, shouting to each other in a confused frenzy as they charged through the halls. Some shouted demands that the Jedi turn over their Vong. Others just started shooting. Jade and her sons had to hurry down from the command room in the upper pyramid, and by the time they reached the lower half of the temple, the enemy had fanned out to all corners. The Jedi, despite being caught miserably off guard, had the force to help coordinate their response, and they quickly set up choke points at key locations to contain the attackers. We've shut down all the lifts leading to the upper half, reported an Almudi Jedi whose name Jade didn't know. Very good, Cole said. He was trying to project strength and assurance in the force, but his mother, and hopefully only her, could feel the undercurrent of self-reproach, panic, and most of all fear for his son, stuck in the lower pyramid with the other younglings. There are still stairwells on either side of the lift shafts, Nat said. We've got to defend them. I just sent 3 to the north stairs, said the Almudi. We'll take the south. Thank you. Cole gave the younger Jedi a shoulder squeeze, then hurried to the south stair. Nat joined him, and Jade followed, running as fast as she could to keep up, but by the time they reached the long, spiraling stairwell, she was breathless. Are you okay, Mom? Nat asked as Cole bent halfway over the railing and peered down the well. I'm fine. She drew breath, drew on the force. I'm not decrepit yet. As soon as she said it, sounds echoed up from the bottom of the stairwell. Cole ducked away from the railing just as laser fire shot past. He grasped his lightsaber but didn't ignite it, not yet. From the sound of them, from their distinctive swell of anger in the force, the attackers were still minutes away. Those minutes would run down fast. Jade asked, how many? 24 at least. Cole scowled. Nat flicked on his golden lightsaber. We can't cut through portions of the stairs. Drop them? That'll stop their advance dead. Unless they have fiber cables or jetpacks. It'll still slow them. Jade could feel her younger son's indecision. Nat's idea was the best way to keep the attackers from reaching the upper half of the temple, but it did nothing to help Cole reach his son. We have to deal with the problem in front of us, Jay said. There aren't enough Jedi to fight them off here. I know. With a scowl, Cole switched on his blade. Can you keep them distracted? Jade nodded. Let's get to work, Nat said. The enemy was getting closer, rushing up the spiral stairs as quickly as a disorganized mob could. Jay stepped away from the railing, pressed her back against the shaft's curved outer wall, and closed her eyes. She felt all those angry minds united only by their determination to do harm to the people they thought had wronged them. They knew next to nothing about the Jedi Order or the design of the temple they were storming. They only wanted justice or revenge, 2 words for the same thing. Jade felt those minds vicious but pliable and knew what to do. Jade Skywalker had never been a fighter. She could use her lightsaber to battle and to kill. She had used it to do so more often than she liked. Her first teacher, a bim named Ravleen Jalu, had refused to carry a lightsaber at all. Despite her diminutive size and innate gentleness, Master Jalu had battled a powerful Sith Lord to a standstill and very nearly killed her. She set an example Jade had always tried to live up to. She was a Skywalker, daughter of Ben, granddaughter of Luke, great-granddaughter of the Chosen One who'd been conceived by his own midi-chlorians. She had an immense reservoir of force power on which to draw. She pulled on it now easily, effortlessly, with 7 decades worth of practice, and took hold of those 24 angry minds. She took their anger and paranoid and swung it in a different direction, literally pulling their attention behind them and feeding them conjured images of Yuuzhan Vong charging up the stairs, amphistaff swinging. Laser fire resounded on the lower levels of the well while Nat and Cole got to work. The older brother stabbed his lightsaber into the place where curving wall met descending stairs, then walked downward, along the curve, until he'd made one full circle. Cole cut one neat line at the start of the circle, severing metal stairs from Durcrete Landing. Nat, one level down, cut the stairs on the other end. The hideous scream of twisted metal finally broke the attackers' attention away from Jay's conjured delusions. They looked upward just as the chunk of spiraling stairs fell down, smashing into the ring below with a hideous crunch. By that time, Nat had already sprung. Cole and Jay called on the Force to pull him upward through a sudden blaze of laser fire from below, then set him down on the landing with his mother and brother. The attackers kept firing, but there was little they could do now. Some attempted to climb over the rubble of the crashed stairs, but others held back, afraid the weight might send more chunks crashing down. Unless they'd brought jetpacks or fiber cord, there was no way they could reach the 3 Jedi on the landing. Jade felt frustration and confusion from them and was satisfied. She could feel Cole's thoughts too. They fast veered away from this problem and onto the one he really cared about, his son. With the stairways blocked and the lift shut down, he was calculating ways to reach the younglings in the lower pyramid. A climb down the exterior, perhaps, or a jump down a lift shaft. Jade put a hand on her son's arm and said, "We'll handle the rest. Go help Cade." When he'd returned from Zanima Second, a part of Katla had been expecting this, even hoping for it. He was a warrior of the Yuuzhan Vong, sworn by his vows to the Ganner to honor the Jedi Knights and defend them against their enemies. The enigmatic conversation with Sekit, assuming it had not been a dream, had left him confused and directionless. Now, in combat, there was simplicity and purpose. Beshla and Vua Yag were with him. The three warriors stood guard outside the underground chamber where the Jedi younglings, including Eli Horn, were kept. One master, the squat furry Tiliqua, remained inside, apparently using his force magic to calm the panicked children. For defense, there was only the Yuuzhan Vong. The Jedi had shut down all lift transports, but the level with the children could be accessed from two auxiliary stairwells. Beshla went off to guard the east stair and Vuya the west. Katla ranged in the halls, tracking the noise of fighting in levels above. Through the ceiling he heard pounding feet, laser fire, and the dim hum of lightsabers, but it was difficult to tell how many beings were moving above him. Despite the confusion, he felt confident, even happy. His senses were on full alert, adrenaline hummed in his body. When fighting came, he'd be ready, and he'd fight well. He heard attackers heading for the west stairs, and a shout from Vuya sent him sprinting to assist. He reached the other warrior's side just as an explosive blast pushed the locked doors open and sent smoke spilling into the hall. Vuya already had an explosive thud bug in hand, arm cocked. He hurled it into the smoke as Katla grabbed one from his own bandolier and threw it. They saw two flashes of light in the billowing black, then got their response, a hail of laser fire. The warrior's Vondan armor caught the first volley, but the impact staggered Vuya before he could charge. Katla ducked low beneath the second spray of lasers, and with a barked command ordered the amphistaff coiled around his forearm to uncoil. His long razor-tipped tail extended a half-meter past Katla's fist, and he swung it as an extension of his arm. The smoke was starting to clear as he spiraled among his enemies, cutting one human across the throat and stabbing a Rodian in the thigh. At the same time, he snapped an armored elbow into the face of the human behind him and used his free fist to punch another human in the gut. Every strike was instinctive, every motion effortless. The attackers panicked. Likely none of them had seen a Yuuzhan Vong warrior in anything except nightmares. They spun on him and opened fire, most of their shots taking down each other as he let his legs fall out beneath him. Katla dropped and lashed out with his amphistaff again, cracking through two sets of legs. He reared back to his feet just as several laser blasts impacted on his armored back, pitting the Vondan shell and knocking him off balance. Another impact, a hard boot slammed into his back and pitched him face down onto the body-strewn floor. "You carking monster!" he heard someone shout, only to be cut off by a gagging noise. Katla pushed himself off the ground and scrambled to his feet. The space around the broken doors was littered with bodies, all on the ground except his own, Vuya's, and the purple-faced human grasping vainly as the amphistaff coiled around his neck. "Wait," Katla panted. "Disable him? Do not kill." "He tried to kill you," Vuya hissed. "The Jedi say not to kill, unless we have to." Vuya looked at the surrounding bodies. Some would never rise again, and some by Katla's hand, but in the heat of battle some deaths were inevitable. Vuya gave a very human-like shrug, loosened his coiled staff enough for the human to pass out, then lowered the body to the ground without breaking his throat. As mercies went, it was all Vuya was in the mood for. He quickly began smashing all the infidel blasters. Katla was about to join in when he heard another explosion from the direction of the youngling's chamber. "Beshla!" Vuya called for his comrade but got no response. The two warriors sprinted back to the chamber, just in time to see the backs of 8 armored falling commandos plunging through the broken doors. Vuya was ready to plunge straight in, but Katla pulled him back by his armored collar. They watched as the falling marched into the chamber, weapons raised at the mass of younglings cowering against the far wall. Master Tiliqua, no larger than the children, tried to put his furry body between the apprentices and the attackers. "How dare you?" the Chandrafan chirped. "These are children. They're no danger to you? We won't hurt them unless we have to." The lead falling glanced over his shoulder. "Call the boss. Tell him we've got the kids." As his assistant got out his comlink, the leader looked back to Tiliqua. "Nothing's going to happen to the children if you hand over the Vong. The Yuuzhan Vong are not your enemies. And you wonder why half the galaxy hates you." Katla could hear the contempt in the Felling's voice. "All your nobility just makes you accomplices to those freaks. Do you know what they did to our world? They were angry, distracted. "Let's go," Katla whispered. Together, he and Vua Yak charged fast and silent. The children in the back watching the falling, watching the door went wide-eyed and gave them away. Katla smacked the first falling in the face with an amphistaff, then kicked him hard enough to crack ribs and drop him. Vua Yak took out another wild Tiliqua, lightsaber suddenly blazing in his hand, jumped into the air faster than possible for the short-legged, furry creature. With the force as his aid, he cut through the lead Faline's blaster, then bounded to his assistant and knocked him to the ground. Katla took out a second Faline and Vua Yak his third. The sound of lasers filled the chamber as the last standing Faline sprayed indiscriminate fire at the children. It went over the smallest one's heads, but Katla saw a hammer-headed Ithorian drop. A trio of lightsabers sprung to life, deflecting a few more shots. These came from some of the older younglings: a blue-skinned Twi'lek, a red-haired human girl, a boy with messy blonde curls Katla recognized as the son of the Jedi leader. They looked terrified, but they interposed themselves between the other children at the falling, both the one on his feet and the commando leader, who sprung up on his knees and grabbed a hidden pistol. Tiliqua, separated from the younglings in the fight, looked to the Yuuzhan Vong. In the tense silence, he tilted his head toward the standing Faline, designating a target. Katla nodded. Then an invisible hand wrenched the pistol from the leader's hands. The other Faline fired again at the younglings, but the three in front caught the blast. Vua Yak got to him first. Sparing nothing, he stabbed the razor tip of his amphistaff deep into the Faline's guts. The commando released a gurgling noise as his legs gave out and he collapsed to the floor in an expanding pool of green blood. For a long moment, silence reigned in the chamber, silence and the horrified looks from the children. Katla searched all those faces for the one he cared about. He found it in the back corner, Eli Horn, staring at him with shock, recognition, and he hoped awe and gratitude. A tinny voice sounded from a comlink left abandoned on the floor. It said, "Zevid, are you there? What happened? Hold on, we're sending reinforcements." Katla crushed the metal cylinder under his heel. He looked at Eli Horn, then Tiliqua, and told the little master, "They will be coming soon." The Chandra fan gestured to the door. "We have no barricade, and no place to run." Katla told his comrade, "Find Beshla. If he's alive, get him back here. Hurry." Vua Yak darted off without a word. The warrior looked back at the Jedi Master, at the frightened adolescents bravely gripping their lightsabers, at the terrified children, at Eli Horn. And deep down, Katla knew there was no place he'd rather be, nothing he'd rather do than stand in defense of these children. He felt like he was completing the fate he'd devoted himself to, more, like he was finally redeeming his failure at Duro. "We will honor our debts." Katla grasped his amphistaff in both hands. "None shall pass." Pressured on all sides, the defense of Ossus gradually descended into the planet's upper atmosphere. In blue-white skies, above an emerald curve, Jedi and Mandalorian starfighters fought an increasingly frantic battle against every Imperial shuttle and landing craft trying for the temple. It was a strain to keep up the battle meld, even for Lobaka. There were too many targets to chase, too few Jedi to handle them all. They'd lost 10 starfighters so far, almost a third of the temple's complement, and only half the pilots had been able to eject. The TIE Predators were merciless and seemed to multiply every second, while the Mandalorian Beskars grew increasingly scarce. It was the only way it could be. Against a full Imperial battle group, nothing the Jedi had could matter. Lobaka knew this, and he knew that a ship full of rogue commandos had already dropped down to the planet. No one responded to his attempts to hail the Jedi Temple, and when he reached down with the Force, he only sensed desperation and conflict. In the short moments when he wasn't chasing or being chased, he wondered whether it wouldn't be better to just give in, to order the Mandos to stand down and to let the Imperials land. Roan Fel had promised to interdict the Jedi, but not send in troops. He'd also promised to restrain the irregulars he'd allied with. But even that was just a choice between a slow death or a fast one. Lobaka felt despair well inside him, deeper than when he lost his daughter to a Belith, deeper than anything he'd felt since the darkest days of the first Yuuzhan Vong War. The only mercy of this new war was that it would be over quickly. Even as he fought despair, he fought the Imperials. His twin tail dropped down on one TIE Predator and blasted the thing out of the sky, then formed up on the back of Wolf Sazon's fighter. He sent the young Zabrak a quick query in the Force, and Sazon confirmed his ship was undamaged. A voice, the first he'd heard in a while, came over this headset. "All Jedi, we have new contacts." That was Master Kemmer, still flying somewhere in this tangled mess. "What is it now?" Sazon sounded more exhausted than afraid. "I'm seeing heavy cruisers, Mon Cal ships. The Alliance?" Lobaka hardly dared hope, but he watched as sets of TIE Predators swooped upward, away from the planet, toward the starships invisible in orbit. A less familiar voice came on his headset. The comm officer of the Mandalorian flagship said, "We just got a hail from the Alliance flagship. Some Jedi called Arlen Fell sends his regards." Lobaka heard a triumphant roar from his son Karashikuk but sent a warning through the battle meld. This fight wasn't over yet. When the Alliance ships appeared over Ossus, the first thing Ron Fell felt was relief. Then knowledge replaced instinct. What was now a brief, messy skirmish stood on the precipice of full war. Incoming transmission from Resolute, Veed reported with barely restrained glee. "It's a relay from the Alliance flagship. They're asking for you, Majesty." Ron gave small thanks that the Alliance commander wanted to speak to him personally. Admiral Fennel was a fierce fighter, but he had the diplomatic skills of a Mantelian Savor. Put him on then. Beneath the tactical holo relayed from Resolute, a smaller image appeared, showing the heads and shoulders of two figures. Ron recognized them immediately. The Corn with mouth tentacles dangling over the collar of his admiral's uniform could only be Lekwash. That the Alliance had sent its supreme commander to personally oversee this fight belied their seriousness. The other face belonged to Ron's uncle, and it was Arlen who spoke first. "Hello, Your Majesty." There was deliberate coolness in his voice, and a hint of hurt. Ron couldn't blame him for feeling betrayed. He wanted to explain that had happened to his uncle, to Cole Skywalker, and all the other Jedi, but he couldn't do that here. An emperor had pride. An emperor commanded. An emperor did not back down, especially in front of his moffs. The Empire is in the process of establishing a secure perimeter around the Jedi Temple. Ron said, "We are fulfilling our obligation as signatories of the Annexes Treaty. You have no legal right to intervene. As partners to the Jedi in the Ossus Project, we have every right," Lekwash said. "Stand down. Order your ships to pull back. Any forces you have on the ground must be withdrawn." Ron's eyes darted up to the tactical holo. Despite fierce opposition from the Jedi and their unlikely Mandalorian helpers, a half-dozen Imperial dropships had made it to the surface and started deploying walkers and land speeders at the edge of the shield perimeter. The real issue, however, was the one mad dropship that had slipped under the shields and literally smashed into the temple. They answered to Admiral Kilu if they answered to anyone, and he knew the Rodian would be unwilling to withdraw. Veed didn't need the Force to read Ron's thoughts. "We can't turn back on our allies," he grumbled, "not after we've come this far." But Elia was on his other shoulder. "We still have a tactical advantage," his wife whispered. "Use it to force negotiations." He swallowed. To Lekwash and Arlen he said, "The Empire will not abandon its allies." "And the Alliance will not abandon ours," said Lekwash. Ron's mind raced for some way out of this impasse, but it ran in hopeless circles with no way out. He was legally bound to stand with Kilu and her undisciplined, vengeance-hungry militias. To abandon them would be to shame the Empire, to shame himself even more than he'd already been shamed. "Look," Seniac said quietly, and pointed to the tactical holo. Admiral Fennel had ordered Kilu's ships to outer orbit so the Imperials could engage the Mandalorian defenders directly. Now those same ships lay between Fennel and Lekwash, and just as Ron had feared, they'd begun opening fire on the nearest Alliance vessels. "One moment, sirs," Ron said with all the restraint he could muster. He stabbed his controls, suspending the communication, and snapped, "Get me Kilu." Now. A few long seconds later, the Rodian's face appeared where Lekwash's had been. What are you waiting for? Kilu's snout twitched. We are attacking the enemy. Help us. Mind your tone. Roan could barely restrain himself from shouting. I am your emperor, and I can feed you to the next if I choose. We expected an emperor to honor his promise. Kilu snapped. Instead, all you've done is sideline us. We want justice. The Alliance is not your enemy. Stop attacking them. Now. The Alliance stands with the Jedi, and the Jedi stand with the Vong. An attack on one is an attack on all. That is what the Annexes Treaty means, Emperor. Admiral Fennel is requesting orders, Elia whispered. The situation was rapidly falling out of Roan's control. He knew it. He watched it tumble step by step. He was the Emperor Fel, heir to his illustrious father and grandfather. He should have been able to stop this. And then his choice was made for him. 2 more Alliance task forces, as massive as the first, decanted from hyperspace at the same time, both on flanking vectors toward the Imperials and their allies. There was no victory over a fleet like that. The only options were surrender or fighting retreat. In surrendering, the Empire would be delivered its greatest humiliation in 100 years. To fight would salvage his dignity but spread the fire at Ossus across the stars. Admiral Kilu's face still hovered beneath the tactical holo, but she'd gone silent in shock. To her, Roan said, withdraw your people from the surface if you can. To Vidi barked, pull up or drop teams. Now. The Admiral didn't hesitate to comply. Kilu stuttered, we will not surrender, Majesty. We cannot. We made a vow, together. Justice for our worlds. Justice against the Vong. Roan knew that. And he knew that Kilu thought she was fighting the good fight to gain recompense she deserved for historic wrongs. No one but a true believer could cause so much trouble. You will have justice, Roan rasped. But not today. Stand by for orders from Admiral Fennel. He tapped a button and killed the transmission. To Vidi said, tell Resolute to get out of there. Find a weak spot in their formation before they tighten it and punch out. How are our ground troops? Vidi shook his head. They need time to load their people and equipment back in the drop ships. They don't have it. Tell Fennel with withdrawal immediately. And make sure Admiral Kilu's ships are protected. He waited for Vidi to relay the order. Waited for Fennel to begin his push out of Ossus orbit. From the tactical holo, Roan saw that the Alliance had brought several interdictor cruisers with them, but as yet they hadn't raised their gravity wells. He prayed Lekwash was offering him a mercy. He tapped the control panel one more time and brought up the Corn and his uncle. My ships are withdrawing. Do not try to stop them, and they will not engage you. Those who attack the Jedi Temple will be held responsible. Lekwash's tentacles twitched. The real ones responsible are the ones who ruined 100 worlds. Roan let anger into his voice. Have the Jedi or the Alliance found them? No. If you sit on your hands and refuse to solve a problem, don't blame the people who actually try. This is solving nothing, Arlen insisted. You know that. Don't tell me what I know. Do you really think your father would have started a war with the Alliance? Roan's eyes darted up to the tactical display. Fennel's ships were pushing ahead, but Alliance vessels were gnawing at his flanks. They weren't trapping him here, but they weren't letting him go without a fight. Roan looked back at Arlen and said, this is not a war of my choosing. We did not choose this either, Lekwash said. Then we have chosen this together, all of us, Roan said. As it snapped off his tongue, the truth of it settled on him like a heavy burden. It seemed to weigh down Lekwash and Arlen too. We have said enough. Good day, gentlemen. He turned off the connection. They did not try to hail him again. Vidi muttered reports as the rest of the battle played out, and no one else added a thing. Fennel and Kilu's ships began slipping away into hyperspace. None of the troops on the ground made it off Ossus. The Mandalorians swooped down and seized them as prisoners. As the last Imperial ships jumped out of the system, they registered a short burst of uncoded transmissions between the Alliance flagship and the Jedi Temple. They amounted to, all clear and thank you. Strangely, a tiny smile creased Moff Calixte's lips. Roan should have been relieved. Instead, he felt nothing but anger. He spun and stalked out of the chamber without a word to his moths. Only Elia followed him into the hallway beyond. "You need to contact Coruscant right away," his wife told him. "Talk to the Triumvirate. You can still force a negotiation." With what? We were defeated totally. Almost 100 worlds still defected to us from the Alliance. Hundreds more worlds Alliance worlds are refusing to follow Coruscant. The Alliance had a bigger fleet today, but they're weakened. And they still have 3 times our planets, our ships, our resources. Roan's hands curled into fists. He yearned for something to punt. We could not win a war against the Alliance, but that is exactly what Veed threw us into. Veed and Kilu and Geist and whoever else has been playing us. Playing me from the start. All the more reason to talk to the Triumvirs. Explain that this situation is not full in your control. He looked at his wife in shock. "Elia, we are on the brink of war. You can be sure the Alliance has its hawks who want an excuse to break us. We can't afford any hint of weakness." "But we are weak. You said it yourself. That's why we have to try and de-escalate now. By turning our backs on our allies. Allies like Kilu are worse than enemies." "I know that, but she isn't wrong, damn her. Hundreds of worlds, billions of galaxies, are crying out for justice. Someone should stand for them. If the Jedi and Alliance refuse to, why shouldn't we? V damn him too isn't wrong. This is a time for the Empire to make its name and stand for justice. This cannot become our humiliation." Elia regarded him carefully, as if she were judging a stranger. "What humiliation are you most afraid of? The Empire, or yours personally?" He was appalled at her suggestion. Normally he trusted his wife's measured judgment, her outsider perspective, but now she couldn't have been more wrong. "This is not about my pride. My father and grandfather wanted an empire that was strong politically, militarily, and morally. I will not let their dream fail on my watch." He lifted his head. "It was not our choice, but it has been made. We are committed." Chapter 10. Once the Alliance task force secured position over Ossus, a landing party of soldiers, engineers, and emergency medical personnel were dispatched to the temple. With their assistance, the remaining scraps of the enemy raiding party were cornered and captured, and the Jedi could take stock of their losses. Damage to the temple itself was significant, but limited to only a few areas. Most of the temple remained untouched by the raiders. Some 24 Jedi were wounded in the fighting and required aid. Many more suffered minor injuries. The dead amounted to 11 knights and 4 apprentices, including a single youngling. That it could have been much worse gave Cole Skywalker no comfort. It had been his choice to make a stand here against an attack he knew was coming. Though other masters were already assuring him otherwise, those 15 had died because of his decision. Evacuating the temple, fleeing before their enemies, would have not just been an admission of defeat, but a willing plunge into dark times the Jedi hadn't known for 100 years. He was still on the brink, and what lay past it seemed darker than ever. Cole knew the Alliance Triumvirate wanted to speak to him. Admiral Lekwash insisted he make contact as soon as possible. He delayed for as long as he could, finding several hours' worth of excuses, checking on the wounded, examining the temple's exterior damage, listening to battle reports from the mercenaries who seemed eager to haul it back to Mandalore. He checked on his family members and spent a good half hour with Cade, who had performed well when the younglings came under attack and tried very hard not to show much how he'd been rattled. It was his mother who'd insisted, in that quiet, firm way of hers, that he do what had to be done. So Cole stood in the temple's most secure communications room, alone, facing off against the holographic images of Bail Antilles, Jyle Gayan, and New Torina. Military action at Ossus was authorized by executive order of the Triumvirate, Gayan explained. Our legal authority extends only to limited and emergency actions. We do not have the power to declare war. I sincerely hope a war does not come, Cole said. Have you made any overtures to the Empire? Gayan nodded. As of yet, we've had no response. I don't expect the Empire to sue for peace, Torina said. It would be a reversal of their unexpectedly aggressive behavior. Unexpectedly aggressive was a good word for it. Roan Fel's betrayal, if that's what it was, stung harshly. They were only distant cousins, and had never been personally close, but when Fel had given his private assurance that he'd keep the Empire out of this mess, Cole had accepted his word as honorable. If the Empire is going to be aggressive, we must be prepared to meet that aggression, said Torina. It's also within the Triumvirate's authority to move our fleets to full alert. We'll be reinforcing our territories that border the Empire. Cole looked to the other two Triumvirs. An actual strike requires Senate approval? Yes. Assuming a quorum can be found, Antilles said tiredly. After the battle, 78 Alliance members petitioned the Empire to accept them. Over 100 more systems are threatening to withdraw or have refused sending military aid. Grave as those numbers sounded, the Alliance counted thousands of systems as members. As long as major core worlds stayed loyal to Coruscant, the Alliance would still have a vast industrial and economic advantage on the Empire. That fact was plain to everyone to see. It made it all more unbelievable that Roan Fel's Empire had taken this warmongering path. The Jedi will do everything we can to support the Alliance, whatever lays ahead, Cole told them. Indeed, Torina tipped her hammer-shaped head. The entire order in your debt. We will work as negotiators. We will run messages and supplies, act as scouts, gather intelligence. And when it comes to war, will you join our soldiers on the front lines? The suggestion took Cole aback, but when he looked at Antilles and Gayan, they showed no surprise. The human triumvirate said, Roan Fel has his Imperial Knights. We need something to match them. Our ordinary soldiers cannot. Cole wanted to say that Fel would never allow his knights to fight Jedi, but he couldn't. He didn't know what Fel would do anymore. When war comes, we will have to act decisively, Torina said. With the Jedi's help, the Alliance can smash the Empire's upstarts and end this war in a few months. We can send them sulking back to Bastion with less territory than when all this mess started, but only if the Jedi do their duty. Cole struggled to keep the scowl off his face. Torina had always been the Triumvirate most reluctant to endorse the Ossus project, and his failure had done nothing to endear the Jedi to her. For Torina, this was a chance to knock down a rival that had been steadily gaining strength and systems for 30 years. Ithorians were supposed to be peaceful, but there were exceptions to every rule. Torina's stance was clear. Cole looked to the others. The Jedi are keepers of the peace, not soldiers. Many Jedi fought on the front lines against the Vong a century ago, Antilles pointed out. Including your great-grandfather? I'm aware, but that was a fight for survival. He couldn't bring himself to say what he felt. That this was a crass war, a manufactured crisis where hawks in both the Alliance and Empire had jumped on an excuse to start a conflict they'd both been itching for. Instead, he said, in the Clone Wars, the Jedi allowed themselves to become generals in a galaxy-wide war. That war, from its inception, was an elaborate plot to destroy the Jedi. Militarily, physically, morally. It succeeded, and the galaxy suffered for decades because of it. Are you suggesting another dark conspiracy is behind this war? Gayan sounded truly curious. I don't know. Cole's hands turned to fists. Things do not make sense. We still don't know who sabotaged the Ossus project, and the Empire's actions do not match with the Roan Fel I've known. Our intelligence suggests he attempted to veto the war, but was overruled by the Moff Council, Antilles put in. Interesting, and enough to give Cole a spark of hope, but only a small one. He'd spoken with Roan Fel just hours ago, and that had not been a man looking for peace. If you feel outflanked, it is all the more reason to act boldly, said Torina. War's coming, Master Skywalker. A war in large part about the Jedi. Would you hide behind the front lines while thousands of Alliance soldiers died to protect you? Had not thought the Jedi cowards. Even if her motives were transparent, her words stung. Truth did that. I cannot make such an important decision right now. You need to make it soon, warned Antilles. I will, and I will consult with the rest of the Jedi Council. Can you decide in 2 days? Cole looked at the Triumvirs, 3 faces, stern and expectant, devoid of sympathy. 2 days? He swallowed. You'll have your answer? I didn't expect the Mandalorians to come through for us, but they did, Nat Skywalker said. His holo-image was the same blue-white as the flash of hyperspace that strobed constantly around Runaround's cramped cabin. Marin Solo had spent far more time than she'd expected in this little shuttle, and she was looking forward to being back on Spacious Fast Start with her family. I just talked to my mother, she told her cousin. She says that the Alliance has sent feelers out to the Mandalore. That didn't please the Jedi. If Coruscant needs Mandos for help, that doesn't say good things about its defense force. Marin nodded gravely. On the long ride back home, she'd had plenty of alone time to view the news reports. Since the battle at Ossus, more and more worlds were either siding with the Empire or declaring neutrality. The Alliance has requested the Jedi fight too, Nat said gravely. My brother's trying to decide how to respond. Marin didn't like the sound of that. The toll of taking some lives and failing to save others had driven her from the Order. Still, she tried a weak smile. Still got my lightsaber. Nat nodded and smiled back, also weak. When she left the Order, she'd passed her gold-bladed weapon down to her then-apprentice cousin. A lot had changed since then. Nat was about 10 kilos heavier, with a graying beard to join his long sand-colored hair. Gravity had settled in his eyes too. She couldn't see anything of the young apprentice in them. One bit of good news, he said. I think I know a planet where we can make a redoubt. A hidden temple, in case things really go bad. That's great news. It's a place I found a long time ago. Zahar system. There's a strange blurring in the Force there. I don't know how or why, but it would hide the presence of a lot of Jedi. Atmosphere's really thin, but we could work on that. Good thing the Jedi still have credits to work with. You still have credits. Me and the Calrissians. And Volgma. We're co-managing those accounts. Chan says he knows how to spend that money quietly when the time comes. It's a lot of trust to be put in a non-Jedi. Chance is my dad's oldest friend. He's already helped the Jedi more ways than I can count. Cherith's already done a lot for us too. And the Hutt. Chance and Cherith trust him. Marin shrugged. He promised to make the Jedi accounts magically grow with a little legally questionably insider trading. And it's worked. Betty put it all into defense stocks. Mostly, Marin said grimly. They're expecting lots of business. Are you heading back to your ship now? Asked Nat. Going back home, she nodded. Keep me informed about your hidden temple, or whatever it's going to be. I'll do all I can to help. His expression went thoughtful at that last phrase. She hurried to correct herself. I'll do what I can quietly, behind the scenes. I'm not picking up my lightsaber again. Good. I don't have a spare. Nat tried false humor. If Cole decided the Jedi should fight on the front lines, will you fight? Nat sighed wearily. If I don't, it would be a blow. To him, personally. You don't have to be defined by your family name. It had been a hard lesson for Marin to learn. Maybe, Nat grunted. Time will tell. Anything else for now? No. I just wanted to drop you a line. Give you an update and see how you were doing. Doing as well as anyone. We could have lost a lot more Jedi. He didn't have to add they might lose many more yet. Any new leads on what started this Ossus? We still don't know why the terraforming all went bad. The Vong Shapers are looking into it, but... He shook his head. Not my area. Sorry. I know. Not mine either. Marin let her hand hover over the comm controls. See you around, Nat. See you. He killed the connector before she did. After that, Marin settled in for the last few hours of her homeward trip. She'd already talked to her mother and the Calrissians, her father, and Nat. Those were the only Jedi she talked to in decades. When Runaround finally dropped out of hyperspace, the familiar bulk of Fast Start was waiting for her. Its bright open landing bay looked like a warm embrace. When she set the shuttle down, Bennett and Anya were there. She embraced her husband first, then her daughter. You were gone so long, Mom, I was getting worried, the little girl said. Marin mussed her black hair. Just had to go on a side trip. Don't worry about it. I'm not going anywhere for a while. You mean you won't be going on any long trips by yourself? Marin could feel Bennett's expectant gaze without seeing it. Maybe later. But not now. Anya seemed satisfied with that. Marin stood straight and finally caught the questions in her husband's eyes. Softly, she said, "You were the one encouraging me to get involved." He took her hand and said nothing. There would be time for questions later, many of them, but not in front of Anya. For now, when there were 3 of them, they could be only a family, and Marin could be only a solo, not a Fel or Skirata, Jedi or Mando. With her free hand, she reached down and grabbed Anya's. "Come on, let's get back to our normal lives," she said, and hoped against hope it would last. "Nothing will be the same after this," his mother said, and Ron Fel knew it was true. They sat in one of the meditation rooms inside the academy. The stark simplicity of its white walls and gray floor jarred against all the clamor in his head. "There's not going back either," Miragia continued, "which means all you can do is press ahead." "Like father?" Ron asked. She nodded. He didn't want to declare himself emperor or force the Imperial Knights to secede from the Jedi. Situations evolved where those became his best options. When the time came to make those hard choices, your father didn't back down or look away. He did what was necessary to preserve the Empire. The Moff Council's recklessness may destroy it. I know. It's up to you, as your father's son, to make sure that doesn't happen. It was nothing Ron didn't already know. He'd worn this crown since he was 17 years old. The days when he'd been a mere prince, his father and brother still alive, usually felt as foreign as another man's life. It was really in these quiet moments, when he sat down with his mother, that he remembered what he used to be. "Father knew that to be strong you must appear strong. And I will. Even if the numbers are stacked against us, we can still turn this war to the Empire's advantage." It was what the Moffs had been telling him, and he didn't fully believe it. "I've said I don't want to bring the Imperial Knights into this war. I stand by that. They'll still be working with me, behind the scenes, seeking the true authors of this war." He watched his mother carefully, awaiting her response. Miragia had been a Jedi once, and she'd urged him to speak with Cole Skywalker before the war broke out. Yet she was also a hard woman, used to making hard judgments. If she didn't approve of his choice, he'd end up doubting himself. But in the end, she nodded. "I think that's the right decision for now. The Jedi won't trust us, and you shouldn't necessarily trust them. But build a bridge and keep it secret. Especially from the Moffs. From everyone, Ron." She laid a frail hand on his. "Until I met your father, I didn't know what the Force was. I thought the Jedi were baby-snatching cultists with fake magic. But I now know that the Force is more than real. It moves behind everything, directing history. It moves through everyone, even people who can never feel it themselves, like your father. It's moving now, and however this war ends, it won't be decided by politicians, Moffs, or admirals, but by the Force." "Then I'll have to listen carefully," Ron said. "But right now, Mother, I'm not sure what the Force is saying." "Neither do I," Miragia admitted, "which is why we need to keep talking with the Jedi. Together, hopefully we can hear what we can't hear alone." "This was never a choice I thought I'd have to make," Cole Skywalker said. "Before I did, I wanted to get your opinions. Your experiences are more valuable than anyone else's." The young human sat like an old man, hunched forward as he sat in the quiet meditation chamber inside the temple, weighted by his awful responsibilities. Arrayed before him were the Jedi Order's 3 most aged knights. At a mere 120 years old, Lobaka often felt like a youth to Masters K-Kruk and Tr Asa, who had survived the Clone Wars, watched the old Jedi Order's brutal death and the new one's resurrection. Cole Skywalker looked to them now as though expecting ancient wisdom, and he could feel, very faintly in the Force, a flush of embarrassment from Tr Asa. "The Alliance has justification to make their request," the needy equivocated. "Of course, they don't understand the Jedi's point of view. War brings dangers unique to Force users. There are many such dangers." K-Kruk breathed heavily. "During the Clone Wars, I led troops into battle. Countless clone soldiers died on my orders, and it appalled me. For a time I refused to fight, and even sought out other Jedi to oppose the war, thinking we might make a united protest. He shook his shaggy head. But that was just a ploy by Count Dooku, by the Sith. The whole war was a ploy by the Sith, Cole said. A Jedi trap. And now you fear you step into another, Trasa said softly. Yes. And even if it's not a trap, Jedi are peacekeepers. By becoming soldiers, we pervert ourselves. Cole looked at the wicked and the needy. That is what you've always told me, from experience. K. Crux sighed again. That is a serious danger. I knew some knights who were drawn deeply toward the dark during the Clone Wars. Yet others shined more brightly than ever before. Violence is not inherently of the dark side, Trasa said. But for Jedi who have learned to control their passion, it can become a gateway. And for those who remain purely in the light, it can drain them even as they do great good. Cole thought on that, then looked to Lobaka. You've been quiet, Master. What do you have to say? In low murmurs and growls, the Wookiee did his best to explain that his war, that is to say, the Yuuzhan Vong War, in which his generation of Jedi had come of age, had been different from the Clone Wars. Luke Skywalker had initially been hesitant to let the Jedi engage directly against the invaders, both because he did not understand their place in the Force, and because he was afraid his students might fall to the dark. As the Jedi's understanding of their enemy grew, Call's great-grandfather had also relinquished the subtle pride behind his keeping the Jedi restrained. The Jedi had seen terrible things in the Yuuzhan Vong War. Lobaka stressed that, even now, a century later, his dreams were afflicted by old horrors. Yet the Jedi had been instrumental both in turning the war's tide and in ending it not with genocide but with the peace, however awkward, between the peoples of two separate galaxies. The Jedi had been right to fight in his war, and the galaxy would be a darker place if they had not. Sometimes drastic action was required. 30 years ago, as head of the Jedi Council, Lobaka had decided to attack the hidden Sith base in the Hapes cluster with every saber the Jedi could manage. It had been a risk in more ways than one risk of a trap, risk that some Jedi might be mentally and physically traumatized by their fight. Some Jedi were killed in that fierce battle, and many more bore visible and invisible scars. Yet their strike had eliminated the Sith and freed the galaxy from their looming shadow. 30 years on, Lobaka did not regret his choice to fight. He told Cole this, and the human wilted even more. He'd come here looking for the answers he needed. Instead, he received only conflicting opinions. This conflict is not the Yuuzhan Vong War, nor the Clone Wars, Trasa said. Perhaps the biggest difference is that it is about the Jedi in a way the others were not. Our choices and their unforeseen consequences brought about this conflict. Lobaka roared reproach. The Jedi were not to blame. I did not say it is our fault. The needy shook her head. But it is our responsibility to resolve this. You mean to say we cannot limit ourselves to scouting and supply runs, Cole said, voice dry. K. Crux shook his head. This is too familiar. Too much moves unseen. Who sabotaged the Ossus project? Why has the Empire turned bellicose? Until we have good answers to those questions, I fear another trap. Lobaka said that he understood those fears, but if the Jedi did not go to the front lines of a war widely seen as fought on their behalf, it would paint them as cowards and ruin the reputation of the Order. Cole surprised them by laughing, a dry, bitter laughter, and I thought we had no reputation left to ruin. Trasa frowned. If that were true, the Alliance would not have come to save us. There are still those in this galaxy who believe in the Jedi, Cole. They will fight for us, but we must show them a reason. But there is still such risk, K. Crux said. I have seen the Jedi end once before. I do not want to see it again. With a low roar, Lobaka reminded Cole that his decision was, ultimately, his to make, and that they would follow whatever decision he made. Cole sighed again. He bowed his head, half in gratitude, half in weariness. Thank you, Masters. I will consider everything you've said. And when I've decided, you will be the first to know. This was a moment that had been prepared for months and anticipated for years, but it was a time for work, not celebration. Veed was busy at the Yaga Minor shipyards, getting his fleet ready to sail. As Intel Director Seniac's most trusted lieutenant, Nina Calixte had been given a list of tasks to assist the coming war effort. She would attend to all of them soon, but first there was a reckoning. She placed the call to her anonymous benefactor from the security of her quarters' personal comm system. She waited longer than usual, and received no reply. That had never happened before, and she spent the next half hour grimly pondering what that meant while she began drawing lists of assignments for her spies within the Alliance. Then, very suddenly, her comm system announced an incoming call. The bland human face appeared before her. Very calmly it said, "We are sorry we missed your earlier communication. Thank you for returning it." Calixte willed her voice to stay steady. "It's very busy here on Bastion. We're well aware. You have what you want. A war between the Empire and the Alliance. What do you want, Moff Calixte?" She gave a small nod. "Now we must ensure it is won. No small task, but I believe it can be done." "So do we." She crossed her arms. "You remember my request the last time we spoke. If we're going to continue to be partners, I'm going to need some honesty. I need to know who you are." That computer-generated facade stared at her dumbly for 20 full seconds before it said, "Ask, and you will receive." The holo shut off without warning. She peered at the controls. The transmission had been cut. She had only a second for consternation before the door buzzer sounded. Nina Calixte was not a woman who let her emotions show easily, but right then she literally jumped in shock. The buzzer sounded again. Her mysterious benefactor, client, fellow schemer, was somehow inside her secure residential complex, at her door, at this very moment. Which meant this being already knew far more about her than she knew about it. And if it could make this little show, it could do a lot more. The buzzer sounded a third time. Heart racing, Calixte stepped over to her desk and grabbed the holdout blaster she kept there. Clutching it with her right hand, tucking it behind her back, she skirted into her living room and went to the door. A fourth ring. Before opening the door, she tapped the controls to check the camera placed on the other side, showing the entrance. Only static. It had been a long time since Nina Calixte had known this kind of fear, but there was only one thing to do. Blaster clasped behind her back, she tapped the controls and the door slid open. Standing before her was a single humanoid woman, young. A red face with 2 black circles on the forehead, long black hair pulled into a top knot, piercing red gold eyes. Deveronian. She wore a black dress that left her arms bare. "Greetings," the Deveronian said plainly. "May I come in?" Calixte stepped back and watched the Deveronian step into the room. The door closed behind her. They stared at each other without moving deeper inside. Those red gold eyes unsettled Calixte. She'd heard something about eyes like that, but couldn't remember what. Had it been from Cole? "Am I what you were expecting?" the newcomer asked, with a touch of amusement. "I wasn't expecting anything specific." "But no, you're not." Gold eyes drifted to Calixte's unseen hand. "You'll have no need for that." "I hope not." She didn't drop the weapon. "I was promised honesty. Let's start with your name." "I was born Malincha," the Deveronian said with a smile, almost wistful. "Now I am called Darth Maladi." It took all Calixte's effort not to pull out her pistol and shoot. "Sith?" she hissed. Cole had told her all about Sith. "I thought the Jedi killed you on Hapes." "The Sith are never truly gone. They're as eternal as the Jedi." Maladi spread scarlet hands. "And even then, report of our demise at Hapes was quite exaggerated." "So there are more of you. Are you the master, or the apprentice?" Another smile, bemused, corked Maladi's lips. "How is it you know so much about Sith?" Calixte prayed this creature didn't know about Morrigan Cord and her relationship with Cole. "I know about a lot of things. It is my job." "Well, your knowledge is out of date. I am but one of many." "How comforting." "Don't be snide, Moff Calixte. We've already accomplished so much together. We'll accomplish even more. You want the Empire Ascendant? So do we. You want power? We want you to have it. Do you? Indeed. Once the Empire achieves supremacy over the Alliance, we naturally expect to be rewarded for giving you our help. Naturally. Yes. But the galaxy at large will be less accepting of Sith rule. So you'll need puppets. That is, a harsh term, and not accurate. The Sith seek to direct the flow of galactic history. The actual management of the Empire can be left to other competent individuals. Admiral V, for instance. And yourself? No patience for the details. Then, our master is concerned with the big picture, Milady said blandly. So you have one master, then, and how many underlings? Many but one. Milady folded her hands behind her back and looked calmly around the living room, like she was appraising the furniture. We're quite pleased with your performance thus far. You have a gift for subterfuge. I understand you have a long career in intelligence. That's right. Back when she'd been around Cole, Calixte had learned techniques to hide unwanted thoughts from his four senses. They seemed to work on him, and later on Roan fell. She tried those techniques now, but she had no idea how well they'd hold against a Sith. Well, my experience leans in a similar direction, Milady said. You may view me as your counterpart. That's good to know. But, I have to ask, you're Sith. That means what you really want, is to destroy the Jedi. Oh, we're not as petty as that. The Sith seek to advance ourselves and our hold over the galaxy. Much like you, the Jedi are primarily impediments. So you're not mad the attack on Asas failed? Milady shrugged. When a battle charge is led by revenge-crazed rabble, you can't hope for too much. Our real goal was to spark the fire between the Empire and Alliance. That has been accomplished. However, we are concerned that the Jedi knew of the attack in advance. That they managed to hire a fleet of Mandalorians was quite surprising. It surprised us as well. Calixte hoped her lie past. Milady's eyes narrowed, and for a heart-stopping second Calixte was afraid she'd been seen through, that this Sith witch knew about everything, even Cole and Cade. Then Milady said, I trust you're using all your resources to find how the Jedi knew? I am. Roan Fell assigned me with the same task. She'd make sure to come up convincingly empty. Tell me where Dufel and his knights sit in your plans. They'll have to be eliminated, of course. That's why we need you and V to keep order once he's gone. I expected as much. I'm glad to be indispensable. As well you should be. Milady smiled again, slanted, cruel. We Sith reward those who serve us well. To those who think they can outwit us, only the worst fates await. Remember that, Moff Calixte, and I have no doubt our partnership will be a spectacular success. When her son announced that as many Jedi as possible were to gather at the temple's largest audience hall, it took Jade by surprise just like everyone else. She knew the questions Cole had been wrestling with the past 2 days. Together with Nat, they're spoken together privately as a family, weighing the risks and responsibilities that would come with Jedi taking up arms in another war. Since the failure of the Asas project, she'd watched Cole, who'd always seemed so resilient, so young, wilt under increasing pressure of a situation spiraling further past his control. She found Nat on the way to the chamber. He had Cave with him. The boy looked as unsettled as the rest of them. He was merely 12 years old, and Jay's heart clenched at the thought of her grandson being killed, or, nearly as bad, suffering the early loss of a parent like she had. The three Skywalkers stayed together as they joined the audience. Soft murmurs ran through the crowd, dozens of private conversations full of questions and concern, but Jade, Nat, and Cade remained expectantly silent, turned toward the unadorned stage at the far side of the room. It was empty, but she knew Cole step out to speak soon. She could feel him in the forest nearby, trying to banish his doubts and muster fortitude. She could feel him struggling. Jade looked down at Cade and knew he was feeling his father's turmoil. The boy's attempt at brave expression faltered. Jade knew Cole had always looked up to his father with a pure admiration. It was far different from Jade's relationship with her father Ben, and she envied Cade and Cole their simple love. What happened next would complicate and probably harm that love she only hoped it would survive. The chamber became truly packed with Jedi. It seemed that every able-bodied being in the temple had answered Call's call. Jade had never been tall, and she pitched herself onto her toes to get a better scan of the crowd. Towering brown-furred Karashikuk was easy to spot, but his father Lobaka looked absent. So was the equally unmissable K-Kruk. Jade did mark Ne Ren, as well as the 3 Yuuzhan Vong warriors who defended the younglings during the attack. She'd heard one of them had been wounded in the fighting, but Kat La stood stiff and alert, constantly scanning the crowd as though he expected enemy infiltrators to pop out of nowhere. When Cole stepped onto the stage, he was joined by the other members of the Jedi Council, including K-Kruk and Lobaka, all in the brown robes that acted as Jedi formal wear. Cole stepped to the stage's edge and looked out on all the assembled Jedi. Through the Force, Jade felt her son's vertigo, his shock at the simple number of beings gathered to hear their fate from his lips. Then Cole gathered himself and said, "You all know the decision that we face. The Alliance and the Empire are on the brink of war the likes of which the galaxy hasn't seen in generations. Neither side seems willing to back down. Though the Jedi never won war, we played a critical part in bringing the galaxy to this point. It has even been said that this war is being fought over the Jedi. That is not true. This war happened because the Asis Project and its dream of peaceful cooperation between the Yuuzhan Vong and the people of this galaxy was despoiled. The beings who did this are the ones who've brought the galaxy to war. They will be uncovered and held accountable. I swear to this. We will not stop searching until the truth is found." Jade glanced sideways at the 4 Yuuzhan Vong in the audience. They gave no response, not even a nod, but she found resolve on their faces. "Unfortunately," Cole said, "that is not all we must do. The Alliance Triumvirate has requested that Jedi Knights join their troops on the front lines of the war. After careful consideration and consultation with all members of the Council, I have agreed to their decision." Most of the assembled Jedi kept silent at his pronouncement. Instead, doubt, confusion, shock, and consternation collided in the Force. Jade put a hand on Kay's shoulder and tried to shield the boy from some of it. "Jedi are keeper of the peace. We are not soldiers," said Cole. "But sometimes it is necessary to take a stand. Sometimes it is necessary to fight. I will not require Jedi to go into battle. I will not order individuals to act against their conscience. Once details are worked out with the Alliance, all who are willing and able to fight will be given the chance to do so. Those who would prefer to help in other ways as frontline healers, scouts, intelligence agents will also have their chance. Please, search yourselves, search the Force, and decide what is right for you. But I will say this, Alliance soldiers have already fought to defend the Jedi. Many more will die for us. We cannot dishonor their sacrifices by hiding from battle. Most of the galaxy still believes in the Jedi. We will not disappoint them. For those who've lost their faith, we will regain it by standing firm in our beliefs, by acting for justice and compassion, and by serving the light side of the Force." From Call's shoulder, Lobaka gave a supporting trill. Karashikuk echoed it from the crowd, and ripples of applause ran through the audience. Yet as a show of support, it felt tepid to Jade, confused and slightly hollow. "That's it then." Kay's voice was barely audible over the clapping. "We're really going to war." "Not apprentices," said Nat. "But you and Dad and—" "Shush," said Jade. She stroked his head. "If we have to fight, we'll fight to protect the future of the Jedi Order. To protect you." Her grandson looked at her with wide eyes, helpless and pleading. "We won't let harm come to you." Jade ran fingers through his blonde hair. "Not ever." To herself she thought, "Not yet."